Well, good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. You know me, when I say good morning, I expect call and response. So I say good morning, and you say wonderful. It's not easy. It's day 4. It's day 4 for me standing up as well. So it's been a very long week, but I must say it's been a really fruitful and exciting week. And I'm very excited about today because today is Investor Forum. So this is where a lot of the talk and the obscure sort of talk that you've seen, some of that's all completely eradicated because today is about serious matters, simple matters. It's about raw talk about what is needed, what you need to do, what we need to do to get to where we want to go, how we made it, what we want to make it. And we've got a panel, dare I say, a constellation of stars for you. We've amassed some of the biggest winners, let me just say, across the African continent, private sector, public sector, and so on. So it's going to be rapid, it's going to be pacey. So, you know, this is not just about private sector, it's also about public sector, it's about government. We've heard from a lot of ministers over the last couple of days, and we've had presidents. I think we had 7 sitting presidents on Monday sitting in front of us right here, so that was quite a record. So we'll also be looking at how public sector and private sector can work together collaboratively, because it's, you know, that has led to transformations of epic proportions in places like Korea, in places like India. China's done it. They've all done it where they've opened up their markets. They've worked collaboratively, and they've created and supercharged their industries. The Singaporeans, Lee Kuan Yew, going from third world to first world. If they can do it, we in Africa can do it. I'm not one of those who believes that COVID is going to spell doom and gloom for us. I see the opportunities in the crisis. We have challenges, certainly, but when you're shuffling the chairs, that's the opportunity and the time to make the most of it. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to be really fast, and I apologize to the interpreters. I'll try not to talk too quickly. I'm going to slow down for my interpreters there, because there's a lot to get through. And there are a lot of panels, and we've structured it in such a way that it jumps about, so you just have to stay with us. And of course, no matter how many panelists are on the stage, there is a really important panelist that you don't see on the stage, and their voice needs to be heard, and that panelist is you, all of you. So we want to make this a very interactive day, a day where we want to hear from the floor. So it's not just us sort of speaking out to you. We want to hear a two-way conversation. So you're expected to have opinions, interventions, and questions. So that's the way the day will go. It's called the Investment Forum. This is day 4. So let's get started. I am not moderating alone, by the way. Thankfully, the last 3 days, it's just been me emceeing on the stage, which is fine. But on day 4, they sent me not a little help, but quite a lot of help, in the form of Tebe Ikalafeng. Tebe is the founder and chairman of Brand Africa. You'll see him in a moment because he's going to be sitting down here with one of our speakers in the Expert Insights section. But I'm going to go first, and my first guest is virtual, I believe. My first guest is Mr. Charlie Robinson, who's the chief economist from Renaissance Capital. Let's see if we can bring him up. Charlie, are you there? Ground control to Charlie. There you are, Charlie. Hey, everybody say hi to Charlie. This is Charlie. They're waving to you, Charlie. Charlie, great to see you, Renaissance Capital. So, Charlie, what we want from you is an overview of markets and where Africa currently stands in the current global economic context. You're supposed to include big trends, Charlie, big trends, that's what we want to hear about, the impact of market and geopolitical shifts, and where the opportunities and growth poles can be found. Go ahead, the floor's yours, Charlie.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I do happen to have a bit of a cough and a cold at the moment. So if anyone had heard me on a plane coming to South Africa, they'd have sent me straight back to England, assuming I had COVID. I did have a beautiful few days in SA just a few weeks ago. So I'm sorry I couldn't combine these two things. If I could go straight into the presentation, I think the IT guys there in the conference with you are going to push up the slides now. We've got a situation where Africa, again, are we showing the first slide?
Can we show that first slide?
I'm assuming so. There's a slide which I'm hoping we're on now about Africa outperforming in a global recession. It's done it before, and it's done it again. It did it in the global financial crisis when we were at, so if we just go to the next slide, IT guys, 3.7% growth in 2009.
Can you go to the next, sorry, can you go to the next slide? 1 second, Charlie. I think we're having slide problems. We're going to sort that out. Okay,
That's
here we go.
one.
Carry on, Charlie. Sorry to interrupt you. Go
That's
ahead.
the one. So that green bar is sub-Saharan growth. On the left-hand side, I'm showing you what happened in 2009. Sub-Sahara beat the world. 2020, Sub-Sahara beat the world again. Last time it's because the financial sector was so much bigger in the West and was the source of the problems. This time it was retail which got knocked so hard by lockdown, and again that hit the West a lot worse. The recovery then in 21 and 22 is going to be slightly less in Sub-Sahara than elsewhere, but these are still good numbers. If we go to the next slide, when we look at big trends, what most investors think about when they look at Africa is the GDP. How big are the economies? And this is my attempt to draw a map of Africa by GDP. Each little box for a country is about $2 billion. So you can see that Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa are the countries that capture people's attention. The colors, by the way, are to do with a democracy score by Policy 5. I'll come back to that in a second. But what I'm interested in is what countries are the ones to be looking at for the future? Not the ones we already know are big, but the ones that will be big. And if we go to the next slide, this is my effort to draw a map of Africa by population. Each square here is about 1 million people. Don't laugh at the map, please. I get laughed at enough by my children. But this is showing you that it's particularly East Africa, DRC, Congo in the middle there, West Africa. These are the countries that you know are going to be so much more significant in the future. The colors on this map are also really, really important. What they are telling you is where is adult literacy, and dark green is over 80% adult literacy. Countries like Egypt, Tanzania, over 70% adult literacy. Now, why does this matter? Being able to read or write 4 sentences like farming is hard work, in any language, that determines whether or not a country can industrialize. We can go back over 200 years and we can find this to be true. To take advantage of the free trade area, countries need to be able to industrialize. And the fantastic news for Africa is that with a few exceptions, and we'll get to those in a second, the whole continent is getting very close or easily able to do this now. The exceptions are in grey. They're the countries where adult literacy is sub 40%. And the trouble with having adult literacy below 40% is you cannot grow sustainably. It's why countries like Mali, Chad, Guinea are as poor as they are today, or Somalia. The other link with that is the political risk is high. You should expect to see coups, civil disorder, civil war sometimes, unfortunately, in the countries where adult literacy is below 40%. But the key point here is that Africa has changed dramatically. And if we go to the next slide, I'm going to show you a slide here of adult literacy since 1950. I show this slide in schools around the world where I go and talk to kids and try and explain to them economic development. And I give them first just the numbers for 1943 to 52. And I ask the kids, who do you think is the richest of these African countries today? And they all correctly guess it's Mauritius. I'm not showing you Seychelles. That was actually at 74% adult literacy at the end of the 1940s. That's even richer than Mauritius. But those two countries are the richest. And as countries have moved to much higher levels of adult literacy, most countries can now industrialize. That's the good news. If we go to the next slide, we hit a mix of bad news and good news. Once you've got your population that can read and write 4 sentences in any language, you've got to give them the power to run the factory. If they don't have the power, they can't industrialize. Again, this has worked back for 250 years. So the first countries that did the first industrialization wave in Africa were Zimbabwe, Mauritius, South Africa, because they were literate and they had power. The second industrialization wave is being led by Morocco. Morocco and North Africa are best placed. Green here is high electricity. They are best placed to industrialize today. Morocco is already doing it, and I think you're going to hear a little bit more about that in a minute, but it is the industrializing story.
Charlie, before you go on to the next,
there as well in West Africa.
Charlie, before you go on to the next slide, can you hear me? We only have about 3 minutes left with you, so just be wary because you might have a lot more slides, so you'll have to sum up in 3 minutes, but go ahead. And I even have a question.
I'll do that.
I have a question for you to squeeze in. Carry on.
So if we go to the next slide, the reason that Morocco's got very good electricity is because its financing costs are low. And the reason its financing costs are low is because its fertility rate is low. When you have small families, you have high savings. High savings equals low interest rates. Low interest rates equals electricity. So that's good news for North Africa. It's going to be good news for Egypt, Ethiopia, Kenya, Ghana in about 5 to 10 years. In the meantime, what happens between now and the next 5 to 10 years? The next slide shows you, can we rely on commodities? Well, if you're Botswana and you have a lot of commodities and a small population, yes, you can. You make a lot of money. But if you're Congo, Nigeria, Zambia, you don't have enough copper or oil per person to make much money. Next slide just highlights that commodity prices are up, and this is helpful. This is good news. The next slide shows you that in addition to that, the IMF has thrown $34 billion of magic money at Africa, and more money should be coming next year from the special drawing rights. So this is helpful too. The next slide, sorry, I've got too quick now, but the next slide is highlighting that global interest rates are low. In Germany, they're close to zero. Japan close to zero. America, less than 2%. So the next slide shows you that interest rates in emerging markets have been coming down. And that's benefiting Africa too. People can go out and borrow at cheaper and cheaper rates. And the next slide shows you they are doing so. This is countries in 2015 and countries today. And you can see South Africa, Eurobond issuance has gone from 35 billion to $55 billion. The next slide says there are limits to this. In Ghana today, government debt is 600% of revenues. That's really high. The US, the numbers are going to be something like 200% of revenues. So there's a limit to how much you can borrow on the debt market. And we see that on the next slide too. This is gross external debt, external borrowing compared to exports. The key point here is you've got to use the borrowing to grow export capacity. And the most important thing for that, as we've seen, is electricity. So to conclude, what we need to make the most of the African free trade area is going to be electricity allowing industrialization. And then the intra-regional trade can pick up from somewhere between 10 and 20%, which is what you see in commodity exporters in Latin America or the Gulf or Africa. And you start to get to those 50 to 75% numbers. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlie. I'm supposed to move on, but I want to ask you, you've seen a lot of the deals and the announcements that have gone across Africa in the past year. If you had $100 million, which you probably have, what 5 countries or 5 sectors would you invest in across Africa?
Well, I do talk to debt investors quite a lot as well, and they have been loving Egypt for quite some time. If I wanted to set up a factory which I knew would be well supplied and would have an easy market access to Europe, it would have to be Morocco. If I'm looking on a 5 to 10 year view, I'd be thinking Ghana, southern Nigeria. I think that the rebound potential in Zambia is really interesting. And I'm pretty excited by what Tanzania's new president might bring to that country. But there are some challenges there too.
Charlie Robinson from Renaissance Capital, Chief Economist. Give him a round of applause, please. That was very, very interesting. Great way to start us up. Now, I said that I'm not the only traffic warden today. So I have a co-pilot, should I say, in Tebe Ikalafeng. He's the founder and chairman of Brand Africa, and he's really passionate about building powerful brands across Africa. Here he is, and he's going to take the next insight from us, aren't you? So I can now hand over the clicker to you, my friend.
You're a good traffic manager.
Thank you very much.
I think Charlie's never seen anything like that in England.
Okay, thank you. I'll see you in a minute.
Thank you. So following up, we're going to have Abdou's going to also provide a bit of context to Abdou Diop, is MD of Mazar in Morocco. Abdou's going to give us a bit of a context and in terms of the trends and opportunities in Morocco. So he's going to do a presentation, and then we'll have a couple of questions for him, but he's probably going to be so brilliant, there will be no need for questions. Everything's going to be clear. Abdou Diop.
Shall I sit here? Or?
Oh, please, you can. You're only going to be 5 minutes, so you don't need to sit down.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Tebe. I'm happy, really happy to be here because we are speaking about Africa, and it's all our passion. And I'm also happy to be on stage with Tebe, Brand Africa, and we are branding Africa. That's very important. So I'm supposed to present you an expert insight, and I'm happy that I take the floor after Charlie because I hate numbers, and he did the job talking about numbers. I hate numbers because I'm supposed to be an accountant, and in that life I've done so much numbers that now I no more like it. And the second point is that when we talk about Africa, often we put Africa as numbers, growth rate, number of population, and so on. And I think that Africa is more than numbers, so that's why I prefer to come and do a little bit philosophy with you, talking about how Africa is growing, and also after we'll have the chance to have some interesting examples that will come to see in the ground how things are moving. There's a presentation, but I don't know where the technique is, but I'll move forward. My point is, yes, that's good. So I'll try to talk about Africa, the investment landscape in Africa, the opportunities, through 4 main points. The first one is to talk about Morocco, because as Charlie said, Morocco is a good example of how Africa is a good opportunity, how Africa is attracting important FDIs, but not only FDIs coming from out of the continent, but also local investment, but all of it in a close partnership between public and private. The second point I will tackle is this hub and platform countries are building across the continent to go through Africa, because it's very important to have an entry point, and it's important to have all this connectivity. The third point will be about all the opportunities Africa is giving today, specifically in the context of the post-crisis. I think that there is a big shift and many opportunities are coming out. And I'll finish in concluding on the point everybody is tackling today. Yes, there are a lot of crises, but how these opportunities comes versus the crisis. So just to move in the next slide, and give the example. Why Morocco? Why Morocco and why Morocco now? Morocco has done a lot of things that are interesting to learn from. First, yes, Morocco is a fast-growing economy since many years, thanks to a real vision to develop industrialization and to also connect Morocco to the global value chains. So we have in the country developed real strategy. Can we go to the next slide? Real strategy to accelerate industrialization, but not only accelerate industrialization in all areas. Try to find real areas where Morocco can bring value in the global value chains. And that's why we have important sectors that are now success stories when you talk about automotives, aeronautics, offshoring, textile, digital, agro-industry. And I will give just an example. Today, all of you came to Durban flying by plane, and there is no plane in the world flying without a spare part created or industrialized in Morocco. That means that Morocco is now the 10th country in the aeronautic industry. That was not the case 10 years ago. When you take the example of automotive, today the objective is to finish next year with 1 million cars. Growing from a country that 10 years ago was producing 10,000 cars, we are today in an objective for next year of 1 million cars with car industry, which is the first export of Morocco. That's a real success story, and that happened because there was a real strategy to accelerate this industrialization and to create also an environment that can attract investors. Investors like Renault, like Peugeot, like Bombardier, and all those, like Boeing, all those international investors that come in the country. So there is a real landscape of investment. But that means also that 20 years before, Morocco has built a real infrastructure plan to allow to connect all the country, to bring energy to the industries, because without energy, you cannot have industry. It's something which is key in the continent. Also to put in place all the transport and logistic around that. Many of you heard about the Tangier port. It was a port built in 3 years, which now is the first port in Africa and in front of Durban today. So that's very important to know. And that port was one of the key strategies that brought all those investors to Morocco. And beyond the local market, Morocco has also worked a lot to connect the Moroccan market to the rest of the continent. And that's my second point. I think that today it's important for many investors not to see only the local market in Africa, the local market in the countries, but also all the surrounding market and the continental market. And that's very important. And that's why Morocco has built a strategy to connect its economy to Africa. And it's my next slide. Today, a lot of ties with African countries, with many free trade relations, many agreements on protection of investment, on non-double taxation, and so on. But also, one of the objectives of Tangier was to connect Morocco to the rest of the continent. And today, when you look at the transport delays and the transport and logistic costs, it has been divided by 2 thanks to Tangier, which is connecting Morocco to more than 30 African countries, and also being a real port of transportation of containers for the Mediterranean region and connecting Europe to Africa. Royal Air Maroc, which is also a real transport hub in Casablanca, connecting Morocco to 34 African countries. Casablanca Finance City, a gateway for investors. Many of the companies that I am talking about have their headquarters, their African headquarters at Casablanca Finance City, because it's quite easy from there to do business across the continent and with many incentives. Also, road connection between with West and Central Africa. Today there are more than 400 trucks daily coming from different African countries, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Niger, Mauritania, going through Morocco to Europe. So that means that there is a road which allows to go from Tangier until Dakar or Nouakchott or Niamey or Abidjan. And that's very important because connectivity is key in Africa, where we see that the cost of logistics and transport is a real nightmare. And the last point in this hub to the continent is in the south of Morocco, Dakhla, which is a real investment hub today to connect this Moroccan south to the rest of the continent. So there is a big project of Dakhla port, Dakhla Atlantic port, which will be dedicated to Africa, and also a lot of renewable energy with electricity connection between Mauritania and Morocco. So that's also important, and that's why Charlie was saying that in the main countries where it's interesting to invest today, countries that are hubs like Morocco, like South Africa, like Egypt, like Kenya and so on, are key in a decision of investment. Third point of my presentation is the investment landscape in Africa and the opportunities that Africa is giving today. Can we go to the next slide, please? So yes, Africa is growing, Africa is booming, and so everything that is said is real. And I think that it's more evident today during this crisis, because we see a real change after COVID. The real change is that many countries, the Western world, are looking at a change in their global supply chain because of this dependence to Asia. Asian companies also are seeking to be closer to their markets. And in that role, Africa is key, because Africa is in between, and those industrialized countries in Africa will really take advantage of this shift, because there will be the areas of relocalization of European companies, but also relocalization of Asian companies which are trying to be closer to their market. Also, very important thing that came from this crisis is all the African countries are looking for their industrial sovereignty, because COVID showed that we depend a lot to the imports, from the imports. And so many African countries are modifying their development plan to be sure that they have a strategy to have their own industries, and that's also great opportunities. Food security, you know, during COVID crisis, many countries were in shortage of food. Many of the countries who love jollof rice, but rice is coming, unfortunately, from Asia, and so jollof rice was something that was missing during this COVID crisis. By the way, jollof rice is Senegalese, not Nigerian, just to be sure that my Nigerian fans. So there is also a lot of opportunities in that area. Fourth point, digital Africa. Today, everybody agreed to say that Africa is the continent where innovation in digital is moving, booming, whatever you can say. We are seeing all these new African unicorns coming in the market. So there are a lot of opportunities in that area. And we are here in this Intra-African Trade Fair because all the countries are conscious today that we need to trade between Africans, because when the borders were closed, everybody was knocking at the neighborhood to be sure that they will have the good drugs, the good food, the good industrial products. And that makes sense now to really promote this intra-African trade. And by the way, Africa, free continental trade area, because that's where Africa will grow. So I know that you are here to stop me, but
I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you. I'm about as excited about the continent as you are, and I know we can talk about. But this is very, very interesting. I like what you when you started. You said about Charlie that a lot of people love to talk about Africa, about numbers, but Africa is more than the numbers. And I was quite astounded. He was talking about 3.7 growth and all those beautiful things. I was a bit worried about Morocco not being producing too many babies, but I think that's a different different subject for another day.
That's another subject. It's coming. So, we are working on it.
So I guess the question about numbers is there's an understanding, though, that that a lot of the perceptions that are shaped about the continent are informed by the numbers. So how do we use these numbers, whether positive or negatives, to reshape the image of the continent, to really position it for investment?
Yes, I think the numbers are important to showcase and to compare, because yes, when you say that Ethiopia is doing 10-11% growth, you say to an European who is struggling to do 0.7% growth, for sure the numbers is important. But when you say to Africans, oh, your global debt is 70% of your GDP, so you don't deserve more debt, I think that's not a good number, because why the US can borrow debts more than 100% of its GDP, and African countries, correct, we are saying they are indebted because they are at 70%. So it's clear, numbers are important, but we are not only numbers.
But we can't be shaped by the numbers. Exactly. That's a good point. Very fascinating insights in terms from a Moroccan perspective. I mean, you've done well in terms of Tanja, Med, for example, as some of the examples of how Morocco is doing very well. What can you perhaps share with us as a lesson for the rest of the African countries in terms of how Morocco, from a policy perspective, has been able to shape the policies to be able to position the country as strategically as it is right now? I mean, you spoke with aeronautical. I was astounded to hear that there's no aeronautical business in the world that does not come to Morocco for parts, the motor vehicle industry, the medical industry. What did Morocco do from a policy perspective?
I think there is many things that are very important. The first thing is the doing business environment, to be sure that we promote the private sector. And when I say we promote the private sector, first, Morocco worked on promoting its local private sector and creating local champions. I think that's very important. In our countries, it's not only a matter of attracting foreign FDIs. We need to create real champions in our countries and to promote the local investor, because the businessmen sometimes are frustrated because advantages are given to foreign investors, but we forget that the main investors are the local, and that's why it's key to really promote African champions. And I'm happy we part, I know that Paulo is in the room, of the Afro Champion Initiative, because Africa will grow when we will be sure that we have real African champions that can be able to partner with industrial. So when you see the car industry, yes, you have big players that came, that are the engines, like Renault, like Peugeot, Volkswagen now, and so on. But they found a real ecosystem of local industrial champions with which they can partner. And that's, I think, very important. First, you put in place all the framework to allow doing business. You promote your local champions, and then you help them to grow across the continent. And in the meanwhile, you bring in international investor. And when you see today, Morocco is the second investor in the continent, because they created those champions who were able to move across the continent and then to partner with others to grow together in the continent. So that, I think, it's something that is very important and we must have in mind.
A last very short question for me. You Senegalese, and you're in Morocco. Is this also another model in terms of how you, in this era now of AFCFTA, how you really need to source and work with talent from everywhere in the continent or collectively? How's that? What is your perspective on that? Or is that, am I overreading this?
No, I agree. I think it's something key. Today we are citizens of the world, so we need to build with all the talents, and there is a lot of talents across the continent. And I think that we are selling to all the world a global continent. We need to show that in the business. We need to show that also in our people, in our companies. That means that we need to have all these multicultural people moving across the continent and working across the continent. And it's a mess. We are promoting Africa continental free trade, and people are not signing the free movement of people agreement. So I think that we need really to be conscious that if we want to create this global market, want to go beyond borders, we need also people to feel themselves
to move around
the world. So that's why you ask me, I say, yes, I'm supposed to be Senegalese, but I'm
You're an African. You're an African first.
African first, exactly.
Abdou Diop, thank you so much. Please join me on stage. And following, I'm going to find you the most comfortable chair here. I think you're going to be much more comfortable here.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I'm going to ask Yofi Grant, who is the CEO of Ghana Investment Promotion Center, to join me on stage. Yofi, you and I are going to sit and chat here. I don't want to give you the mic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Yofi, you are the CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, but you're also the Vice President or Director of the World Association of Investment Promotion agencies. But I want to start our conversation perhaps more on a Ghanaian perspective. Your neighbor, Nigeria. Right. Your neighbor is Nigeria, and they feel they're the superpower of the continent, that all great ideas must be located there. You went and got Twitter to be located in Ghana for West Africa. That must be a major feat for the country. And what does it mean for Ghana in terms of showcasing Ghana as a place to locate a global business or a big business in the continent?
Thank you very much. First, thanks for this great platform. I think that Abdou Diop did put across some very, very important points that underlie even the answers I'm going to give. First of all, we must recognize the importance of the African market and the AfCFTA. Now, for Ghana, I think this vision began long ago, and we've always had the proud honor of being the first sub-Saharan African country to be independent. And that gave us some advantages, but we have to actually monetize those advantages. So in more recent times, we've seen that, well, yeah, maybe there's a bigger picture than just the politics. There's the economics, because no matter how political you are, if you can't feed your people, you can't create wealth for your people, you can't create opportunity for your people, then that gets to be very difficult. I mean, and I dare say that that recognition has pushed us to take certain dramatic reforms. And our current president clearly stated that Ghana should move beyond aid, etc. And the African continent was known for, financing its budget with aids and handouts from developed countries, when we are the most resource-rich continent. I'll just give you a few examples. 90% of the world's platinum supply is from Africa. 90% of the world's cobalt supply is from Africa. 75% of the world's coltan is from Africa, and you know the importance of coltan for Industry 4.0 in the future. 50% of the world's gold supply is from Africa. 67% of the manganese is from Africa. About 10% of the oil supply is from Africa. And 35% of uranium is from Africa. So potentially, this is a very wealthy continent, but the people are poor. We actually export our resources and raw materials and import the finished goods from those same resources. And that narrative must definitely change. And in Ghana's view, that is the way to go about it. So we have decided that we are going to reform our economy totally to move away from the export of raw materials and resources to value addition and productivity. But beyond that too, you need to clearly understand that business, it's all about business. If you look at the African continent, less than 500 companies are generating a turnover of $1 billion a year. And most of them are not even privately held. That means that we have the resources, but we are not monetizing the resources. So we need significant reforms to allow that to happen. And Abdul mentioned something very important. Developing local champions and local giants is critical. And as much as we go out to attract investments, we must do it in the frame of partnerships and linkages. And for me, if you look at the SDGs, which is the prescription of where every country's developmental strategy has a foundation, there are two key SDGs, SDG 1 and SDG 17, the first and the last. The first one is poverty elimination, and the last one is partnerships and linkages. And the AFCFTA gives us a clear roadmap to create those partnerships and linkages for wealth. So in Ghana, we've totally embraced it, and we are opening up. We have significant reforms, but we also pay attention to the numbers, as Abdul said.
So let's talk about the reforms then for a second, if you will. And I'll speak perhaps on the two areas where you're also wealthy, gold and cocoa. So what type of reforms are you, and you spoke about two things about that in terms of beneficiation, if you will. So what type of reforms is a country like Ghana, for example, championing from just those two particular areas?
Well, first of all, we are...
I'll tell you, every time I have Ghanaian chocolates, people say, bring me some Ghanaian chocolate. I said, there's not enough. There's not enough.
Indeed, yes. On a lighter note, recently I had something very interesting, that the key ingredient in Viagra comes from chocolate. So there you are. But
you should be the wealthiest country in this continent.
Soon make it. But you did mention, first of all, I think for us the most important agreement is that we are going to move away from aid to trade. And that is a clear signaling to your partners that, okay, these guys don't want freebies, they are ready to engage on an equal footing. So that's important. But there are problems, and I'll come to them in a minute. Secondly, also creating a business environment that is fair, is transparent to both the foreign direct investor and the indigenous investor. That's critical. But on the back of that is what Abdul said. You have to empower the local people such that they are not left behind. Because, of course, Africa is a little way behind on industrialization. So you need to, first of all, upgrade your education. And in Ghana, we sadly got into a free senior high school program to ensure that in the medium term, the minimum level of education for the average Ghanaian would be high school education. And we did see the maps from the Renaissance presentation that education is very key. So that is it. Then also we instituted a policy of industrialization called One District, One Factory. Now in Ghana we have 260 districts. So the policy was that at least each district should have some industrial or value addition enterprise. Can you imagine what that can do? 260 districts, and you must build at least one factory. You create jobs, you create opportunity, and you create wealth for the people who live there.
That's incredible.
So that is critical in elevating the local industrial, agenda. And clearly, we need to add value to our resources, and that is the best way to empower our youth, by creating opportunities for them to also become business people, by adding value to our resources. And you mentioned chocolate. Today, when you come to Ghana, you find quite a number of young people in artisanal chocolate production. That's the way to start. But we are going beyond that. We have bauxite. We've decided that we're not going to export the bauxite anymore. We need to have it into alumina and then into aluminium. We have iron ore and manganese, so we know that we can actually manufacture steel. Now, we want to do it there. We're not going to export the iron ore. We're not going to export the manganese. We have gold. But we're saying that now we would have to create our own gold standard and add value to the gold and refine it in Ghana before it goes out.
So when you're looking at investors, because which is the area that you are focused on primarily, when you're looking at investors coming into Ghana, and I'm not talking the intra-Africa ones, what is your one key requirement from them? Because as you know, with our Brand Africa survey that I've done for the last 10 years, 80% of the brands that Africans admire are non-African. So it means that 80% of what we consume in many ways is non-African. So which means they are probably more advantaged to take the opportunities in Africa. So what is the one requirement you are giving them to these investors when they come to Africa? Or to come to Ghana?
Yes. A clear roadmap of partnership. Partnership, equitable partnership. Such that, yes, you may bring your money, but you must also influence the local economy, help with technology transfer, ensure that the local economy is a partner to you, not just an exploitative market. So that's very important. And one of the key reforms we are actually going to pass through is to ensure that we use our incentives as a country much better. So for investors who come in, who enable us achieve the SDGs, which are primarily almost all of Africa's developmental goals. The foreign direct investor that comes in and partners with the Ghanaian is the one that we should give our incentives to. You can't have a company, foreign direct investor, come into a country to invest in lotteries and giving them incentives. That just doesn't make sense. But if they partner with a local person and they enable us achieve one of the 17 or a number of the 17 SDGs, whether it's good health, education, good homes, etc., then they can't get the incentives, because Africa loses a lot from incentives to attract foreign direct investment. And by the way, one of the positions that we've taken is that whilst reforms are important, very good, we should not, as a continent, go in a race for the bottom by trying to outdo each other with reforms.
Got it.
What we want to do is to create sustainable finance platforms that look at regional markets, because that will enable us attract the bigger players who look at regional markets, and you can partner with them and create the new wave of African millionaires and billionaires. That is critical. You can't have a continent that is the best of God's real estate and its people are poor.
Its people are poor. I just want to ask a quick question, that's probably the same question as well for you. What is the one requirement Morocco asks for of the investors who come into Morocco?
I think that one of the main requirements that Morocco asks to investors is to create value locally and create also local ecosystem. When you look at the car industry, the objective, when this big player arrived, the first one, the objective was to have 15% local content, but with a trajectory that will bring them to 65%. Now we have 65% of local contact. That means that we have developed a local industry through that, around that international investor. And when the second investor came, we begin with 40% of local content. So now the objective is to grow to 80%. So really create local value and work with local champions. That's very important.
Local content, local champions, and partnerships. Finally, final question to you. Is there an appetite for foreign direct investment or investors into Ghana?
Tebe, just before giving the floor, I wanted to say, just to complete, I had the chance to go to Ghana because I have also a second hat, which is I'm in charge of all the relation with Africa for the Moroccan business, the Moroccan private sector. And I went to Ghana during a King visit, and we had the chance to meet GIPC, and I was happy to receive Ghanaian chocolate with the logo of GIPC. And still I have one in my office because...
It hasn't melted?
I ate the one and I kept the other one just for example to show that, because many people when they come in conferences said, yes, Africa is producing cacao, but they have no African chocolate. So I show them the GIPC chocolate. I was saying that we need, I think also, and that's an area of investment, to partner between African countries, because you were talking about bauxite and aluminum. Yes, that's very great. We have a real policy to create a local industry. But when you look at the first export of Morocco is cars. The first import of Ghana is cars, but zero import of cars across the continent. Yep. Morocco is now in an objective next year to produce 1 million cars. The car body, the basis raw material for the car body is aluminium, and zero import of aluminium from Ghana. So we need to create complementary value chain. That means that Morocco car industry need to be real partnering with Ghanaian aluminium industry to be sure that we are using together products from Africa. And so we will move from perhaps 65% of local content from Morocco, but move to 85% of local content from Africa. And if in the same side, between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, across EVEA, you create a tire industry, you reinforce the integration. So I think that this is the chance that Africa Continental Free Trade Area gives us, because it's avoid customs. We need to really create complementarity value chain between African countries. And that's key, I think, for the development of the continent and for the industrialization of the continent.
wrap up in 1 second for me. Is there an appetite, and what are you doing with that?
There's a significant appetite. Let me just give you a little, I'll try to extend my 1 second to a minute. By 2050, Africa will be 1/4 of the world's population. Every fourth person will be an African. But the interesting thing is the demography of that number, because about 70% of that number will be below the ages of 35. That is a market just waiting to happen. And so what I would say, and unfortunately we don't have, this is the panel that I think the president should have been sitting to listen in. Because we need to focus on growing the continent, not just on the political, but the economic. And if we are going to be 1/4 of the world's population, that is a significant market that is going to drive the next wave of the world's growth. The returns on Africa are still very attractive. The opportunities are still here. We haven't extracted 1/4 of the potential that we have. And guess what? Even by then, Africa will still have 60% of the arable land left in the world. So what we need to do is to build the confidence that we can do it. We will do it, and we shall do it. And I think this is the time, this is Africa's time. I keep saying that 2020 ushered in Africa's decade.
We've been saying that for a long time.
You've been saying that for
And
more than 40 years.
we need to, yeah. Yofi Grant, thank you very much. Please, I want you to stay on stage. I want you to stay on stage. I'm going to ask Mark Edo to take a break and come to the second break. See, Mark, I see you still having fun there with some of the delegates.
Now, you know what's happened, Thebe? We started to get into a conversation. I thought started to get in a conversation about energy transition, Africa's energy transition. And I just forgot myself. We were just like, we were supposed to do it on stage, but then we started it off stage. Sorry, I've got my mask stuck here. And it just got so interesting that I just lost a sense of time and space. And so I have to share it. I have to share it with you. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go into how we made it sequence. I said that the format of this was a little bit more dynamic than the usual panels. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up two people physically to come and sit with you guys, and then we have one person virtually who's going to come in from Nigeria, I believe. So I'm going to call up the two people who are here in the room. The first is Miss Intra-African Mboji. She is the founder and chief executive officer of Cowrie Energy. Give her a round of applause, please. She came all the way to Durban to share insights with you. She was the one that distracted me, so that I wasn't on stage on time, but for good reason, because I'll show you in a moment. And then I'm going to call next Tebe, your friend, actually. I believe this is your friend, Lekau Sehoana, who is the CEO of Drip, which is a very interesting company which is into design and into the fashion industry and so on. He's going to tell us more, and you're going to interview him. So where is he? There he is. And he's a fashionable individual as well. Wonderful. Perfect. Thank you. Nice to see you. How are you?
Highly blessed.
Good. And then finally, virtually, we have with us, hopefully we can bring him up now. His name is Ramesh. Sorry, I've got my things wrong. Let me get this right. Ramesh D. Muchikal. Ramesh D. Muchikal is the group CEO, TGI Group in Nigeria, and he's going to be telling us about the opportunities in the agricultural value chain. So if we can get him, there you are. Can you hear us? How are you? Durban calling.
Edo, loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. Great you can join us. Okay, so this is your panel, and this is the How We Made It segment. So what we're going to be doing is looking at understanding leaders' backstories, if we have time for that, and also sort of their forward-looking vision about what we should do next. So we'll look a bit behind us and then look a bit ahead of us. Now I'm going to start with Madame Diaka Mboji. Diaka, you were the founder and chief executive of Cowrie Energy, and everyone who knows you were a big executive at Rolls-Royce for many, many years before you made the transition to go from the big machine, the mothership, to this tiny startup, really, and build your way in the energy sector. I've got a multitude of questions for you, but we don't have the time for that. So I'll sort of ask two questions in one. There's been a lot of talk about SMEs. And I'm fascinated about small and medium-sized enterprises, how they're going to connect to the African Continental Free Trade Area. They're often lost in the mix, but they are our future with a young continent. So my question is about them. How can renewable energy boost SMEs? That's my first question. And my second question is, instead of asking for your backstory, which I've just done a précis of, when we were standing over there taking pictures, I mumbled to you, wow, we look like some Marvel superhero group here. And then I said, what would your superpower be? And she said, I know that. My superpower is, and then they called us onto the stage. So I'm going to ask her, what is your superpower? So those are my two questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Really pleased to be here. First of all, I would like to say good morning to Durban in South Africa and thanking them for setting up a fantastic Intra-African fair trade, which is really important. As Mark said, work with Rolls-Royce before I found Inquiry, and there has been a lot of discussions from my previous valued speakers setting the scenes around electricity and how the continent can really harness the benefit of the free trade agreement, making Africa de facto the biggest free trade and market in the world with 1.2 billion consumers. We at Korea Energy, we are very much about how do we enable the small and medium-sized businesses in sub-Saharan Africa specifically to be able to harness those benefits by growing their GDP and growing their own profit. How do they do that? I think I won't repeat the numbers. Electricity is key. Right? So if you take sub-Saharan Africa, we have 48 countries, and they have to make ends meet with the installed capacity in terms of energy than Germany. Now, in Germany, you have roughly 89 million people versus 1.2 billion people. You can see here the gap that we are facing. We know that there is a lot of investment coming into the energy sectors, building capacity into the grid, but specifically what I would call the middle of the market. So the small and medium-sized enterprise, knowing that 80% roughly of African companies are small and medium-sized businesses, which create the jobs for the women and the youth, are today not able to really grow to their full potential because they are hampered by the lack of energy and by the lack of electricity. So that's really where we focus, to make sure that we give them lowest cost of energy possible to generate and create value. And I know Ramesh will shortly talk about agriculture. And, you know, more than 70–80% of the people are in agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa. And we are not, as a continent today, able to really reap the benefit of that because the agriculture is not yet mechanized, is not electrified. So coming here today in the bus, I've met a nice lady. She's into honey production.
Yes.
And she was, raising the same point. How do we improve? We can't because we're hampered by electricity. We see that decentralized renewable energy, smaller size energy system at the point of use are the way forward in terms of adding to the energy mix and supporting small and medium-sized businesses, and also really important, the communities that they serve. We forgot about the communities often in this energy transition. We still have 600 million people which are completely unserved, and these are the customers of the future, so we need to start catering for them today.
I'm going to park the superhero question for the end, but you mentioned energy transition, and I want to know your opinion about Africa's energy transition, something, of course, that has come up a lot in IATF 2021. We've just had COP26 in Glasgow, and from my perspective, and I've heard this a lot in a lot of the panels, Africa should be dictating Africa's energy transition. We saw actually the NNPC, the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, sign a $1 billion deal right here on this desk, just to the right of me, for more exploration in oil. Just like that, I've heard from a lot of people that the problem with the energy transition, the global energy transition, is not that Africa should go green, Africa could go clean. No one's disputing that. But the fact is that Africa's economic and social development should not be hindered because of this energy transition. We're in too much of a precarious situation for our generations and the generations of our children. The other thing that comes to mind is that as we are going green and oil companies are making these pledges for zero carbon pledges, and in 50 years they won't be drilling anymore and there are no new projects, so it's happening. The investment for clean energy is not coming into Africa. I saw the figures of where the percentage of investment in clean energy technology and R&D, and almost all of it is going elsewhere. It's going to the West, and to a lesser degree it's going to Asia, but it's not coming to Africa. I drive around places like Norway, I drive around places like England, and I see wind farms everywhere. I drive around Nigeria, I don't see wind farms. So, I mean, the thing is that our children will be buying energy from their children. And that's what worries me about it. So Africa has to dictate Africa's energy transition. How do you feel? You're right in the middle of that.
That's a really important question, Mark, and thank you for that. I think one must first set the scene that Africa is a continent that suffers most from climate change. So there is no doubt and no discussion about we all have to contribute fighting climate change and transitioning. The key word here is about transitioning, right? So we will not achieve 1.5 degree if 1.2 billion people are not included. So to transitioning, we have to add inclusion. And how do you do inclusion? To make sure people have the right energy mix. Right? We have here great assets in terms of natural resource that Yofi have already outlined. Natural gas, for example, and other resources are extremely important. When we talk about climate change and energy transition, we always think about energy power, as I just mentioned earlier with powering the small companies, but also clean cooking is really important. Mm-hmm. And we need the gas to move away from, the impact on deforestation and using wood and charcoal for cooking, and we're seeing an increase in that. So I think it is really important that we, as African and also the African Union and the AFCTA Secretariat, really continue to raise the voice of Africa in terms of defining the right energy mix. We've seen great progress in some countries, clearly having a program in the past saying we're going to go 30-30-30 renewable and the remaining leveraging the existing resource, because I think it was Charlie who said that previously, the key to development is industrialization. I think history has shown that not only in the developed world but also in Africa here, and for that we need a tremendous amount of power. And renewable for the intermittency of the source absolutely are a great addition, and we would need them more and more, but we need to balance them with other energy sources.
That's great. Now, I'm going to come back to you, but I'm going to go over to Ramesh Muchikal, Group CEO of TGI Group in Nigeria. They're doing a lot of things in Nigeria in the agricultural value chain. And in fact, Ramesh has quite a pedigree when it comes to this, because he worked at Olam International for 27 years. So he knows his onions. Get it? Do you see what I did there? Okay. Anyway, okay. Ramesh, where in the agri-value chain do you see the opportunities, and where you're focusing over there? Where are you focusing your efforts in your business?
Thank you, Edo, for the opportunity. I must start by saying that, my family lives in Durban, but I'm calling you in from Lome, but that's Call of Duty. And Lome is as beautiful as it always was. Having said that, in my 30 years of being associated with agri and food processing, I've come to realize that a critical part of what Africans have to do and what all of us have to contribute to is to building food sufficiency. And while we have talked about this, it's a much thrashed topic forever, and I will not get into the farming part of it. What I'm trying to suggest is that we as food processors have to focus on local ingredients to be processed locally for local tastes. A large part of our food habits are defined by what our colonial masters taught us. So eating white bread made by wheat, bulk of which is imported. Eating white rice, the way it's manufactured by the Asians, and now suits our taste because we have got used to it over the last 30, 40 years of importation. We have to change these things. If we continue to remain to be dependent on these kind of foods, our balance sheet is not going to change. I think there is a lot of scope for us to and the other thing is that let's not try and compete to farm as competitively as some of these guys do the farming of, let's say, rice and wheat, for example, because they've mastered their art over the last 30, 40, 50 years. So it's a long catch-up game. Simply saying that we got 60% of the cropland in the world is not the answer. To learn to convert that cropland into crop is a huge uphill task, and it'll take us a very long time. We can't afford to wait that time. We can't afford to pay that price. I think the big opportunity for us as Africans is to discover the local crops that can be processed locally for local taste. After that comes to the whole trick, and which is where really a large part of the value lies. of being able to take that food in a packaged manner, multiple SKUs, and distribute it at the right price, at the right place, with minimal wastage to the vast population that is waiting for the food, right? We can't produce food at the scale, size, and cost at which it's done in Europe. So those comparisons, in my view, are meaningless. We have to do it for the Africans in Africa the way Africans want it. Else we are not going to win this battle. Does that make some sense, Edo?
Yes, Ramesh, this begs the question, from your vantage point, what does the AFCFTA seem to offer to you?
Look, in principle, the opportunity the AFCFTA offers is significant. My concern will, of course, remain that the significantly more industrialized countries like Morocco, etc., will dominate a large. There'll be a different kind of colonization that will happen. Will it benefit the continent? Definitely. Will there be more employment? Will there be more activity? Will there be more intra-Africa trade that we have spoken about for so long? For sure there will be. We all but have to sign up to the fact that we will have to treat the AFCFTA as a holy mantra and exercise it exactly in the spirit in which it is signed. We cannot differentiate, because even in our current trade blocks, SADC or ECOWAS or wherever, there are equal partners and there are unequal partners. That mentality will have to change. So let's get that ironing out of the spirit done so that all of us sign in equally to the same document. After which, it's a free war. Whoever is the most worthy, whoever is the most efficient shall win. But that is the rule of the market. And all of us have to up our game to get as good as the most efficient one to really be able to service our markets. So there's no doubt about the market size. There's no doubt about the opportunity size. I don't think all these, well talked about topics are in discussion. Really, we have to focus on how will we get it done and by when will we get it done.
We have to up our game, but someone who's on top of their game is Lekau Sehoana. He is the CEO of Drip, and he's going to represent the fashion industry. He's also a friend of Tebe's. And so I'm going to hand over the mantle, the floor. I know I'm mispronouncing his name. I apologize. But you tried to say a Yoruba name, and I think we'll be in the same situation. So without much ado, go ahead. I think you can ask your friend the questions.
He's one of my 1.3 billion friends.
1.8 billion friends.
1.3 billion are in the continent.
1.8 billion and one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. Look, welcome to Durban, and you've done fantastic. I think what's interesting about your story is you started a footwear brand, Drip, a sneaker, in a very competitive category. But actually, I want to forget that. I want to focus on the growth part. When everybody else was closing down during COVID, you opened up your own retail chain of what, about 15, 20 shops, all during COVID. That's phenomenal. I mean, what would you say is the secret to the success during the time when it's supposed to be not successful?
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for the platform and for the invitation. While I'm busy sitting there, and then I also get a WhatsApp that from the NSBC Africa Small Business Awards, we are 2021 National Small Business Champion. Speaking of creating champions, thank you. Speaking of creating local champions in the communities, So, Drip is a story of inspiration. It's a story of a young black boy who grew up without anything and then saw an opportunity in not having shoes and he created his own shoes. But did not just want to feed his own stomach, but wanted to actually create a business, that can actually allow him to sit in platforms like this and share inspiration and also learn. So yeah, during COVID, we're able to actually open 18 stores. We're currently building 2 to be opened by December. So it's 20 stores. And for us was just spotting an opportunities. Shopping centers were actually having problems in terms of tenants leaving, not being able to pay for rentals. But here is Lekau Sehoana, who's sitting at home under a lockdown and everyone was just online, and I started promoting the brand, started selling online, and as soon as they actually opened for clothing and shopping centers to actually open, and then I started, interacting with the shopping center owners. I didn't go to the center management. I started interacting with the owners and said, I'm a businessman. I also want to open a store there. Our sneakers are very colorful, so they mean happiness. So I just want to approach the centers with happiness and say, I want to bring back happiness to these shopping centers in terms of sneakers. And so, yeah, one store led to 20 more in a space of at least 2 years. So, yeah.
But what's so interesting is that a lot of the big brands, the Nikes, where I used to be the CMO for a long time, and the others, the Adidas and all those, they generally will have fewer own stores and distribute through a lot more. And I'm probably building on your office earlier comment in terms of what motivated you to say, well, I'm going to control my entire distribution or my value chain from production all the way to the shopping bag?
When you start from the bottom and then you start from zero, you can't print too many proposals and go and knocking into these big retailers and say, I have a design, I just want to sell through your distribution. You have to build it on your own. You have to sit down and say, I don't have anyone, and what I can do right now just to create my own channels, So that is what we did. Right now we have all of them knocking on our doors and say, we actually like the product we want to sell for you. And then we have the power to say, no, So our own aim was just to create our own form of distribution. We also have a logistics side right now. We own the cars that actually distribute from the online sales. So just to be able to control how and when a product gets to a customer. You know what I mean? So we are involved, and then we're in charge in terms of all the distribution because of that.
So you're obviously clearly not afraid of risks, because to a lot of people will say, let us spread the risk a little bit, let's give somebody else distribution and all those. But then having said so, you failed 10 times before you arrived here. Would you say that having 10 failed businesses prepared you to face this risk bolder?
Yeah, absolutely. For 16 years of my life, I've done everything. Shisanyamas, cash for scraps. I've done so many businesses that failed, dismally so. And I've never sat down and said, let me just go look for a job or something like that. I kept on trying, because they say you only have to be right once, and I was. So, and then by being right at that particular time, I had to look back from the past 16 years of all the failed businesses and borrow from all the lessons that I actually learned, and then came and applied the systems here. We are at 150 employees in 2 years, 20 stores, only one product. It tells you something that I have so much wisdom from what I've actually went through in terms of failed businesses.
So this platform today is about Intra-Africa. It's about really opening up borders and getting businesses, brands, products across and working with others. What is your plan in terms of, because right now you're still South Africa dominant or South Africa dominant. Do you have any big plans of moving into other countries, or is it just going to be a South African brand?
Absolutely. We have to grow beyond the borders. When we check our back end of our online stores, we can see that we have so much interest from the rest of Africa. Botswana, SADC, and Ghana, Nigeria. I'm sure a lot of people saw me. I was with Coach Pitso Msiman just the other day. So Egypt as well. So we have so much interest from the rest of Africa and the rest of the world, and there are so many plans at the background that we're actually doing in trying to actually distribute to the rest of Africa.
Yofi, from an investment promotion in terms of entrepreneurs, SMMEs, looking at SMMEs, would you say, are you seeing a lot of this happening in your area?
Yes, indeed, we are. We are seeing small players come to the market with innovation, creativity, especially in the techno space, where a lot of young people are bringing solutions to our unique problems, creating apps for telephones, creating apps for bigger use. And I think that is where a lot of our governments should play a good role. Just yesterday, our finance minister read the budget, and one of the new initiatives is a program called You Start. You Start is a youth empowerment program where government is now actually going to put money behind entrepreneurs, create the incubation, and see them right through the value chain of their business, from the education, from the technical empowerment to the marketing. And I believe that the more we see of drip on the continent, the more the chances of this continent growing wealth. It has to be a partnership. You know something, I mean, right now, Africa is disadvantaged in one major way. Despite our risk, the African risk being better than, especially, interest and borrowing risk being better than Asia and some parts of, the world, Latin America, etc. Everybody wants to lend to the continent at a premium because of a certain mindset which is totally erroneous. I mean, here's a wonderful story that 10 years from today, everybody will be comparing to Bill Gates or Apple or Nike.
From your mouth?
To the God's ears. I believe it will happen. I mean, I'm looking at these shoes and I'm saying that, gosh, I wish I could just rip off these sneakers from you because, and take them home. But that is what truly the continent needs, empowering our people. And I said the future and the currency of this continent for the future is the youth, the young people. I mean, you are a great inspiration to many, and his story shouldn't just be told in South Africa. It should be told across the continent so that people are empowered. That this can actually happening, it is happening, and we should take advantage of it. If I can get him to make me shoes like this, why do I need to go get Nikes?
Indeed, indeed. Ndelke, I mean, from Rolls-Royce to your own business, this man has failed 10 times. You must be looking forward to 9 more times. Or is it, do we not necessarily all have to go, we don't all necessarily have to go the same route, do we?
No, I think you're right there. For business to succeed, you need different angle. You need the innovation, the creativity from the young entrepreneurs coming in. And if I look at energy sector, or in general, any sector as well, the industrial point of view, because to grow to scale, and particularly what we need in sub-Saharan Africa, is to scale the system that we do so that we can have more private investment coming in. And to be able to scale, you have to have an industrial view of things like Morocco did, with the automotive or with aerospace. Now we need to leverage and do the same thing in the energy sector, particularly in the decentralized rural energy sector, where we are not seeing the private investment coming in. So my experience in Rolls-Royce helped me really to look at that into the value chain and say, where do we bring expertise and how do we help working with other parties or the local energy producers, because they are fantastic people in the continent doing already that energy transition and helping the businesses and the communities. How do we structure this in terms of an industrial point of view so that we can give securities and comfort to the investors that can say, okay, this is an industry that can scale, and with scale you can bring the investment in. That is really important.
Gentlemen, Ndiaka gets paid thousands of dollars an hour for her advice to energy investors, right? But we've got her on the stage for free.
I know.
So let's kind of ask her basically what her best bit of advice to investors in Africa's energy sector would be.
I hope this is in record, right? So next time I go to someone, I say, look, I have to take thousands of dollars.
Just
right?
tell
Mark
them
said it, so just
just tell them to call me,
right?
and I'll say, oh, she's
I have
thousands of
witnesses
dollars.
in the room. I think what Likoa says is really important. When you start a new industry in a new sector, you need to be patient, right? 16 years in the making, and now it is in its way on. And when we look at energy, it's the same. In sub-Saharan Africa, we have terawatt need of energy. Half of those will come from the decentralized energy system. This is a really young industry. You have to be patient in that industry. But then if you look at the market as a whole, the reward at the end of the day with this patience is tremendous. So that is really important as investors coming into the market to bring that patience and also to shape the industry, because this is about working together. So that's why I like the superhero question, because if you see the superhero movies, they're all different, but they come together, to deliver something bigger than themselves. And then structuring the energy industry, and I'm looking at Ramesh here, particularly to support agriculture and agri-tech is really important, and it's all about patience. You need to plant the seed and see that flourish.
You mentioned Ramesh, actually. I've got two last very quick questions. I'm going to combine them together for you, Ramesh, because I think we're running out of time. We talk about a $1 trillion opportunity in agriculture in Africa, and that it will grow from something like $300 billion. That's a lofty ideal, possible, but how do we get there by, I think it's 2030 is the year I keep hearing. How do we make it happen? And also from your own personal perspective, from TGI's perspective, what are some of the challenges and opportunities in investing more in this age, and also to get us there, in this space, I suppose?
Right. Let's talk about the 1 trillion opportunity first. Obviously, I remember this report very clearly, 2008, McKinsey, something about the lions are free, etc. The real challenge in agriculture in Africa really is about yield. Is the same land with the same water producing as much as it can? Because the unfortunate truth for all of us is that man is producing babies, God is not producing land. We have to find a way to make the land pay a lot more than it currently is. And we are at the bottom end of productivity as far as world farming is concerned. So I'll give you an example. We are currently producing, Africa as a whole, okay? We are currently producing at about 21% of our potential. The Southeast Asians are producing at about 80 to 85%. There are two ways we can look at it. We can lament and say, we are stuck in this hole. The flip side really is that the headroom for growth in farming practices is the best in Africa. That is a pitch I use to convince my investors to put money in farming in Africa, because here is where really the headroom is, as long as we get the practices right. To get to that 1 trillion answer that you're looking for, we first need to solve for the right kind of seed. Then we need to ensure that the right kind of inputs and products that make agriculture more robust are reached to the farmer. If we are able to put these two together, couple that with good agricultural practices, which I think is not difficult to put in place in terms of, and there are multiple good examples of that already happening on the continent, we can first improve the yields. To give you some very basic numbers, paddy production across the world average is 4.5 tons per hectare. Sub-Saharan Africa produces at 2.2 tons per hectare. So we are at that level of inefficiency. If we cover that gap, we're already going to be doubling or tripling our output. So that is step number one. We are going to make our farmer richer. We're going to make farming, forgive the use of the word, more sexy for the farmer to remain engaged. That is step number one. Step number two is, once we have achieved that, we need to go to high value crops so that the output is more valuable for the farmer and the continent. The third thing is we have to add more value here so that we create employment and we create more invested commitment into the continent. All these three will transform our current agricultural output, the value it creates, the employment it creates, and the overall value that we trap on the continent.
Thank you very much. We've still got a few minutes. Tebe, do you want to step in at all?
I probably will just wrap up with one question to Abdu. Abdu, I think Yofi spoke about what we call the youth dividend in the continent. That's by 2050, 65% or 70% will be under the age of 30, roughly. What from your end, perhaps you can speak Pan-Africa or you can speak Northwest Africa. What from your end should our governments or government be doing right now to invest in this future youth, if you will?
Thank you for this question. I think that today, yes, again, we come to numbers. This youth dividend can be also a youth crisis if we don't do anything. That means that these 1.5 billion under 30, we need to give them job, we need to give them revenue, we need to give them means to grow. So that's why we need really to industrialize the continent. We need to help the continent grow, and that's why I'm happy to see African champions, and I think that Leko, you need to show your shoes, because you have
to show your shoes, Lekao. Did you
wear
see the shoes?
your own brand. That's very important.
Can you take it off? I can't see it. Can you take it off? Take it off, and then so the camera can see it. Check that out. Can we get a close-up of that shoe? Look at that. Look, come on.
So that means that
that is pretty cool.
Africa is really full of resources. You're very young. Jarka also is young. They are innovating, creating, investing. We just need to have a real environment to express this opportunity, and also to give incentives to these African champions. Yes, you can grow across the continent, but why we see that the Turkish government is helping Turkish companies to grow all around the world, even SMEs, and why we are not helping our own champions to grow across the continent? That means that we can have stores that aggregate. You are producing shoes, perhaps others are producing sportswear and so on. We can aggregate this in African brand shops across your Africa brand initiative. So I think that we need to educate, to industrialize, to gain food security, so to bring energy to the countries, and all this put together will allow to give jobs. And we need also to make sure that this Africa continental free trade area happens, because sometimes we have many countries that are a little bit conservative. They sign today, but another day they close their borders. So we need really to implement this Africa continental free trade area. Sometimes people say, you're crazy, you think that it will happen. Say, we need to make it happen. We have no choice. And we need to transform this continent. I agree when Yofi says the 2020s are the decade of the continent. If we don't do it, no chance it happens. And it's time today to do it. It's time today for Africa, and we need to be conscious that we all have a role in it. The youth who is thinking, creating, innovative, the elders who need help to create the environment, and we who are in stage to really promote this and continue to advocate, to be sure that those who are in politics, who are head of states, will put the good policy. And I think that the crisis gave us the opportunity and showed us the way. Because, yes, there was a shortage of drugs, shortage of food, shortage of transportation, shortage of cargo, because we didn't prepare it. We were not prepared for that. Shortage of vaccine, shortage of everything. So today, we need to put all of us together and see how to transform this continent. And it's the decade, and we will not have another chance. And I think it's our responsibility of us all.
Thank you. Now, I think we're really talking about harnessing our power and our collective partnerships and our power, our superpower, so to speak. And at the beginning, I was asking you what your superpower was. And you think about Lekau, I guess his superpower would be to dazzle people with shapes and colors. Mine would be probably to sort of to stun them with my sonic boom. What would your superpower be? Everybody, look at that. Everybody really wants to know.
They're waiting for
so
this.
Go on, we've been waiting for this.
My superpower, I mean, it's really simple. It's to be and continuing to be an African woman, because African women are the one who hold the economy. They do fantastic things day in and day out, you know, and it has to be recognized. That's the reality. We are here, I'm sitting here today because of the combined power of so many African women, not only my family, but the wider community. And I see many entrepreneurs here in the room, which are women, and we know that more than 50% of small-led businesses are women-led. So we need to raise that and, you know, recognize where they stand. So the biggest superpower is being an African woman. It is time that we show it, own it, wear it, and drive it.
And Tebe and I want to ask this powerful African woman to stand, and all of you men to stand, and for all of you people to give them a round of applause, please. A fantastic first panel. Thank you. So as they exit stage left for them, I'm just going to tell you that apparently we have morning refreshments, I believe, unless that's changed. We can take a break, get some coffee, tea, make some new friends, and be back here to Think Tourism. That's happening, I believe, at 12 o'clock or so. So we have about 25 minutes to take a break, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes. Thank you.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Just to clarify, this session is for Think Greek. So just to be sure that you are in the right place. I know that it's a Think Tourism session also holding concurrently. So just so you know, the session that should start in about 10 minutes is for agriculture. Thank you.
Is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair. Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
African trade fair.
Welcome back from our short refreshment break. Now we're going to continue. We've got two parallel sessions today, and we're thinking about two things. We've got one called Think Tech and one called Think Tourism, and one called Think Agriculture. Think Tourism and Think Agriculture. Think Tourism is happening next door in room 6A. That's the parallel session room, the one that looks quite tropical when you go inside. And that's being hosted or moderated by Eleni Giokas, the CNN anchor. But over here on the main stage, we're thinking agriculture, and moderating that is Wale Famurewu, who is the anchor at CNBC. Anybody that's been here for a few days now has seen him anchor a number of really interesting panels. This one is no different. Please welcome Wale to the stage.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to have you all here as we think agriculture. I mean, no doubt, agriculture is a big deal in Africa, and so much has been said about the potential on the continent. So this hopefully should be a very engaging and informative 90 minutes or so, and we're going to get started right away. So just to give you some context in terms of what we should be getting through over the next 90 minutes or so, we're going to be obviously engaging investors, entrepreneurs, policymakers in the space in a panel session. But before that, I'm going to bring up two projects that are essentially going to showcase the potential of what's possible here in Africa. We have one that tells the story from South Africa, and then another one from Zambia. And then also we have the pleasure of the Regional Director for Africa at Dalberg. She will also be delivering some special insight, expert insight into the conversation around the opportunities, the challenges, relating to agriculture here in Africa. So hopefully, at the end of it all, we should all be very, very usefully informed and be ready to make the most of the opportunity here in Africa. So without further ado, because we have quite a lot to get through, I'm going to now invite to deliver the first presentation. It is a project and I will allow her to say more about it. But please welcome from Honeybee Project, Ms. Mems Ramaila. Your hands together, please, as she steps forward. As you can see, she has some props here, but I'm going to hand it over to her now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Dumelang Jambo. My name is Mems Ramaila. I am founder, Be African. And the theme, Think Agriculture, resonates very well with food production necessarily, in the sense that Albert Einstein warned us many decades ago that if the last bee dies today, it will take humanity 4 years to collapse, so to speak. So back to Be African. At Be African, we are basically about 3 major goals. The first goal is what I call rewilding. Now, what is rewilding, you may ask yourself. So rewilding is all about bringing back the wild into our communities. And what is this wild? The wild is nothing else for me except the bees. So the second goal is regreening. So by regreening, we basically are referring to bringing back the greenery in our homesteads as Africans. And by greenery, I mean indigenous plants, indigenous food, indigenous trees, and indigenous herbs. For we all know that without vegetation, there's no bees. So we need vegetation in order for the bees to produce the most beautiful natural product there is in a form of honey. So the next goal is restoring dignity amongst the poorest of the poor. And how do we go about this? We go about this through our community development program, our beekeeping community development program, where we integrate, or where we plan to integrate 10,000 rural women and youth into the beekeeping sector, into the mainstream beekeeping sector by 2025. And to that end, we really are about industrialization, and in this particular instance, industrialization speaks to the manufacturing of production inputs for beekeeping. In this sense, we recently have put up a workshop where we are manufacturing our own beehives. It is important that I spend a bit of time on the manufacturing of these beehives, because if you look at beekeeping across our continent, what we have found is that most of the beekeepers in other parts of the continent still utilize what we call traditional beekeeping methods, which boil down to using logs of trees for keeping the bees. Now, the disadvantages about using tree logs for beekeeping is that it robs us of the very regreening that we are about. So hence, we are now in a position to see to the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement by virtue of trading, within the region, trading beehives, necessarily, but also trading honey with, as I said, with various countries on the continent. And the second pillar that Be African stands on, it's infrastructure development. It's interesting for me that when I went through the project book for Intra-Africa Trade Fair, I came across a honey processing facility project in Zambia. So it's quite essential and critical that we need to have appropriate infrastructure in order to ensure that we produce, as Africans, we produce honey that meet international standards if we are to export our honey to the global market. So the third pillar is intra-Africa trade and intra-Africa and global trade, and I've already alluded to that. The fourth pillar is very, very close to my heart, and that's climate justice. So at Be African of late, we've started to talk about bees for climate justice. For the simple reason that, as I mentioned earlier, without vegetation, we do not have bees. And yet we know the significance of trees, of forest, with regard to climate mitigation. We do know that trees sink carbon emissions. And for that reason, we have embarked on a new program that speaks to community plant nurseries. So the idea behind it is to ensure that in our communities across Africa, we grow plants, we grow trees. And there's multiple benefits for growing plants, in the sense that these plants, most of these plants, serve as windbreakers, given this climate change that everyone is talking about. So if we plant these trees, if we put them right across our boundaries, our perimeters, they really help with that. Now, I would like to showcase our honey product. We have pure and natural honey, and I also need to emphasize that we've got specialty honey as well. Now, what is specialty honey, you may ask? So specialty honey is basically your single nectar source honey. In this particular instance, I'm offering you the macadamia honey, and on the one hand. And on the other hand, we were quite innovative last year. We worked with a professor in Zambia and a naturopath, and we came up with this innovative product, which is a honey-based immune booster, which strengthens your immunity against viral diseases. As we know that honey has medicinal properties. And this tiny jar contains honey from South Sudan, from Juba. As I mentioned, that we're already in that space where we're trading across the continent. So in a nutshell, that's who we really are, and I really, really need to emphasize that there are various value chain verticals in the beekeeping industry. So already I spoke about the production inputs, and you also have cosmetics, from beeswax. You could also make candles from beeswax. And what more in this era that we're living in, where we all have challenges with power, with energy. And we also have another product that speaks to apitourism, or beekeeping tourism, if you like. So through this initiative, or through this particular pillar of our company, we aim to bolster the tourism industry through people like yourselves coming out and having an experience with the bee bars in their natural habitat. Thank you so much. I don't know if there are any questions that you have.
Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much for the insights. And as she mentioned, does anyone in the room have any question for her? If you do, please just signify by raising up your hands. From this story, you may want to ask 1 or 2 questions. But otherwise, we'll take more questions later on.
All right.
But thank you very much. Please,
Okay.
again,
You're
a
most
round of
welcome.
applause for MEMS. All right, so next we would be going to Zambia to hear from the Acting Director General of the Zambia Development Agency, and he'll be telling us a lot more about how they are tackling this whole agriculture opportunity in that country. So please welcome Mr. Albert Halwampa as he steps forward. A round of applause for him, please. Again, if you do have, right after his presentations, you have an opportunity to ask maybe 1 or 2 questions before we proceed with the rest of the program.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are we hungry? But we are talking about agriculture, so you don't have to be hungry anyway. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present at the IATIF on agriculture, thinking agriculture. In my country, Zambia, I'm sure most of you know Zambia, where it is and who Zambia is. But I'll tell you one thing, that everywhere you travel in the country, the farmers, actually the Zambia National Farmers Union, they have put posters around as you move from town to town. And on those billboards, they simply ask one question: have you eaten today? Then they say it's because of the farmers, because of agriculture. So we are discussing a very, very important topic this afternoon. I believe that the whole of Africa, our best comparative advantage is in agriculture and agro-processing. I know we have abundance of mineral resources, which in most cases we've failed to develop value chains. We export them in their raw form without actually adding any value, exporting jobs, exporting wealth to developed countries. Those raw materials come back to Africa maybe 10 more times in terms of price. But the low-hanging fruits are in agriculture. Now, let me tell you briefly about Zambia. Zambia is one of the most peaceful countries in the world, not Africa, in the world. For 5 successful election transitions, we have been democratic, we've been following the rule of law, creating the best environment for you to come and invest in Zambia, to come and pump in your money, to create jobs, partner, venture with Zambians and anybody else, whether within Africa or outside Africa. So Zambia has vast land. I know I have to be careful when I say vast land in case Nigeria is in the room, because they'll simply do mathematics and divide how many times Zambia goes into Nigeria. But, we have 750,000 square kilometers of land. And so far, we have only managed to use about 30% of that land, okay? Meaning that there are still huge opportunities for investors from within Africa to come and invest. And also Zambia, the advantage why you should come to Zambia is that we are surrounded by 8 countries. We are one of the few countries in the world with 8 neighboring countries. That tells you that we have a huge market. Huge market. So within the context of the ACFTA, if you invest in Zambia, you can expand your investment, not just for the Zambian market, but the surrounding neighbors. We also add Burundi and Rwanda as the 9th neighbors. So you can imagine the amount of market, the amount of opportunities that you have. And also in Zambia, we don't control foreign exchange. You make your money, and you can take it out of Zambia any time of the day, zero control whatsoever, nothing. Very few countries like Zambia. So we encourage you to come into Zambia, and depending on the amounts that you invest, we'll be able to give you incentives, whether it's tax holidays or non-fiscal incentives or fiscal incentives. So basically here, I just want to pitch up on 4 projects briefly. The mango project, we have a lot of mangoes. I'm sure not just Zambia. Yeah, traditional mangoes. I know people tell you traditional mangoes, they've got a lot of fiber. You know, you can't do anything about them. You need to plant exotic. But the same traditional mangoes, when you have the rain season, like in most countries, you find a lot of mangoes go to waste, okay? A lot of mangoes go to waste. So we have an opportunity here to invest in Zambia, to be able to process these mangoes, to make pulp out of these mangoes, to make juice out of these mangoes. We have projected that you could spend about $5 million in the mango project with a payback period of around 5 years, with an internal return of about 13%, margins of about 26%. We believe this is a good project. You can come to Zambia, invest in that sector. The Zambian government has prioritized the agriculture sector. And once you invest in the mango processing, you should be able to actually have traction in terms of incentives. The other project is the cashew nuts. You know that cashew nuts could actually fetch more than the copper. By the way, we are the 4th largest copper producing country in the world. And we've been struggling, you know, as a country to make sure that we develop the non-traditional exports away from copper. But from 1964, the ratio of copper exports to non-copper exports has always remained 70% versus 30%. It tells you a story. I don't want to go into the nitty-gritty, but talking about the cash project, we have an area we call Western Province in Zambia. We have land of over 30,000 hectares where we could actually invest in the cashew nuts themselves. You could, you know, invest in roasting and also the final product of the cashew nuts. We believe that this project is viable. Also around $5 million in terms of investment, with around 13% of internal rate of return, almost similar payback period as the mango project. So we believe that you'll have the advantage of doing outgrower schemes. You'll be able to project in that province, in Western Province of Zambia. The land is suitable, the environment is suitable. We believe that with outgrower schemes, we should be able to aggregate and export into the ACFTA market, whether it's in the COMESA or the SADC region and the ACFTA. We believe that this is a good project for you to actually invest in. We also have the tomato project. I don't know about most of the countries, but you know, during rain season again, you find there's a lot of tomatoes. If there's a product that has got mystic prices, you know, it can be maybe $100 in one season per box. The other season, it will be only $5. It's so unpredictable. But you find that there's so much tomato going to waste without, you know, value addition in tomato processing. If you go into Mozambique, I went into ShopRite in Mozambique, and I found that the quality of tomatoes was so shocking. But then I was saying, in Zambia, we've got so much tomato which we can export into Mozambique, whether raw or value added, okay? So here's another opportunity in Zambia to invest in tomato processing. I'm sure we all know the value chain for the tomatoes, whether you do chili tomato paste or normal, ordinary, you know, tomato paste. So these are vast opportunities that you find in Zambia. We have almost in every province, the government has allocated 1 million hectares of land. whereby we are inviting investors to come and invest in all these 10 provinces of Zambia. Think of 1 million hectares. The government is going to provide infrastructure, power lines, roads, and other facilities, just to ensure that as an investor, you can go into those farming blocks to be able to grow and process for exports. Again, this agro-process area attracts incentives. You could get non-fiscal incentives where we provide permits, we arrange for immigration permits for you, investors permits, we arrange other high-level meetings and so on and so forth. And then the fiscal incentives will include accelerated depreciation. Those of you who are accountants who know what that means. It's always confusing, so I will not bother to explain it. But also, when you import equipment in terms of plant and machinery, you import free of duty, to be zero duty into your factory. So these are opportunities to create jobs, to create wealth within the African context. So we invite you to come to Zambia. Best honey around, it's organic honey. I think it's one of the low-hanging fruits where you can come in and invest and be able to access these incentives. The rate of return also very promising. The investment amounts around 5 million, thereabout. So I believe that within the African context, you can come together as Africans, whether partnering with Zambians or partnering with whoever, in terms of injecting capital into these projects, and come to Zambia and set up. And when you invest over $10 million in Zambia, we'll sign the investment promotion and protection agreement. So whichever government will come, they will not nationalize your projects or your investments. So you'll be very safe, okay? So come to Zambia. We are ripe for investment. The environment is very perfect. And we'll support you all the way as the Zambia Development Agency, as an agency that promotes trade and investment. So thank you so much. If there are any questions, you can...
Thank you very much. So a very strong pitch to investors to come to Zambia. Zambia is clearly open for business with respect to agriculture. So if we do have any questions in the room, this is your time to perhaps interrogate that pitch. If you have any thoughts about... Okay, we do have a question at the back. If we can have a microphone go... Please, can you keep your hands up so we can see you? Thank you very much. And we have one here. Now, I'm going to really appeal that you make this relatively short because we need to transit to the next session. All right, so let's start here. And so we have two questions. Let's go. Please introduce yourself and straight to the point.
Thank you very much. My name is Steve Olorunpomi, Unity Bank, Lagos, Nigeria. I would like to have a comment with the DG, ADG, about the statement he mentioned about Forex, that Forex is not, that they don't, it's available anytime, whatever how much you invest, you can take out your Forex anytime. So are you saying that in Zambia, there is no regulation about Forex? So if I invest $300 million, $500 million and I want to take it out anytime, there is no regulation about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Before you answer that, let's just take the second one so you can answer both at the same time.
Hello. Okay. My name is Rufenche Ledawa. I'm from Dow Chemicals. Just a quick one, just out of interest. Given that you have 8 neighbors, how easy is it to get goods and services in and out of Zambia?
Okay. Very straight to the point. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the first question from my brother from Nigeria. Thank you for giving us ideas. Your question is giving us ideas, but my answer is that there is absolutely no control over Forex whatsoever. It's open market operations. It's market-oriented. We don't control Forex. We don't control how much money you take out of Zambia. It's absolutely 100% expropriation, 100%. And then the question from my brother at the back there, how easy is it to come in and out of Zambia? Quite easy. Of course, we are at the center of the central-southern region, You can get out of Zambia through rail, road, or by air. Goods move into and outside of Zambia, transiting through Zambia. I know the largest market in that part of Africa is the Congo DR. So you find that all traffic comes from South Africa, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana. They all converge into Zambia at the border we call Kasumbalesa, going into the Democratic Republic of Congo. So there is free movement of goods, free movement of people, and we encourage that because that's the only way the ACFTA will become reality. If we have all these bottlenecks, bad infrastructure, and so on and so forth, then realizing the dream of 2063 will be very difficult. But of course, in terms of infrastructure movements, it's not 100%. There are some countries where we face a little bit of challenges, but we are investing in those areas to make sure that the market is open, to make sure that the goods from Zambia are able to go in those countries, and also those countries are able to bring their goods into Zambia. As you are aware, this is reciprocal trade. There's no one-way traffic. We are trading with each other. We are working with, at bilateral level with all our neighbors within SADC, within COMESA, and of course now the African Continental Free Trade Area to make sure that there's this free movement of goods, investing in infrastructure to make sure that this dream we have as Africa becomes a reality.
All right, thank you very much. So there you have it. Zambia is open for business, and of course you can engage Mr. Hawampa right after this session. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much again for the insights. All right, so now we're going to transit to our panel session, and I'll just very quickly invite all the speakers to the stage, and we're going to interrogate this whole conversation about investing in agriculture in Africa. We have some panelists that are joining us virtually, so you might be seeing their faces up on the screen very shortly. Joining us virtually, we have Mrs. Ndidi Muneli, who is the co-founder and managing partner at Sahel Consulting over there in Nigeria. She will be joining us virtually, as I mentioned. We also have Monica Musonda, who is the CEO of Java Foods. She also is part of this conversation, and she's also joining us virtually. We have Mr. Sean Shields. He's the regional head for Africa at the Export Trading Group over here in South Africa. You'll be hearing more about what they do as we continue this conversation. Please find a seat. Thank you so much, Sean. We also have Mr. Zibisiso Lamini, who is the Deputy Director General of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development here in KZN. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll just move on to invite all the others as well. We have Mr. Kampi Bapela, who is the Head Agro-Processing and Agriculture at the IDC. And we also have Mr. Zano Mataruka, who is the Senior Investment Officer at the IFC. So those are your panelists. I'll just allow our last speaker to join us on the stage, Mr. Bapela, and we'll get started. So hopefully we'll have the faces on the screen, and please, if you can, just let me know when they are up. So let's get into it. Agriculture obviously is a big opportunity here in Africa. So much has been said about the opportunity. 60% of the world's arable land is here. So that potential is clearly latent. But as we heard from our speaker from Zambia, there are opportunities that even government authorities are trying to drive in the various countries. So what we're hoping to do with this segment is to talk about the opportunities, especially in the context of the African Common Free Trade Area. This whole event is all about driving intra-Africa trade. Where is the opportunity given the infrastructure we have on the ground and what needs to change? So I'll start with some of my panelists who are on the stage. And Sean, maybe you can just quickly introduce what you do at the Export Trading Group, because we're speaking earlier and you mentioned that you are dealing with small farmers. To some extent, you're aggregating their activity. I think that's a very important piece of the puzzle if we're going to export across the continent. So tell us more.
Yes, thanks, Wally. So at ETG, it started in 1960 in Kenya. So it's an African-born company. The focus is built on the farmer and predominantly the smallholder farmer in Africa, whereby we've built a network of origination where we can go direct into into the farmlands and originate grain and then export the grain to the rest of the world. The focus has always been to upskill as best possible the small-scale farmer and see how you can unlock value for them by opening up the markets. And I think the business has obviously had to grow and is now in about 40 countries globally with a huge focus on connecting Africa to the rest of the growing global markets. And by doing that, it should unlock additional value for the continent and for the farmers as a whole. The big focus has also been on inputs. We know that from a farming perspective, you require a lot of inputs to ensure that you get the yield, the best yield out of the land so that you can compete globally in terms of price. And then, the second big pillar within the group is infrastructure, and that allows the product to get to the market in the most efficient way. So, the group's continuing to grow into different markets and products, but predominantly wants to focus on Africa as being a generalist and try and cover as much of the continent as possible.
And if I just come back quickly to you on the point of engaging farmers, how is that working out, and potentially how can we scale that from your experience?
So framework is very important. Where we feel that there's not enough engagement is from a high-level framework whereby you need to ensure that the continent as a whole understands what its vision is. And by doing that, it allows the farmer as well as the private sector and public to work together to see how you can scale, whether it's certain products which we think are very crucial are non-GMO, so non-GMO maize, non-GMO soybeans, predominantly Africa's a non-GMO production. Globally, that sustainability or that product is going to have growth. So for us to focus on the right areas where Africa can produce the right products, that doesn't need to compete with South America or the US, where you've got extremely commercialized businesses that are just competing on price. Here you need to compete on specific products with specific markets and value chains.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, so let's invite some of our speakers that are joining us virtually, and I see Ndidi is with us now. Ndidi, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. And you're going to obviously give us some insight from Nigeria. And I remember over the last decade or so, there has been a huge buzz around investing in agriculture in Nigeria. I think the experience of many who have jumped into that ship have been mixed. But can you just tell us the insights that you have gathered over the last 10 or so years about the opportunity and what works?
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's a good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. So I wear many hats, and I'm going to speak about agriculture and the opportunities from those lenses. I'm the co-founder of Ace Foods. It's an agro-processing company, and we process spices and complementary food for the Nigerian market and for exports. And over the last 12 years, we've sourced from about 10,000 farmers, displaced imports in our country, proving that a proudly Nigerian brand can compete. But we've also exported. We've exported to South Africa. We've exported small quantities to our neighboring countries. And through that, we've learned about, number one, the tremendous opportunities in the entire continent, the availability of markets and demand-driven markets, but also the logistics and currency barriers to trade. And that has been a huge challenge. The second hat I wear is Sahel Consulting, and we're focused on transforming the food and agricultural landscape. And through this initiative and through our consulting projects, we have partnered with research institutions across Africa around seed systems and the knowledge transfer, the growth opportunities around scaling and commercializing the research from our national research institutions has been amazing, especially with the cassava and yam value chain. And in West Africa in particular, we've seen the promise of sharing knowledge, sharing best practices, but also partnering. And most recently with Nourishing Africa, and that's, I think, most relevant to this conversation. Nourishing Africa is a digital platform, and I started that 2 years ago, primarily because I found out that so many of our entrepreneurs were working in silos. We don't have We don't know each other across the continent. We don't partner. We don't know what financing is available, what market opportunities exist. And over the last 24 months, we've actually been able to scale Nourishing Africa. We now have entrepreneurs in 36 African countries. They are trading with each other. They're sharing knowledge. And Nourishing Africa is a pre-portal. So it's a one-stop shop for entrepreneurs who want to scale in the agribusiness sector. And what Nourishing Africa, through my experiences, Aid Foods, Sahel, and now Nourishing Africa have proven is that unless we share data, share knowledge, partner, collaborate, and break down the first mindset barriers between our continent, build trust, we will not achieve the vision of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And Nourishing Africa is proving that it is possible. It's a gradual process, but that data, that knowledge is the first issue. We have to get to know each other. We have to build trust. And then we have to remove the logistics, the currency, and the huge dimensions around ports and bottlenecks when it comes to trading with each other. But I'm optimistic. We're proving that it's possible, and we're leading by example.
Right. Thank you very much for that. If I can come back to you very quickly before I go to my other panelists. On the point about partnerships, can you just speak to some of the practical examples of success there? Because I think that's what this whole Intra-Africa trade conversation is all about. It's really going to be driven by partnership, as you suggest. But from where you sit in Nigeria, have you seen that work practically as you go across the continent?
So definitely, I'll give an example with Ace Foods. We currently export ginger and turmeric to South Africa. And it's sad because when we first started this process, I got connected to the South African company through a contact in Australia. And that's one of the reasons I said we started Nourishing Africa. I had to go to Australia to hear about opportunities in South Africa when I'm sitting on the continent, right? And that was just amazing because the South African company was importing from Asia, not recognizing that Nigeria has the best ginger and turmeric in the world, right? And Asian companies come to Nigeria, they export to Asia, and then they import to South Africa. So that's just one example. We built those trusting relationships, and over the last 4 years, we've traded with this company. No. Another example is Changing Narratives Africa, which is another intervention I just started, which is really focused on helping scale our brands globally. And through this intervention, we've just proven that, I'll give an example. We're talking to retailers like Massmart. You all know Walmart, ShopRite, right? These are retailers that work across Africa. We're challenging them to say, okay, you've opened an operation in Zambia, in Ghana. How many African brands are you helping scale with all your operations? And so we've just gone out of 400 applications. We selected 10 entrepreneurs that are ready to scale across Africa and the world. And now we're holding our retailers accountable to create shelf space for African brands that are scalable, that are worthwhile, that can compete globally. And I'll give you a few examples. Real Fruit is a dried fruit company from Nigeria. They're exporting to the rest of the world. Ace Foods is already on that path. We have a coconut company, a sesame company. We have very healthy, nutritious brands that are well packaged, certified, that meet global standards, and we need to amplify our local brands locally and globally. So telling those stories, but also holding retailers accountable to meet specific local sourcing targets. And I would actually say that our African governments have to commit to at least 50% local sourcing. Our retailers have to commit to at least 50% local sourcing, and I'm defining local as African. Unless we hold our governments and our retailers accountable to create shelf space for our brands, we'll continue to struggle. But I'm hopeful, and I'm seeing a lot of bright spots through our work, through Changing Narratives, through Nourishing Africa, and through Sahel.
Got it. It's good to hear. I think we can applaud at this stage. I think that was really interesting to hear that it's actually happening, and that's why events like this really are not the type of event you should ignore if you are looking to really connect on the continent. So thank you very much for that, Ndidi. All right, let's now go to Zambia, and we'll be speaking to an entrepreneur who has done some interesting things. And Monica, thank you so much for joining us. So let's hear about your thoughts about how the pandemic has perhaps changed the game in terms of the opportunity and perhaps the challenges. From where you sit, can you just give us your insights?
Yeah, Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. And really great to actually be a part of this panel and speak after the Zambia Development Agency about the real opportunities in Zambia. To answer your question, I think with COVID, particularly with agribusiness, not just agriculture, but agribusiness, I think what we're seeing is that it was definitely a public health disaster, which many countries did not really understand how it was going to affect business as a whole. But what happened was that opportunities arose definitely for businesses who were well established, had brands, and were actually able to capture market. I mean, one thing we all realized is that COVID brought a huge disruption in supply chains. And for many countries on the continent who are net importers of food, it meant that there was a delay or huge increases in imported foods because of the currency depreciation. And this meant almost disasters in many of our countries, but it presented a really interesting opportunities for many food businesses who were local and who were producing interesting foods, but perhaps were not given enough shelf space or not given a competitive advantage, but it gave them an opportunity to say, hey, actually, there are products you can actually buy and afford and that are good for you. So I think that has been one of the greatest opportunities that COVID brought. It gave us a realization that they are local products, local brands that we can, one, scale, and two, that we can actually export as well. And I can speak personally for our product. We are a manufacturer of one of the leading instant noodle brands in Zambia and in the region. And we use predominantly, actually 100%, Zambian local wheat. We now have been able to export into the region purely because nobody could bring any instant noodles from Asia. And it's just created a huge market for us and huge opportunities, which we're happy to actually grab with both hands. There have been obviously some very big challenges COVID has brought. And I think as I've talked about supply chains, we're still seeing for many, many businesses that you still have to import some raw materials, and some raw materials, for instance, packaging, or for instance, additives, flavoring, things of that nature. And the problem with that was that you couldn't perhaps get it on time, and also pricing changed. So it also did affect us negatively in that way. But I think COVID has now made us think very differently, and also to have these discussions, to really say to everybody that there is a great opportunity out there for local food brands, not just in your local market, but also to see how you can export. But we still need, and Ndidi has touched on a very important point about information, about sharing data. The problem with all of our markets, we're fragmented, we hide information. It's not easy to understand how to export into, for instance, a DRC or an Angola, and it's sometimes you have to find your own distributor. We have to really change that narrative and really start making much more connections, creating better networks, and really understanding how to sell, how to connect with other distributors. And I think this is the time when digital distribution makes sense, that we can use platforms to find suppliers, find buyers of products. And we look forward definitely to that innovation coming out of the crisis.
Right. Thank you so much. Very useful insight there. Okay, let's come back to South Africa now. Mr. Papela, if you can just speak to this point. First of all, if you can just introduce to us, what the IDC is about. And then let's talk a bit about technology. It's disrupting everything. I say even the medical profession is being disrupted by technology. If it hasn't happened, it's going to happen. So if it's touching pretty much every facet of our lives, obviously it can be used positively. So can you just speak to the way agriculture is being impacted by technology, as you just briefly introduced the IDC to us?
Thanks very much, and good afternoon, everyone. The IDC is a development finance institution founded in 1940, owned by the South African government. So basically, it may just be the world's oldest development finance institution. We fund across different sectors, agriculture being one of them, and our mandate expand throughout the continent. We have presence in Southern Africa, West Africa, and we continue to expand. Just on the question of technology, it is important. and especially now with facing the issues of climate change. It is important that how we go about doing business, the use of technology could start from maybe even adopting some of the high-yielding cultivars, the ability to introduce crops that we ordinarily would not have had. An example of that is that about 17 years ago, the IDC, but now, looking back, blueberries have now become one of the important commodities in South Africa. Already, South Africa is exporting more than 20,000 tons of this to the world. What is important also, obviously, the unique microclimate that is counter-cyclical to our counterparts in the Northern Hemisphere. But again, on the use of technology, we could adopt, we don't have to necessarily rely on vast tracts of land. We could be starting to have intensive agriculture sort of operation, even in urban areas, things like vertical agriculture. You look at countries like Holland, it's a very small country in Western Europe. Part of their land is under below sea level. But if you look at their output in terms of fresh produce, they probably the first, they're leading in Europe. So we don't have to start or reinvent the wheel. We could adopt some of those technologies and start using them right here in our continent.
Thank you for that. And we're certainly going to take this to the audience, and the whole point about technology, I have no doubt, will come up again. Thank you so much for that intervention. Mr. Dlamini, if we can come to you now, and I have heard that in KZN, there are a number of projects that have been developed for the youth and women, especially with respect to agriculture. Can you just provide some insight into that and what we can learn as a continent in terms of how agriculture can really change lives?
Thank you for the question, and good afternoon to the panelists and the audience as well. I think when one looks at the future for the sector in its entirety, you cannot not think about the youth in that basket. If one just looks at the population of Africa as a whole, we are told that about a good 40% of that, it's people who are of ages younger than 15. And that should tell you where government, in terms of policy development, should really be focusing for our future. We are one of the youngest, or have the youngest population in the world, per se. So in the province and throughout South Africa as a whole, there's been this strong emphasis in terms of support and development of young people and women. From the women's side, it is especially because of the history that we've had as a country, and for the fact that the dominance of males has been, throughout sectors, been the most prominent. In the province, there are programs that we are setting up in terms of the different value chains. There is what we call agri-parks, which we are developing. It's different processing facilities which we are going to be setting up, mainly prioritizing women and youth in the space. And it's basically areas where we'll be aggregating fresh produce or agricultural products, ready, getting them ready even for export market opportunities.
And this has been organized by from KZN, right?
This is organized from the provincial government. And through that, we are still looking for even investment opportunities through that and partners to invest in that project. One of the value chains we're focusing on is the red meat value chain, and this is looking at setting up feedlots in the three main categories: your pork, your beef, and your sheep as one of the main categories. But the intention there is to try and ensure that smallholder farmers do participate in that in terms of aggregation, and they're able to then get export opportunities as well.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. All right. So at this stage, I want to go to the audience because typically If we don't come to you early, we'll be rushing to take your questions towards the end. But I'll be happy to continue to engage them. But I do see a hand up already on this side. So please, if we can, bring the microphone to the lady over there. And we have actually a few hands on this side. I see one there as well. So if you can make your interventions relatively brief, please, we'll appreciate that very much, so we can take more questions.
Hi there, everyone. I'm Shilka Manikchan. I am from KZN, and I'm the founder of Sprue Technologies, a youth and female-led agricultural business or agri-business that specializes in cannabis. I am directing my question to Mr. Dlamini. I would really like to know what your advice is on investing in cannabis and hemp production in the country, and what your view is, and how can my business be able to access these investment opportunities, as we know that cannabis is a product, and give people a lower cost and natural alternative to other products out there. So I'd really just like to know how can we be able to partner with the Department of Agriculture in terms of cannabis and hemp production. Thank you.
All right, let's take a few more questions. Yes, please. I'll come to you later, shortly.
Stutu Zombili here from KZN, also a bean farmer. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but the question is to the gentleman over there. The ANC almost lost an election this past few weeks. Poverty is rife. Black people still don't have access to land, to farm. Black people still don't have access to lending. IDC does not seem to do a very good job at giving people money in order to grow the economy. It seems that South Africa is stagnant as we speak. The whole economy is owned by white people, and I'm sure a lot of you will agree with me. And I'm not sure if we are very happy with that status at the moment. And I'm wondering why it is that the white government was not afraid to empower white people, but the current government has done very little to bring about the economic empowerment that the black folks have been fighting for and waiting for all these years.
Right.
Seeing that, last point, seeing that we have an election coming up in the next 2 years, a national election, is there a radical kind of manner that we're going to use in order to drive economic empowerment for black folk, and to make sure that we have access to all the loans that we require in order to grow this economy, because the white folks have reached the ceiling? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to the center? Yes. By the way, let's not forget we have the ladies joining us virtually. You can also pose your questions to them as well.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Tando Magane. I run a company called Fresh Nest Farming. We do poultry farming and crops for now. We train youth, mainly youth, but we train everyone that is in farming. Lately, we have been targeting the people that the government has funded but has not transferred skills to them. Now, my concern or my question is there a way of you guys starting with skills transfers before you fund people? Because you end up giving people money to do something that they have never done before. You can't give me money to buy chickens if I don't even know what comes first between chicken and egg. I have to know how to raise a chicken before, like, make sure that what you are giving me money for, it's something that I will succeed on it. Do not tick the box that I gave so many people so much.
I assume this is for Mr. Dlamini as well?
I did not want to address by names because I forgot the same names. I just got here.
Okay, all right, thank you for that.
So my main concern is that we run an agri-academy, but we end up not making money. We run a business where, yes, we want to empower black people. We are a first-generation farmers, so we want to have more of those. that are actually running a profitable business, not just to appear as farmers, but they're not making profit because they are doing something that they do not know.
Got it.
So is there a way of you guys investing in skills transferring before
it.
you actually buy the actual material or whatever it is that they need to start the business?
Thank you for that. All right, so skills transfer before funding. We'll get to that. I think we have a question on this side of the room, please. And I think I saw a hand at the back, yes? Okay, we'll come to you in a moment.
Greetings to everyone. Mine is directed to the entire African continent. While one understands and appreciates the agri-land space in Africa as a natural endowment, but looking at other powerful economic blocs in the world, such as EU, who have been enjoying the bargaining power for decades, which means the terms of trade and other spillover benefits accrues elsewhere, which means the net welfare gain accrues in Europe or in any other powerful global economic blocs. What measures are in place to ensure that those gains accrue in Africa? The reason why I'm raising this in this platform is that the last time I checked, I think Ghana was the largest global supplier of cocoa. But when you look at the terms of trade and the benefits, especially when they are trading against the so-called
Yes.
powerful countries in the world, you'll find that the terms of trade improves elsewhere rather than in Africa. So I want to extend that maybe to the broader African context to check if there are any measures in place to ensure that.
To improve the terms of trade?
Yes.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, if we can just go to the back of the room. I think I saw a hand on that side.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. Please, if you can make it really brief, please, because we are running
All right.
heavy. Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Makola. I just wanted to ask, I think from the whole panel, but more especially to the Deputy Director, in these projects that we are implementing, are we considering distribution of land to the youth when we are doing these projects of agriculture? I understand that there was a point about having new technology where we'll be focusing on vertical technology, but then are we also considering providing land to the youth so that they can have access to the manufacturing issue?
Thank you for that. Very important question on land. By the way, I'm a huge error on my part. I left out one of our speakers, Mr. Zano Mataruka, who is also joining us virtually. I'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Mataruka, but let's take some responses to those questions. I mean, most of them are coming to you, Mr. Dlamini. So, do you want to go?
No, thank you, Wale, for that. And thank you for the questions. Maybe let me start with the cannabis and hemp question. I think as government, right from the constitutional judgment that we had in terms of people being free to use cannabis for their private use, it opened the door for government to rethink and reimagine the industry. And what we're currently doing is within the agricultural space, following the restructuring of some of the legislation from the SAPRA point of view in terms of how we deal with cannabis. And it has allowed that the Department of Agriculture, who really drives production, agricultural production, is now preparing a master plan on hemp and cannabis. And through that, we'll be setting up different work streams which will then be taking the industry forward. And one of those is ensuring that we do have market access for it. Agriculture focuses on production and ensuring that the varieties and the genetics are also improved. So there is work there. So government will be willing to really partner with yourselves as we look at that space. Then on the issue of the support to youth in general and including any radical approach to how we are currently doing things. I think to be fair on that one, there really needs to be dialogue in South Africa regarding where we want to go. South Africa's history, as we know it, if we could just blindly think that all our problems would be solved by blinking and closing our eyes, it's not going to happen. But it really needs everyone to come to the party in terms of solving some of our challenges. I think both the question in terms of the radical approaches and the one on land is really speaking to that painful past that the country still is grappling with in terms of moving forward. But some of ways in which we could really address that is ensuring that there is social cohesion. Because we as a country have taken a posture that we can't wish away anyone who has the rightful birth in this country. So if we really encourage that social cohesion and the platforms and dialogues in terms of how do we then ensure that everyone is able to progress at an equal footing. And that is starting with appreciation that some might have been advanced in the past, and it's high time that all of us then embrace some of the policies which government is setting up in terms of ensuring that we also are able to equip the other sectors which were left behind in terms of this. And then there was a question around issues of the trainings before we fund. I think I couldn't agree with you more there, Standi. It's a fact that if we really want to see agriculture growing in the province and the country, we really would need to ensure that issues of mentorship and training are really taken at the forefront even before any investment happens. There was a question around issues of beneficiation. I think on that one, the opportunities for Africa, especially through the intra-African trade, is that Africa must now realize that we probably at a space where we should not any longer be exporting our raw materials. We should now be ensuring that we beneficiate before we are even looking at exporting anything. And that's where the money is, and that's where participation of youth and the inclusiveness that we are all aspiring will be realized in real detail.
Thank you very much. Do you want to chime in as well?
Yeah, thanks. Just on the question of support for youth and black people in general, the IDC has partnered with the Department of Agriculture, and we launched a fund called Agri-Industrial Fund this year in March, which helps with a grand portion of the fund which goes towards the equity contribution of entrepreneurs. Of course, it's not just giving everyone, it's those deserving proposals with good ideas, but not maybe having, the businesses cannot be able to take on debt. I'm glad to report that the scheme is oversubscribed and the pipeline is already sitting at over 3 billion rands. And we're going to be funding, and there is willingness from the department to continue and extend that. The partnership is for a period of 5 years, and we hope it will be extended. And on funding without training, what we do for us, because we don't give away money, we have to get it back. So obviously, if we're not happy, when we're doing due diligence, we find gaps. We have what we call business support. For those gaps that we've identified, especially for youth, is compulsory. We will bring in maybe people like yourself, Tando, who are service providers in the space, to then go in and facilitate that specific intervention. And on the Africa intra-trade and also versus EU and the rest of the world, it is true. And as an organization, we fund throughout the continent. How we do it also is, like I mentioned earlier in my introductory statement, as Africa, we're sitting with unique microclimates. Take South Africa as a country, not even the rest of the continent. If you go to different provinces of the country, we are able to produce a particular commodity maybe over a period of, say, 2 months. And that a month can just give you that window in the market where you can be able to get a better margin, be it early or late in the season. And that also because it gives us that counter-cyclical sort of a position as compared to the South Americans and other Northern Hemisphere players. But also partnering as countries where we can have enterprises from South Africa, from other countries, taking advantage, expanding, also making sure that we can be able to take advantage of this different season or microclimate. We can have a South African farming entity partnering with an entity in Zambia or in Ghana, and that's already happening. And as the IDC, we promote that. Not that we'll only fund South African, but we'll fund any other African-based entity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I did mention earlier that I missed out on Mr. Mataruka, so I'll be going to him now, and I apologize for that earlier. And I would like you to, more so because you work for the IFC, if you can give us a bit of a bird's eye view on the opportunity for us to replicate some success stories across the continent. Because clearly, many can speak to the success of the production of mango, for example, in Egypt, South Africa, obviously, citrus fruits, and I hear also as well in Tunisia, they're doing pretty well with olive oil and tomatoes and so forth. Earlier, we saw a presentation from a gentleman from Zambia, and they're already showing their aspiration. What are your thoughts about how we can replicate some of these success stories?
Thank you very much, Wale, and good afternoon to everybody. First of all, my apologies. I'm sitting somewhere in southern Johannesburg, and we just went into load shedding, so I'm sitting in a boardroom which is very dark, so I won't be able to put my video on. But I'm well prepared to participate in the discussion. So before I answer your question, Wale, if you could indulge me, I just wanted to respond to one of the questions which was asked by one of the colleagues, where they talked about the need for in-country beneficiation, and they gave the example of cocoa in Ghana. And just a minor correction, by the way, the biggest exporter for cocoa is not Ghana, it's actual Cote d'Ivoire by a mile. They account for about 33% of the world production or world trade on cocoa. But what we're seeing, particularly for cocoa, both in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, the countries have come together, and they are in the process of setting up some local beneficiation plants, so that they don't just export raw material, but they export not the fully processed cocoa for now, or chocolate, but rather the semi-processed cocoa. Then with time, with the intent to extend along the value chain. Now, back to your question, Wale. There are two ways of looking at it. Firstly, you have to look at products which are designed for the local market. So if you take the example of what Monica is doing in Zambia, right? The noodles, those are designed for the local market. And those are, as Monica will tell you, those are products which you can structure for the bottom of the pyramid, and you can do tremendous business in that space. Ndidi and others who are from Nigeria will tell you the tremendous success which noodle companies from Indonesia, originally from Indonesia, which they've had in Nigeria, simply because they were able to come up with a product which was focusing on the bottom of the pyramid, and the market, purely in terms of demographics, was huge. So that's one way of looking at it. If I was one of the young people sitting in the room there and looking at, what business can I get into, I would look at a product which I can sell to the bottom of the pyramid, or a product where I can go into into a sort of niche market. But provided if I can produce that product at a competitive price when compared to the imports, right? So that's one element. Now, specific to your question, as to what can be replicated, look, we have had a lot of success stories across Africa. And at times, I think we don't celebrate them enough. So if you take, for example, South Africa, today South Africa is now the world leading player in the avocado market, right? Yet when you look at avocados, they actually originated from Latin America. So Mexico is Mexico and some Chile and other Latin American countries. Their avocados are almost wild. But what South African companies such as Westphalia or Hans Marinsky, which is my client, they got into that space, invested a lot into research, and they actually became the world leading company in that space. And my colleague from IDC, he knows that we are co-shareholders between IDC and IFC in that business. If you look at East Africa, Kenya, they've done extremely well. Again, with horticulture, but what you see is for you to be successful, from our experience, you need a cluster of industries. So if I was, for example, if I look at the presentation from my colleague from Zambia, I would create an enabling environment whereby I can attract a cluster of companies to come, or investors to come and invest in that space. Then you have the critical mass. So one of the reasons why Kenya has been very successful on horticulture and flowers, and this extends to Ethiopia, by the way. It was because they created an environment where they ended up attracting a number of investors into that space. But in addition to that, those investors were then required to transfer skills through outgrower schemes. So again, that led to a lot of success. Another area where we're seeing success is also animal protein, right? Whether it's chicken or beef. Again, those are industries which are geared for the local market. In addition to that, Wale, last point, one of the key areas which we are seeing, and I think this is more relevant to the theme of this conference, is the need to encourage more inter-Africa trade, right? And I really applaud what people like Ndidi are doing in terms of just matching the different investors across the continent. It's amazing. At times we meet an investor and they're looking for a partner, and they say to them, look, you don't have to go to the Europes or the Americas. You can find a partner in Zambia or Botswana, Nigeria, or Ghana, and so on. And we've been able to link some of those players. Let me stop here, Wale, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I really struggled to hear quite a bit of what you said, but I believe that perhaps the sound was better in the audience. But thank you so much for your contribution. Before we wrap this up, it's important that we take this presentation, some expert insight into this whole conversation about the opportunity in agriculture, and of course its challenges. And we have the pleasure of the Regional Director for Africa at Dalberg, Naoko Koyama. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us at the start, so I'm going to invite her up now so she can make a brief presentation. Maybe we'll take one or two more questions and then we wrap. Please put your hands together for her as she steps forward.
Thank you, and apologies for today.
No problem.
Good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for introduction. And I'm sorry for coming a bit late to this panel. It's a pleasure to be on the stage and speaking with you and giving this presentation. My name is Naoko Koyama. I am a partner and the Regional Director for Africa for Dalberg. Dalberg, if I may give just a 30-second introduction of the firm, we are a mission-oriented company, group of companies providing advisory, research, and implementation support with the intention to build an inclusive and a sustainable world by serving government development partner as well as the private company, including African and non-African companies. About myself, I am a Japanese national and recently moved to South Africa after spending about 10 years in Kenya, still with Dalberg. And today I would like to just bring my 10 years of experience working in agriculture, agricultural investment, finance, as well as AgTech and gender in agriculture. This is the end of the session, right? So that if we could put the presentation on the slide, I can see that there, but I'm not gonna talk about too much of the challenges, but I just highlighting the importance of the agriculture on the continent. Big share to a GDP for many countries, on average only 14. Sorry, I don't think audience is looking at the, yeah.
Okay, it's up
Thank
there.
you. Next page,
slide.
please. Next page, please. Yes, agriculture just a really importance to the economy, both for the GDP and the livelihood for the people. 14% doesn't sound like it's a huge number. However, for the many countries that are not dependent on oil and gas, it can go to almost like a 50% of a GDP. The large number of the export bill also comes from the agriculture. At the same time, next page, please. I think it was Monica who mentioned, maybe Ndidi who mentioned that many countries still dependent on an import of the staples, which during the COVID, it was the major crisis about the food security because there was a risk of not being able to have our food imported. And then obviously the next page, the climate change is adding additional challenges to the productivity and the sustainability of agriculture. But I would like to just jump to maybe 2-3 pages over, please. Next. Yes, what are the emerging opportunities? And I was listening to the speakers, pretty much everything was mentioned. So I was gonna come to, one is the competitive edge. I focus on that. 2 is the finance. 3 is use of a digital and a data. And 4 is turning climate change from a crisis to opportunities. Let me go over each of those briefly. Next page, please. The Mr. who was on the video who just mentioned about the example from Ethiopia and Kenya about the flower industry, or floriculture industry. That's exactly an example of the really focusing on a competitive edge. Rather than thinking about what I'm making today and what can I export, think about what you can potentially make well. For example, Chile in Latin America, they produce salmon to across the world, but that industry didn't exist. The government of Chile looked at their climate, looked at their proximity to the major market, identified the salmon and also the wine, as in South Africa, identified those industries that they can be competitive, and now what happened 30 years later. We should do that in Africa as well. Floriculture is an example, but also I have a few examples here, one from Tanzania. Dalberg also supported identifying the edible oil. Huge import bill can be replaced by a domestic production of the sunflower, and Tanzania could also export to a regional economy such as Kenya by focusing a government and the private sector effort to transforming this industry. Example of an effort includes the government fast-tracking the registration of the seed for sunflower, as well as the development community providing the credit guarantee for private sector who wants to invest in the sector. Now it's creating impact that is on the slide, both the job creation as well as the SME development and the export bills eventually, or the replacement of import bills. Next example, also similar example in Rwanda, horticulture. I'm not gonna go over sorry, next slide, please. I'm not gonna go over too much of a detail here, but a similar effort, consolidated effort, has increased the exporter of a horticulture from 3 to over 30 by 2020. They did struggle during the COVID because of a logistical disruption. However, this number tells the story. If you put the effort together from a government, private sector, development partners, you can transform the industry to make the export industry or make the agriculture more commercial. Next page, please. Speaking to finance, Ndidi has, I'm sure that she has gone through all the detail about how finance can unlock the agricultural investment, both for SMEs and then farmers. Currently, agriculture, despite the huge contribution to GDP and an economy, it only takes 10% of, less than 10% of a commercial bank's funding. However, by unlocking the finance for SMEs and smallholder farmers, we have a very many evidences how that can unlock the agricultural production and income for the farmers. So for example, you might have heard about the organization called One Acre Fund, an example of the farm who's been providing finance like MFI, the microfinance institutions, really dedicated to smallholder farmers. Them, and as an example of the smallholder finance, have told us that at least it can increase the farmer's income by 50% per acre. And when we talk about the finance, it's not just the loans. Insurance has been playing a significant role, especially with the climate change. It helps the farmers to enhance the resilience. It helps the farmers to venture into and take some risk of investing in a venture, diversifying the product. Next page, please. Next, the data and digital. I think many speakers spoke to the digital, the use of a digital today. I noticed Monica also extensively talked about how digital can help the supply chain and enhance the connection from farmers to the consumers. A couple of examples here, and this is the one area that I've been working extensively over the past 7-8 years, really unlocking the use of the digital, not just for us with the smartphone, but also with the farmers, smallholder farmers. An example, Safaricom, you've heard about this telco company in Kenya, have launched award-winning, innovation award-winning platform called the DigiFarm. So they're providing the platform, bringing up the startups which can do input provision, access to finance, market access, and connecting the farmers who were completely decentralized systems, so not even linked to a specific off-taker, but farmers to take on the trainings, take on the market access, purchase the input order, and becoming a better farmer. Yes, and I think the Mr. on the video just mentioned about the really importance of enabling farmers accessing these services, and digital is making it available at the cheaper cost and make it more reachable for farmers in the remote area. I believe the lady asked about the gender in agriculture, and we might think that the ag-tech is for the youth farmers who wants to learn and use the digital. They are familiar with the smartphone, they learn YouTube. That's one example. However, we have a lot of examples with the right support. Even the over middle-aged female farmers in the rural area can make use of a digital agriculture. One of the research we've done about the case study of the users of a DigiFarm, 50-year-old female farmer in Kenya has said that digital has made the agriculture lucrative. Now my husband wants to farm too. You can see the power of not just the productivity, but the agency, confidence. And given this is the trade conference, I would also like to mention this isn't just about the startup space. Large corporation, including, if I can speak to ETG as well, trying bringing in the agricultural technology to a supply chain. And one initiative I'm supporting is connecting cotton farmers to global consumers by using a blockchain. So by connecting farmers to sustainable, conscious consumers, we can eventually attract a higher price from this more niche market and they bring a better margin to the farmers. Those are coming in not just with the development partner effort, but a commercial companies, like a serious investment. And yeah, next page, please. The last page would be climate change. So climate change, we are very afraid, and we think it's a threat. And it is a threat. However, this is also an opportunity to question conventional intensive agriculture that particularly Global North has been doing and coming into Africa as well. But it is also an opportunity really to embrace the indigenous knowledge and enhance the regenerative agriculture using the local knowledges. At the same time, it is also an opportunity to bring more innovation for efficient use of our resources and better farming practices. Precision agriculture that tells them more information about how you're farming as well as how the climate might affect. We have a data that can actually use the less water, and enhance the productivity, for example. There's also beyond agriculture opportunity through a climate change, which is the carbon credit from a carbon sequestration, thinking about really the carbon farming or the soil carbon, and attracting, by better farming, you can sell the credit and bring more profit, more income to the farmers and to the agricultural corporation. So these are the 4 top lines of what are the opportunities, what are the emerging innovations in agricultural space, and how the trade, intra and inter-Africa trade can benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. Useful insight. Just before you go, do you have any questions for her? I mean, I always have questions, but I'll open it up to the audience. I think we can take perhaps one question. Okay, if we do not have a question, I just wanted you to speak a bit more about the point you made about cotton farmers being connected. Where is that happening? I'm just curious.
I have gotten a sign-off from Kobayashi-san.
So it's in the works.
I got a sign-off. So yes, the experiment is, the pilot is happening in Zambia this year.
Right.
But also with the view to the countries where ETG has done a footprint with the cotton.
Got it.
And my understanding is that the vision is to use the cotton as the use case, and expand into other products such as sesame or other high-end products.
Right. Any question? No question. I'll take one more very quickly. On the issue of technology, now clearly it can be so transformative. I mean, you just gave us a few examples there. But I do get the sense that sometimes the builders of this technology are not incentivized to do it because they can't see a way to earn a return. So what are your thoughts about the models that can work in terms of making sure that that technology is coming to agriculture? The other day, I think someone mentioned that there is someone, I believe it's an African, that is working on an innovation that will take the internet to rural areas. But I imagine that the big challenge with that is making it commercially viable. But your thoughts on how we can make sure that technology comes to where it's needed the most?
Sure. I would just break down the questions into are the companies are really interested in investing in this space, and then two would be how to reach the rural farmers who might not have the connectivity.
Right. Well, not necessarily connectivity, but technology in general, bringing technology to farming and making sure that the people that are creating that technology have the incentive to do it because maybe through partners they can find a commercial model that works for them. Because very often, because it's rural, many innovators are not encouraged to go there because they can't see how they would make money.
Understood. So there's a different kinds of technology partner, right? So the telco, the MNOs, telephone companies, they are actually seeing the farmers as the future customer, the future lucrative customer. And also, like if their market is in Africa, they need to grow the customers' living. Otherwise, there's no growth of a market. So they're seeing this as a kind of a survival or their way of growing their market base. Hence, there is a huge incentive to do that. Secondly, about the specific technology company, in the agricultural technology space, there are services that can make a profit or income, and they are more like a cost center type of services. So the training is very difficult to raise the revenue from farmers. Yes, farmers wouldn't pay much of a training, so it needs to be paid by somebody. However, by packaging it, so for example, off-takers, they might be interested in buying a technology provider's training services for their farmers, because they've been doing this in person. It's cheaper to do it than technology. By digital, they can track their learnings. Then they can go to the farmers who's actually finished the training. That way, they know this farmer knows how to do it.
Got it.
Yeah. So
All
the
right.
packaging is important.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Please, another round of applause for her as she goes back to her seat. Thank you very much. So we are already into lunchtime, so we need to wrap this up very quickly. And Sean, I think maybe we can come back to you on perhaps speaking a little more about this technology issue that I just raised. I really feel like we need to talk a little more about that before we wrap, bringing technology and how it's transforming agriculture.
Yeah, so technology, as was rightly pointed, is a very broad sense. You know, you can have profit-driven technology, or you can have somewhere that make you cost-effective. I think it's just part of the business that it needs to unlock additional value, and it needs to be guided in the right direction. You know, what we feel a lot of the times is, you know, in Africa, you need to crawl before you run. And there are a lot of areas where a lot of funding comes in, and they're trying to achieve something that is in a lot more developed world, where here we need to sort out a lot of the grassroots areas, which is upskilling the farmer. Skills is a huge problem. You know, we need to upskill the farmer, and it's not something that's driven by just governments. You know, private sector involvement is hugely important to upskill the farmer and ensure that they're using the right techniques to guarantee the yields that is required.
Right.
So I think the technology will come in, and it is in there. You know, for us, as I rightly pointed in the beginning around the framework, you know, we need to also know what the continent produces and what is actually traded. Because if you go and look at your data, your information around production, there's very different figures out there as to how much is actually produced by the farmer. Once that is known, the policymakers then can make the right decision in terms of, you know, what area or what sectors we want to look at improving, so that we can then get the right products grown for the consumer, and not just regionally, but also globally. So I think technology needs to be an enabler in that sense, and we need to look at a lot of the grassroots problems that we are facing, not just, you know, the commercial side of things.
Got it. All right. Ndidi, I would like you to speak to a point that he just raised, and that is training. And it did actually come up earlier, one of the questions we got in the room. What has been your experience in terms of funding the training of farmers specifically, and how is that impacting the commercial model moving forward? Because if you were doing typical manufacturing, you would have things like training schools, perhaps even the manufacturer will have to invest in this given the scale. How is that working out in agriculture?
Thank you very much. So I would say there are three examples we have. The first one is through supporting backward integration. And in this case, the SME, that's the sourcing from farmers, it makes business sense for them to invest in the training. So we're doing this through a program on dairy called Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria. We have 5 dairy processors. They've committed to sourcing locally. And so Sahel, working with them, have put farmers into clusters. We're working with about 50,000 farmers. And then we're providing training to the farmers to ensure that they can meet the hygienic milk standards of these milk processors. Of course, a funder has come in to subsidize some of the training costs, and in this case, it's the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But what it's proven is that if it's demand-driven, and where you have an SME who needs that raw material, it makes business sense for that SME to contribute, and funders are more willing to subsidize in the short term. Over time, the entrepreneurs can scale. In the case of Ace Foods, we source from 10,000 farmers. It makes business sense for us to train our farmers to meet our standards in terms of how they dry the spices, you know, ensuring that there's no high microbial load, there's no aflatoxin in the spices. For us, if we can't have a secured supply chain, our business is not sustainable and we can't meet the demand of our customers. So SME entry point is one. Now, the second is we can leverage digital to train at a much cheaper cost. Obviously, you're not going to be able to train a lot of farmers in rural areas using digital training tools, but you can train farmers and processors in urban areas. And Nourishing Africa has been training thousands of farmers through an online course. Obviously, for some of the lowest income farmers, we've had to give them data, we've had to give them devices like tablets, but we're seeing that transformation can occur by offering online training and making it interactive and making it practical.
Right.
So Nourishing Africa is doing a good job, and it's a worthwhile model to consider as you scale across the continent. And then the final approach, I would say, is really the government-led approach through the extension services. And many of our countries have very weak extension services. And so what we're having to do with the government extension workers is to upskill them, to provide digital tools to them so they have relevant and timely knowledge, and then also to support them by providing some private sector extension workers that are subsidized so that we can monitor and evaluate how our extension workers are doing. And all three are thriving with different levels of difficulty and challenges. If I can just end by talking about one issue that was raised, which is around trade and how we promote trade in Africa to mirror what the EU has done. I would suggest that we actually set standards across our continent for key value chains and set standards around processed products and even create a Proudly African label, which once you have the Proudly African label that meets standards, you have free movement of goods and people and quotas for those Proudly African products on our shelves. I think if the policy is generated at a continent-wide level, which we see in the EU, then the tariffs and the barriers and even the certification requirements will be removed. So if I want to sell Ace Foods products in Ghana, why do I have to re-register in Ghana? Why doesn't Ghana accept that NAFDAC, the Nigerian agency, has certified my product so it can be sold in Ghana? I think we have to streamline a lot of those rules. We have to remove the trademark barriers, and we have to encourage an enabling policy environment that makes it easy for our branded, high-value, high-quality products to move freely across the continent to generate income for our people, our farmers, and SMEs across the value chain.
Got it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to, I hear the applause, and I'll ask you to just save it as we begin to round up now, because I did mention that it's time for lunch, and there is another session here at 3 o'clock. So I want to give you enough time to do that. But just to quickly wrap some of the key takeaways, she just mentioned the models that can work for training farmers. I think that's a big takeaway from this conversation. Someone mentioned insurance earlier. Someone talked about partnerships. I believe it was Ndidi as well. And then, of course, the big issue around land and how it's allocated. Obviously, we can't get away from that if we're going to be in agriculture on the continent. But I think that perhaps the most important takeaway here is the partnership. So I'll encourage everyone to do your best to connect with some of our speakers. The gentleman from Zambia obviously would like to hear from you if you would like to invest. And let's make the most of this opportunity to invest in agriculture on the African continent. So on that note, I'd like you to please put your hands together for my panel. I think we can do better than that. I know it is lunchtime, but thank you very much. So on that note, I'd like to say thank you again for joining us. And at 3 o'clock, we have another one on logistics. So if you're interested in attending that session, you can come right back here. But otherwise, please look into the program and you can go on to the next events. Thank you so much and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair. Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? For all my brothers and sisters that are standing to my right here, can I now ask you to find a seat very quickly? Can I ask all of you, I know you want to talk, but can whoever is over there mingling, please sit down for a second, because as you can imagine, as you can guess, it's deal time. It's deal time again, so I need your attention. I don't want to have to compete with people getting to know each other over there, because I've got some interesting things to tell you about. So if I could ask you to take your seats, please take your seats. Thank you. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Please sit down, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. First of all, I want to tell you about a deal between LCCI and Afreximbank, the Lesotho Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This deal is between Afreximbank and LCCI, and it's the purposes of an MOU with Lesotho Chamber of Commerce and Industry to provide a framework of cooperation and to facilitate collaboration between the two parties in harmonizing their efforts for the promotion of trade and investment flows into Africa. It also provides strategic decision support to African businesses seeking regional market opportunities and to facilitate practical information exchange with regard to the lack of access to relevant trade and investment information. An important deal there to be made, an important deal to supercharge the African Continental Free Trade Area happening right here at IATF 2021. Now next, I have 3 deals to tell you about, and we're going to sign those deals today on this stage on the 14th of November 2021. For the first deal, what I'll do is, as by now you're probably familiar with my format, I call the signatories up to the stage as they sit. I then ask them to sign. As they sign, I tell you what they're signing. So the first signatories are MRS Holding Limited and, of course, Afrexim Bank. And this is an MOU between what they call Best Staff, E&P. And so for the first signatory, I'll call Miss Amina Maina, the Group CEO, MRS Holdings Limited, for this. Thank you, madam. If you can take the seat the closest to you there. And then for Afrexim Bank, Rene is back with us again. Rene Awambeng, the Global Head Client Relations for Afrexim Bank. Rene, please join us. You're signing on behalf of Afrexim Bank. Now, could I ask you to keep your masks on? I've been told that for the purposes of the signing, because of the social distancing rules, that you have to keep your masks on. Thank you. Okay. Now, on the count of 3, you can sign. Once you grab your pens, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll tell you what they're signing. Afrexim Bank's been very active as a lead or a participating bank in the past decade in financing infrastructure projects across Africa. And in this capacity, Afrexim Bank will be issuing a non-binding letter of interest to Best Staff Exploration and Production Limited to arrange, coordinate, and provide debt financing of up to $1 billion US, $1 billion US with respect to the development of the assets and requisite facilities to monetize gas in OML 86 and OML 88 through the financial and technical service agreement with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, commonly called NNPC. $1 billion in respect of that. Now, you've signed? Wow, that was fast. As you exchange documents, Afrexim Bank and Mrs. Amina Maina, congratulations for that. If you want to say a few words, once you've taken your pictures, I've given you some microphones there. I don't know if you feel compelled. The floor is yours. You can take it off, yes, for the purposes of this, yes.
So I'd like to start by thanking the Afrexim team, who have been extremely supportive through the process of working on this transaction. We couldn't have done this transaction, at least the first leg, and now I'm talking about the second leg, which is about $1 billion, without the Afrexim team. Today, the world over, I'm not sure that there are people or banks doing what Afrexim is doing, particularly for this continent. And I can say this authoritatively, that we've been around the world in trying to get deals done, but Afrexim has stepped in to close the gap that we're finding today. So when we see slogans like Transform Africa and this IATF, we know that Afrexim isn't just doing a program to bring people together, but they're actually walking their talk. And on behalf of all of us at MRS Holdings and Best Staff E&P, we're extremely grateful for the support, and we assure the Afrexim team that this transaction, this deal, will prove to you that you haven't made a mistake stepping in and helping African countries. The continent will rise because we have Afrexim taking the lead to ensure that Africa takes its rightful place in the world, and we're extremely grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. Perhaps, Rene, you want to just say a few words on behalf of Afrexim Bank.
Thank you. On behalf of the African Export-Import Bank, I just have 3 messages. Right development through energy to our continent. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to both parties. Now, as both signatories leave the stage to do, I'm sure, the obligatory photo op at the signage there, I'll move on to the partnership number 2, and this is between Banque Nationale de Développement Économique, or BNDE for short, and of course Frexim Bank. For that, I will call TNOC, who is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of BNDE. TNOC, the CEO, if we have TNOC in the building. Thank you. Sir, here he is. Give him a round of applause, please. And for Frexim Bank, the signatory is Mr. Denis Denya, who is the Executive Vice President, Finance and Administration Department for Frexim Bank. He also deserves a round of applause. Those are your 2 signatories. So as they take their seats and grab their pens, I'm sure this has been very many months, if possibly even more than that, in the making. So gentlemen, feel free to sign. And whilst they're signing, I'll tell you what they're signing. Through the bank's efforts of partnering with local financial institutions like BNDE to support their growth and product offerings, and in the bank's effort to promote factoring across the continent, Frexim Bank is issuing a factory line of credit to Banque Nationale de Développement Économique. Proceeds of this facility will be used to provide liquidity for BNDE to factor suppliers' invoices accepted by the eligible buyers. Now, the proposed facility aligns with the bank's strategy to promote factoring in Africa. It also fits in with the financial intervention pillars of the bank's factoring strategy, designed around the following pillars: financial intervention, legal and regulatory frameworks, awareness and capacity building, services, and strategic partnerships. Proceeds of the facility will be used by the borrower to factor qualifying receivables from suppliers selling to acceptable buyers in Senegal. Gentlemen, you can stand up, you can shake hands. It's done. Congratulations. Mr. C, perhaps you want to say a quick word of...
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Je voudrais d'abord, avant de remercier Afrexim Bank pour le soutien inlassable qu'il apporte à la Banque nationale pour le développement économique du Sénégal, remercier et saluer la présence de l'excellence, l'ambassadeur du Sénégal, ici présent, accompagné de l'honorable député M. Mamoudou Ndiaye, qui est responsable de l'ensemble donc des Sénégalais au niveau de l'Afrique australe, et tous leurs collaborateurs. Je voulais, après cela, remercier toute l'équipe d'Afrexim Bank pour avoir cru à la BNDE, qui est une jeune banque qui a aujourd'hui 8 ans, mais qui a pu marquer l'économie du Sénégal en finançant les PME-PMI. Le financement qui vient d'être accordé de créer un ancrage dans ce type de financement alternatif qui était nouveau au Sénégal et qui a permis de recruter plus de 200 entreprises et de financer à hauteur de 10 milliards ces entreprises. Donc Afrexim Bank est en train d'étendre son activité de financement de l'économie dans un pays émergent qui se veut aujourd'hui faire de lance de l'économie africaine et mondiale. Cette deuxième ligne sera aussi importante pour nous parce qu'elle va nous permettre de consolider ce que nous avons déjà eu, mais de recruter de nouveaux clients. Je voulais, si vous le permettez, rappeler la relation que nous avons avec Afrexim Bank, qui est une relation très forte, qui, au-delà même des lignes d'affacturage, est en train de nous permettre d'avoir une ouverture à l'international avec des lignes de LC confirmées, qui nous ont permis aujourd'hui de financer le fuel au Sénégal. Vous savez que le fuel est très important, c'est à cause du fuel que nous avons l'électricité. Et aujourd'hui, à cause d'Afrexim Bank, nous sommes de plein pied dans le financement du fuel. Mais nous sommes aussi dans le financement de l'huile brute, avec l'importation d'huile brute financée par Afrexim Bank dans le cadre de la ligne de la LC. Nous comptons utiliser au maximum ces lignes pour permettre à Afrexim Bank davantage d'accompagner la BNDE dans sa croissance. Nous remercions toute l'équipe d'Afrexim Bank, celle qui se trouve en Côte d'Ivoire, au Caire, et nous remercions le président Orama de la confiance qu'il a portée en notre institution. En portant cette confiance à notre institution, il porte sa confiance au Sénégal. Il porte sa confiance au président de la République, M. Macky Sall. Il porte confiance à sa politique d'émergence qu'il a engagée. Et pour cela, au-delà de moi-même, c'est tout le Sénégal qui le remercie. En premier lieu, son Excellence, l'ambassadeur du Sénégal, Mme Safiatou Ndiaye, qui est là présente au nom de l'État du Sénégal. Je vous remercie de votre confiance.
Merci beaucoup.
I'm not going to say a lot because the moderator has already given you the background of the facility. But we are extremely pleased to be offering the facility to BNDE. It's not our first facility to them. This is the second facility. And it's an expansion, diversification on the part of Afreximbank to cover the Francophone African countries as well, and enable BNDE to help entrepreneurs import capital equipment to participate in the FCTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you to, and congratulations to both parties. It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Senegal, who has come here to witness this. Madame, thank you very much. Perhaps you could join us on the stage as the witness so we can take a nice photo. Give her a round of applause, please. If you could pick up your signed documents, that would be a good optics, as they say in communications. The deal is signed, the photos are taken. Congratulations. Now, as the exit stage, I have one more for you, a very important one indeed. And this is the establishment of a partnership arrangement to offer joint disaster risk financing solutions to common member states. For this, I'm actually calling up a dear friend and brother of mine, a man I love a lot, who is doing some amazing work across Africa. He is, of course, Mr. Ibrahim Chik Diong, the UN Assistant Secretary General and Group Director General of Africa Risk Capacity. Where are you, Ibrahim? There you are. Ibrahim is here, doing some incredible work with Africa Risk Capacity, or ARC as it's commonly called, and to sign for Afreximbank. Dennis, I know you're taking photos over there. I need you again. Our Executive Vice President will also be signing this one. He was just taking a few snaps, and then Dennis, if you could return to the table. So if I could have Mr. Denya back, please, Mr. Dennis Denya. So Ibrahim, I'm very interested to hear what you think the significance of this moment is, but I'm going to we'll let you sign it first. Okay, thank you. We've got Dennis back, our colleague Dennis from Afreximbank. I have my two signatories now, so I'm going to say, go ahead and sign, gentlemen, and I'll tell them what you're signing. Okay, the bank and African Risk Capacity ARC have been actively engaging over some time now regarding the establishment of a partnering arrangement to offer joint disaster risk financing solutions to common member states. This is being done as part of the bank's Food Emergency Contingent Financing Facility, FENCONTRAF. Now, FENCONTRAF and ARC's Disaster Risk Insurance Program offer complementary opportunities to enhance national resilience programs, including food emergency and security response measures. Now, based on the continued engagement between those two institutions, Afreximbank and ARC, a joint program will soon be launched. The bank has broadened its FENCONTRAF offer to respond adequately to the needs of member states when combined with that of ARC's disaster risk insurance offering. Now, the overall objective of this MOU is to ensure continuous engagement and effective planning and monitoring so as to respond promptly to the disaster risk financing needs of member states. It will also create the appropriate avenue for fund mobilization to support our member states in the event of natural disasters. An extremely important moment, an extremely important partnerships. Gentlemen, you've signed. It's time to exchange and shake hands. Fantastic. Ibrahima, say a few words, please, about this. You're no stranger to microphones.
Mr. Moderator, it is a pleasure to see you again after all these years, doing a wonderful job. I could not think of a better time to seal this partnership with Afreximbank. As some of you know, we just came back from COP26 in Glasgow. One of the biggest questions on the table for Africa is climate finance. As you know, the rest of the world has also made some commitment to provide $100 billion annually for the next 5 years so that we can look at loss and damage when it comes to climate change in Africa. That commitment has not been honored, but it created an opportunity for African institutions to come together and join forces to do what we just did today in our MOU. So I am extremely delighted and proud at the fact that Afreximbank and ourselves, along with the African Development Bank and other African institutions, began to show leadership, be part of the solution so we can help Africa to be more resilient. I think what we signed will do two things for us. Number one, disaster does not discriminate, and if you wait till it happens, it may be too late to save life and livelihood. So the fact that we join forces to make sure we can plan better, anticipate before it happens so we can actually help our countries in Africa to transfer the risk. So hopefully through this partnership, we can provide the necessary subsidies and financing that help Africans to deal with disaster appropriately. I think the most important of this conversation is that many Africans across the continent whose life are affected on a daily basis by drought across the continent. And I have no doubt, together, we'll join forces and provide the impetus, the support, the energy that Africa needs to be on the driver's seat in dealing with our own problem before the international community come to our rescue. So I cannot wait to get back to Joburg and work with your team that have been remarkable and make sure that our MOU is not silent, become active, full of action, so we can actually deliver on behalf of the African continent. So I am extremely proud to be here. It's good to see so many familiar faces, and I look forward to get to action very quickly. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Over to you.
I really have nothing to add except to say the MOU that we've signed today is just not a bilateral arrangement. It will allow us to crowd in funding from other financial institutions, not only multilaterals, because the threat that faces us is real. We have all gone through droughts, and this risk-sharing arrangement is an answer. It's an insurance against those things so that we can have food security. Thank you.
Congratulations to both parties now. I have one more for you before we begin the panel sessions again. And I'll be bringing more deals to you as they're coming in, hot off the press. So, and I encourage all of you, yesterday I showed you our virtual platform where you can download information about your own deals and also your financial requirements, what you're looking for as well. So I encourage you, those of you who have not signed up and registered and inputted your information, to please do so with that. Now this one is a $10 million facility agreed following Fidelity Bank's acceptance of their appointments as a trade finance intermediary of Afreximbank. So of course I'm going to call up Fidelity Bank and and Afrexim Bank. And so the signatory for Fidelity Bank is their treasurer. His name, Mr. Akintoye Babalola. Mr. Akintoye Babalola, please join us on stage to sign this facility. For Afrexim Bank, Dennis, yet again, Dennis is in demand. I'm going to call up Dennis, so if you take your seat, please, sir. If I can call up Dennis. Dennis, could you come back? No, Dennis thinks he's free. He's not free. There's a lot of deals to be done. Dennis, one more, please, Dennis. Dennis, is going to be a long day of deals. A long day of deals for you, Dennis. Our Executive Vice President is back with us. And so we will begin. Gentlemen, you can continue, you can sign. Go ahead. Now, I'll tell you what you're signing. I said it was a $10 million facility agreed following Fidelity Bank's acceptance of their appointments as a trade finance intermediary of Afrexim Bank. And how will it be used? Well, the utilization is proposed as a one-year revolving trade finance facility, with each utilization under having up to a 6-month tenor from a date of drawdown, and the funds will be utilized to fund short-term trade transactions, but on a case-by-case basis. The UNLOC facility seeks to deepen the bank's leveraging role in assisting local banks to meet their funding needs of their numerous customers. The purpose of the facility is to enable Fidelity finance trade and trade-related transactions, such as, say, eligible exports, value-adding exports, and eligible exports in manufacturing, agriculture, power, and energy sectors, which are compliant with the Afrexim Bank's mandate. Now, the facility provides the bank with an opportunity to support the country, particularly in de-risking perceived risks by international banks, and unlock capital to support trade finance business in Africa. Congratulations, gentlemen. So that now concludes the deals. In a few moments, we'll be returning to our regular schedule. I think we have about 10 minutes to repurpose this stage. Please talk amongst yourself, and then we'll be thinking logistics, and in the next room, thinking tech. So do stay with us whilst we rearrange the furniture, and we'll be right back with a very important and very interesting panel. Thank you. Congratulations again to all the signatories.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up.
Hello? Yes. Yes, could you please lower the music as I'm going to be forced to sing along. I was actually, as I was going to bed last night, that song was going around and around in my head. Maybe we'll get a chance to dance to it at the end of the whole conference. But we still got more to share with you. We want to think logistics. Now, next door, they're thinking tech. But here we want to think logistics. And you know, when I think of logistics, I remember when I first started my company in Nigeria, my home country, after I left the BBC and ITN as a jobbing journalist. And one of my first interviews was with Aliko Dangote, Africa's powerhouse, Africa's richest man. And I remember him saying to me that then, I think that was about 12 years ago or so, how it was easier for him to take a shipment of cement from Nigeria to Europe and then bring it back into another African country than it was for him to take a shipment across 3 countries, across West Africa, that it was actually easier for him to take it out, to bring it back in again. It was a ludicrous situation, one that the African Continental Free Trade Area and many of the deals that you've been seeing today hope to alleviate. So we're talking about logistics, which is incredibly important. Ports and logistic hubs are vital lifelines, arteries to make intra-Africa trade a reality. So for the next, I believe, hour or so, we're going to be discussing that. Great panel, fantastic expert insights. It's going to be moderated again. I'm going to invite Wale Famurewa, who is an anchor at CNBC Africa, but also, I guess, I love the title, Conversation Strategist. I've never heard that before, but that's indeed what you are. So give him a round of applause, because he's going to strategize this conversation right now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to this Investor Forum as we focus on logistics. As Mark mentioned, it can be a complicated topic and practically even more complicated on the African continent. But hopefully with the quality of speakers that we have today, we should be able to do some justice to that. So as usual, this is going to be a very informative forum. We're going to have great speakers give their perspective on the theme and the topic. And then, of course, we'll come to you to also chime in, give your thoughts, and also engage the speakers. So without further ado, I'm going to get right into it. Or maybe I can just give you some insight into how this is going to flow. So very shortly, we'll be having some speakers join us virtually to make some presentations, just to set the scene, to give some expert insight into the topic. And then we'll have our panel conversation. And then this time, we're going to end up with some project showcases that will give us some perspective on how some practitioners are dealing with this very difficult subject of logistics in Africa. We certainly have to get it right if we're going to win in terms of driving intra-Africa trade. So without further ado, I would like to, because we are trying to be as efficient as possible as well, introduce our first presenter, and he's none other than the head of transports, ports, at Bowman, South Africa, Mr. Andrew Pike. And I do believe he will be joining us virtually, so I turn your attention to the screen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the invitation. In the short time I've been allotted, I want to just share 2 insights which I think impact African logistics quite strongly. The first one relates to the ports, and could you turn to my first slide, please? Where I want to share 2 insights. The first relates to the corporatization of the Transnet National Ports Authority, and the second is very briefly to discuss technology in the supply chain. If you could go to the next slide, please. So, Transnet SOC Limited is, as I'm sure many of you know, a state-owned corporation. It's a logistics giant in South Africa with 6 different operating divisions, including rail, pipelines, but more particularly ports, which is where I want to focus. 2 of the divisions are Transnet National Ports Authority, or TNPA, and Transnet Port Terminals, known as TPT. The Port Authority has historically been one of the strongest, if not the strongest performing division in the SOC. And so, to a large extent, makes up a big piece of the SOC's balance sheet. There's been a perception for many years that there's a cross-subsidization of the lesser performing divisions, with the Port Authority effectively cross-subsidizing. And so revenues which might better be used in the port sector are being used in other sectors. There's also a perception supported by a number of international surveys that South African ports underperform quite badly in terms of efficiencies and that we are very expensive. Now that's bad for African business because South African ports are a gateway to Southern Africa, particularly the hinterland countries, Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and that sort of thing. And if we're performing badly and we're expensive, that of course knocks onto the supply chain and gets passed on to consumers. There's another problem in that as a landlord port authority, TNPA determines who gets concessions in the ports for terminals. And if one of their sister divisions, TPT, is applying for a concession, there's an immediate conflict of interest and again a perception that the playing fields are not level. It's in this context that a provision was put into the National Ports Act of 2006 that immediately after that act came into force, TNPA should be taken out of the SOC stable and corporatized, so it would then be directly owned by the state. Here we sit some 15 years later, and that corporatization has not happened. And part of the resistance, I think, has been because of the damage that it'll do to the SOC's balance sheet. But there are other reasons for it that I don't have time to go into. But as part of a broader plan by the government to kickstart the economy in South Africa, the corporatization of TNPA is seen as vital to getting the ports performing, having a knock-on effect for the supply chain, and getting the logistics really working in South Africa. And so a decision was taken by government this year to go ahead with the corporatization. There are a number of potential benefits which should be obvious from what I've said, but the first is that the Port Authority on corporatization will be completely independent of the SOC. It'll have an independent board, and more importantly, it'll be able to make decisions without having to take into account the wider interests of the SOC. And so the decision-making should be to the benefit of the ports rather than to the benefit of the SOC. And that would inevitably see better business decisions being made, in my view. Secondly, you get rid of the player-referee conundrum that I explained earlier. But most importantly, the Ports Act mandates the new entity to spend its spare cash on port development and processes. All told, I think it's very exciting. It offers an opportunity for our ports to start firing properly, efficiently, competitively, and more importantly, less expensively. I hope that's how it works out. I think it's a huge development in logistics, and we're watching it closely. So far, the new company has not been formed, but there are governance processes in place, and it's moving. If you want to know any more about this, I did a podcast, which you will find on my company's website, bowmanslaw.com, which discusses this whole thing in a lot of detail and how it will work in practical terms. Thank you. Can I have my next slide, please? Next thing I want to talk about is the pressure under which global supply chains find themselves, and more particularly Africa. I think if we accept the premise that cross-border transport increases trade opportunities for companies, for countries within Africa, and that the increased trade will bolster the economies, we then have to look at what is it that is going to support that increased trade and the trade routes. Have my next slide, please. So what I particularly want to focus on is technology and where the direction in which logistics are moving in Africa. So the first thing is to talk about is smart corridors. So if we accept that a corridor is a space along which the supply chain operates between typically the sea and some sort of hinterland point, we want to make those corridors smart. And SMART is an acronym which is used to describe safety in the corridor, greater mobility, automation, real-time management. You will have heard much about one-stop border posts. That is a recipe for greater efficiencies, time saving, cost saving, and making the corridors more competitive. And that's the direction in which logistics is moving in Africa. At one end of most corridors is a port. So we need to talk now about smart ports. And what we're talking about there is a greater use of automation and more innovative technologies using artificial intelligence, blockchain, and that type of thing, which I'll talk about now. So blockchain, as you will all know, is, I suppose you'd describe it as a public database. It cannot be changed. It's sort of audited by anyone who has access to it. And what the blockchain offers as a possibility is simplification of transactions, increased trust between counterparties, removal of intermediaries who inevitably push up cost, and automation. And coupled with blockchain or running off the blockchain are what we call smart contracts. So these are programs that run within the blockchain, and when particular predetermined conditions are met, there's an automatic execution of a contract. So in a logistics context, if the condition to be met is that payment must be made and particular documents released, the moment those transactions appear in the blockchain, automatically delivery of the product is triggered. And there's no room for human intervention and more particularly human error. And the result, once again, is fewer formalities, lower costs, and greater efficiencies. Within smart contracts, you will often find electronic document transactions. The world has moved much closer to a paperless society. I'm afraid my desk doesn't reveal that, but it is true. And the thing about paperless transactions is, for a start, you can't lose them. It doesn't stop or eliminate fraud completely, but it certainly reduces it significantly. You have the benefit of instant presentation of your documents, and overall, it just makes a whole lot more sense. Artificial intelligence is going to form a greater and greater part in the smart corridors and in the logistics sector. This is where we use machines to learn about the things that need management in the supply chain. It leads to better productivity, cost saving, again, efficiencies. And so, for instance, your artificial intelligence machines can learn about inventory management. They can learn what stock has been depleted, what needs to be replaced, how to order it. And all of that becomes automated and again removes the issue of human error and human dependencies. And then the last thing is the Internet of Things, which is about tracking and gathering data. It helps you to track objects and provides data regarding the transport of those objects. And it also gives people relying on the Internet of Things the ability to remotely control processes. So, you know, as you can hear, all of these things are designed to enhance efficiencies, speed up trade, and overall improve the supply chain and trade more broadly. The downside, of course, is this great risk of cyber fraud, cyber crime, which is becoming more and more sophisticated as technology becomes more sophisticated. And I think we will all have heard at some level or another that for instance, sort of Maersk, one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, was brought to its knees a few years ago. Bring a shipping company to its knees and it can't move a single container, for instance, anywhere in the world. Similarly, Transnet themselves faced a cyber attack a few months ago, and it brought everything in the ports and rail to almost a grinding stop. So cyber risk, if you are in the risk management game, has to be absolutely front and center of your risk management protocols, because that very much is the future with technology. Right, my next slide, please. It's my last slide, is, where are we going? There's all sorts of stuff happening in the logistics sector. But in summary, for me, two of the most exciting things to talk about in our neck of the woods are this corporatization of Transnet and enhancement of port activities, and then the technological advancement in sort of fourth industrial revolution terms for the supply chain. Right. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Andrew. All right, our next presentation will be by a senior analyst at Knight Frank Dubai. Joining us this afternoon is Tilda Mwai. So Tilda, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Wale, and good afternoon, everybody. If you could move over to my slide number 2. So over the next few minutes, I am going to try and answer the question that is on everyone's mind about the performance of industrial and logistics, but within the context of industrial real estate markets across Africa. And to do this, I am going to be providing you with key insights from our recently launched Africa Logistics Update, which you can access by scanning the QR code that you will see throughout my slides, throughout this entire presentation. If you could please move to slide number 3. And so in terms of the running order, we will have a brief macroeconomic overview just to set the stage for the rest of the presentation. We will then look at the performance of the prime warehousing market and the key drivers that are influencing this performance. If you could move to the next slide. But first, just a little bit about who Knight Frank are. Knight Frank is the largest independent global real estate consultancy. We're in 384 offices spanning the entire world with over 16,000 employees. And in Africa, our presence spans across 21 offices with over 600 people, with our services ranging from real estate advisory, transactions, and research. And our presence dates back to 1965, so we have been around to see the markets evolve, and that's why we're presenting the insights that I have today. If you could just skip over to slide number 6.
Yes. Sorry, Tilda, if I may just jump in, if you can please help us speed it up a little bit because we are running behind schedule a bit. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And now just some bit of a brief macroeconomic overview. Now, for most of us, we've already encountered the narrative on all the things that are wrong with Africa at the moment, but I believe that there are reasons to be optimistic, and today I will highlight 4 reasons on why you need to be cheerful about the continent. And this will essentially set the stage for the performance of the prime warehousing market across Africa. Now, this year, Sub-Saharan Africa's economy is expected to grow by 3.4%. And this is significant because 2020 was the first year that the region recorded a recession. And its ability to get back on the growth track despite the challenges, indicates the resilience of African economies. And linked to this growth is that business confidence is returning slowly but surely. And for example, we've seen Tanzania register over $2 billion in investment interest by August 2021, and this was 6 times the level of investment registered at a similar period last year. And finally, and the most important one, is that innovation is booming. And so far, what we have seen is that innovation is at an all-time high in hotspots such as Nairobi, Johannesburg, and Lagos. And so what we're seeing is that even now, startup funding is at halfway, is already more than what was recorded in 2020. And moving forward, we anticipate that innovation will continue to be the key driver of growth across Africa. And moving over to the next slide, slide number 7, is that the optimism that we're seeing in the economy at the moment has also trickled down to the industrial real estate sector as well. And what I particularly want to focus on today is the performance of prime warehousing. Now, for most of us, when we think about warehousing, we imagine dusty, sweaty warehouses in almost congested streets. But there's a new direction that warehousing is taking in what we are calling a flight to quality. And this is logistics operators essentially moving from their own warehouses to renting warehouses that are built to international standards to improve their efficiency and effectiveness, such as the image that you're seeing on my screen. Now, if we move over to the next slide, what we're seeing is that over the past decade, the industrial sector in Africa has actually remained the best performing asset class, recording average yields at 12% compared to other commercial real estate sectors, such as offices and retail. And if we move over to the next slide, we'll see that this performance is not limited to Africa alone. African cities' yields remain relatively high compared to other cities in the world, and this is driving investment interest in the sector across the continent in a post-pandemic hunt for yield. And so overall, what we're seeing is that South Africa remains the largest and most sophisticated warehousing and logistics market, and the country has so far recorded over 5 million square feet of sales transactions in 2020. But for the rest of the continent, attracting global capital has been a challenge due to the lack of investable grade assets. But this challenge is actually changing due to a healthy balance between demand and supply. And so on the demand side, what we're seeing is that as majority of African countries continue to focus on economic growth, there has been increased interest from multinationals and SMEs focused on manufacturing, agriculture, retail, all of which are key sector drivers of the industrial sector. And so essentially what we're seeing is increasing demand for the best-in-class warehousing facilities that are at par with international standards, as I have previously mentioned. And on the supply side, although we are starting out from a really low base for this best-in-class warehousing facilities, we are seeing regional and international developers such as Improvement, African Logistics Properties, and Agility Logistics Parks actually coming in to plug this gap. And if we move over to the next slide, this level of development is actually being reflected in the city's performance that we're seeing. So Nairobi, for example, emerged as the best performing market, not just in supply, but also rent performance. Because of the markets that we track, it recorded the highest increase in rents between 2018 and 2021, with average occupancy rates actually remaining high at approximately 80%. And so overall, what we're seeing in this market is that despite the pandemic, prime warehousing rents have remained stable on average, indicating the relative resilience of the sector. If we move over to the next slide, so what is the outlook of this for the industrial markets and what are the likely drivers for growth? If we move over to this next slide, I think what we'll see is that the short answer is that there's room for growth, and market activity is still limited to select countries, with the most active markets being South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, and Nigeria. Yet these countries only have a quarter of the exposure of the top 50 global logistics companies. And a large deficit continues to exist across different markets. And so in Lagos, for example, we estimate immediate demand for prime warehousing to be 1 million square meters. Now, if I can put that into perspective for the audience, a football field is 7,000 square meters. So we are talking about approximately 140 football fields. And this demand is only set to continue growing due to a number of drivers that we look at in the next slide. If we could move over to the next slide. Yeah. So there are a number of reasons that we can attribute to the continuing increase in demand for warehouses, but in the interest of time, I'll only highlight the two most important ones. The first one is the fast-paced infrastructure development that we're seeing along the major industrial corridors over the past few years. And this has played a significant role in transforming warehousing and the logistics sector, making last-mile distribution a possibility. If we look at a city like Nairobi, for example, over 90% of the prime warehousing development that has taken place over the past 6 years has been along the bypass network. And in Johannesburg, we're seeing that third-party logistics players are relocating to the eastern and northeastern parts of the city, attracted by the superior and extensive road network infrastructure. On the other hand, we have also seen the pandemic playing an equally important role in driving this demand. The shift to online shopping, as we can all agree, has driven a surge in requirements for modern distribution facilities, which essentially remain in very short supply. And this has been evidenced by markets such as South Africa, where distribution centers' demand has outperformed all the other asset classes, resulting in an overall income return of 9.2% over the past 12 months. And this is expected to continue since e-commerce markets revenues are expected to double by 2025. Now, if we move over to the next slide.
Yes, Tilda. Okay.
In conclusion, Wale, if we can talk about warehousing the whole day, but I'll stop there. In case of any questions, please feel free to contact me, and you can also scan the QR code on the screen. Thank you so much, Wale. I'll pass over back to you.
Thank you very much, Tilda. Please a round of applause for her for the insights. Knight Frank certainly know about the property market. And clearly there is a link between that and what we're discussing today. So we'd like to now move on to our panel conversation. And I'll just very quickly invite the panelists to the stage. And in no particular order, I'd like to now invite the CEO of Dubai Trade Port, Mr. Hamish Erskine. My apologies. My apologies to that. All right. We also have Ms. Yolisa Kani. She's the Chief Business Development Officer at Transnet. Please a round of applause as they come to the stage. Mr. Jean-Claude Homawu, who is the founder and CEO of Lorry Systems out of Kenya, but across Africa, no doubt. We'll be hearing about that. We also have Mr. Mohamed Akoje, who is the CEO of Imperial Logistics. And Mr. Neville Matji, he's also the CEO of the Trade and Investment Department of KwaZulu-Natal over here in South Africa. I think I'm missing a guest, but hopefully he will join us. Please, just take a seat anywhere. All right, so let's get started. Yoliswa, I'd like to come to you first, because one thing is clear, even in Andrew's presentation, we are seeing a transition where governments are hopefully less involved in the development of logistic infrastructure. But I still believe they have a role to play. So I just wanted to hear your perspective on the role of government in helping us build that infrastructure that we so desperately need for us to really trade across Africa.
Thank you so much for that. Andrew did a great job in introducing my company, which is Transnet. And I support most of the things he says, I must be honest with you, especially because the way we see TNPA, and I'm going to get back to your question, is the fact that it needs to operate on its own because it is a regulator. And that means that even our own sister company that is subjected to the same regulations must be treated as any other private sector company. So we are in support of all of us competing on a fair level, a playing field rather. Now, the role of government in making sure that we grow the logistics sector is actually quite important, and for two reasons. One, they're the policymakers, and secondly, they are responsible for the infrastructure. I think where we are lacking, to be quite honest with you, it's more on the implementation, governance, proper planning, as well as the rollout of these policies. And I'd like to speak to one that's close to us as Transnet. Transnet plays a role both domestically as well as across the region. The North-South corridor remains a very key and strategic corridor for us. It traverses along 7 countries, and I think it's 6 railway operators, but it has failed dismally to capture the volumes. Boils down to 2 things.
Yeah.
Disintegrated planning, one. Secondly, our approach to the customers is equally disintegrated. Each one keeps to themselves. The infrastructure is at different levels of maturity, if I may put it that way. So we are making a deliberate effort to say, at the least, if in the immediate we don't have the capacity, because all of these countries are constrained in terms of their fiscus, can we do at least 2 things right, which is joint planning as one of them, and secondly, making sure that our approach to the customers is a coordinated approach so that we all are going for the volumes that we are leaving behind. I'll leave it there for now, but we still have a very important role to play, not so strong operationally, even though it seems that way, which is why our approach now as Transnet is to actually work with the private sector. Where we feel that we are weak, would like to invite the private sector to come and play with us.
Thank you for that. We'll certainly talk more about the ports, no doubt. But Jean-Claude, if I can come to you, and obviously Uber is a thing, but many are suggesting that the Uberization of the, if I can use the phrase, of the logistic sector is perhaps the model that can work moving forward. From you, where you sit, given your experience doing your business in Africa, what's your perspective on that view, on that point?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and thanks for having us. You know, to build on the previous point, I think infrastructure is definitely an important piece of the puzzle.
Sorry, just before you get into your comment, maybe just a brief introduction of your business so the audience can understand why I mentioned that.
So taking a big step back, my name is Jean-Claude Omao. I'm co-founder and chief product officer of Lori Systems. Now, Lori is an e-logistics platform that helps coordinate logistics across the continent. What we really focus on is a major problem in the $180 billion transportation logistics industry on the continent, which is that inefficiency causes a huge cost contribution into the price of goods. So on the continent, the price of goods on average has a cost contribution from logistics of 75%. Compared to in the US, where logistics contributes 6% to the price of a good. And the reason for that is huge inefficiencies. Now, typically when you talk about inefficiencies in transportation logistics, folks will jump to infrastructure, right? The roads are bad, the loading equipment doesn't work, and so on and so forth. But what we've seen is that coordination is potentially an even bigger problem, right? So you have the inefficiency is seen in the lack of utilization of trucks. So trucks are a massively depreciating asset, and they are sitting without moving because there's no coordination between supply and demand, between supply and the port, between banks and the transporters, and so on and so forth. So Lori's mission really is to solve as many of these inefficiencies by building technology to help those transactions be much more efficient. In the presentation earlier on screen, The gentleman spoke of the amount of paper documents that are on his desk. Well, if you go in most logistic companies on the continent, you'll find that documents are analog, payments are analog, sourcing of trucks is analog, everything is analog. Our observation is that most of the industry, over 99% of it, is actually analog. So while Uberization is a convenient proxy to use to describe what we do and what many others in our space do, there's much more happening. Yes, we coordinate supply and demand, so that's the Uber side of it, where we use technology to connect supply and demand. But really, it's about the digital transformation of logistics, which we believe will bring the sorts of efficiency improvement that will help lower the cost of transportation and therefore lower the cost of goods.
Thanks for that. All right. Let's go to Neville now. And Neville, obviously, this is a very important hub for a lot of activities, especially with respect to seaport activity on the continent, not just in South Africa. But can you speak to how you think governments can begin to look at the concepts of free zones? I'm not sure to what extent that is a policy that the government here is looking at, but can you just speak to how you think that can potentially be a solution to begin to address some of these logistic issues on the continent?
Thank you for the question. My name is Neville Maiki. I'm the CEO of Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal. We are the investment promotion agency for the province or the state of KwaZulu-Natal here in South Africa. I'm sure most of you are now aware that South Africa has got 9 states, and KwaZulu-Natal is the second largest in terms of contribution to the GDP of South Africa, followed by Gauteng, which is where Johannesburg is located, and then everyone else thereafter. I think, just coming to your question, I think our government is quite clear in terms of the setting up of special economic zones within our region. We've got 2 in KwaZulu-Natal. We've got Durban Trade Port, the CEO is here as part of the panel, and then we've got Richards Bay IDZ, which is further north of KwaZulu-Natal. But what our provincial government has done, they've taken it a step further. They've specifically looked at industrial hubs. And then there's 2 parts to industrial hubs. We've looked at specific sectors that support industry that is located in a specific location and try and generate and stimulate a lot more activity around that sector. For example, clothing and textile. We have developed what we call a clothing and textile belt, basically starting from the north of the province, coming all the way down to Durban and out towards further north in the coast, purely because that's where the bulk of the clothing and textile companies are located. And within that concept, the government has then, our province through our premier, has directed us to set up a special economic zone focusing on the clothing and textile sector, but creating the entire value chain, linking the entire belt in terms of clothing and textile. Can't set up an SEZ without having requisite logistics to support the infrastructure and to support the networks for an SEZ to become successful. So from our side, I mean, I'm sure my colleague CEO will talk more about Durban Trade Port and how the logistics platform has actually been quite effective. But I just want to take it one step outside of the free zones now, looking at what we call small-scale industrial hubs, particularly in the rural and the township economies. In Africa, of course, we have our rural economies and our township economies. Our government has looked at how we can engender, in partnership with the private sector, economic activity to stimulate development within rural and townships. And based on, again, the core strengths of the township, identify how, for example, from the automotive sector, in partnership with Toyota, to set up service hubs, and those service hubs then support the logistics network. We've done one with Sumitomo Rubber in terms of tire changes, and they do similar facilities in rural areas as well as in townships.
How long has that been operational?
That has been
Give or take.
operational now for the last 4 years, and really from inception, and the target there has been focusing on women and youth, because that's where the highest unemployment levels are. So in order to stimulate entrepreneurship and to generate economic activity, that is how our government is focused on that.
Sounds quite interesting. So let's hear from Hamish then. So Hamish, he mentioned what you're doing, especially with respect to logistics. What has been the experience and what has been the impact?
No, thank you, Wale. My name is Hamish Erskine. I'm the CEO of Dubai Tradeport. Dubai Tradeport is a special economic zone, but we've got a number of other elements that right from conceptual stage, back in 2003, we included as core parts of our offering, and those primarily were around logistics. And we looked at trade and trade gateways around the world and said, you know, there's this huge evolutionary change happening as free trade occurs. And I mean, this conference is testament to that. As free trade expands and across regions and across continents, you're going to require increasingly well-coordinated gateways and logistics platforms. And those logistics platforms operate with the four main modes, you know, your sea, your road, your rail, and your air. And certain cities and certain places are more prominent in that respect than others. And Durban, in our case, obviously very prominent as a gateway to the South African economy, Southern African economy. But what we saw then was the infrastructure just wasn't up for purpose. We had an old airport with a very short runway, unable to really handle international traffic, very constrained by oil refineries and paper mills, and it just wasn't the kind of place you can set a new future. So Dubai Tradeport was developed to the north of the city to primarily restructure and realign the air cargo element. So we took a particular focus on air cargo, and where we've ended up now today is Dubai Tradeport owns and operates the cargo terminal. So as a state entity, we are a cargo terminal operator, and the idea is to create optimum efficiencies, cost efficiencies, service efficiencies, one-stop shop, and we've been doing that for the last decade. And we've seen consistent growth, other than for this dip during COVID, very strong and consistent growth. And we've recreated an epicenter. So what we essentially did is said, let's take care of the air cargo industry in KZN, in Durban, and let's put them where they should be, because increasingly supply chains around the world, they might only rely on air freight 2-3%, 4% of the volume of cargo they're moving, but very often that reflects 30% plus of the actual value, and often very critical to the operations of manufacturing processes and supply chains. And we have consistently added value to that, and including a niche trucking division, which adds an extension element to our cargo terminal, and increasingly, obviously, our industrial and logistics zones. I watched the two presentations with great interest. I think the warehousing and logistics was spot on, and we're seeing a lot of that, and we've got some of those big companies like DB Schenker with facilities at the airport. But I think increasingly as well, the digital is a huge element, the electronic, let's call it transactionary environment, and everything that supports it. But it hasn't been smooth, and I met, and certainly not so much from our perspective, but what I've noticed in the industry is it just seems, I don't know whether it's been a huge burst of growth, but the traction of the electronic environment hasn't been probably where it should be, certainly in South Africa, but possibly across the continent. And I visited one of our clients the other day. We had to address quite a basic set of problems around their trucking and stacking of their trucks. And it shocked me that the way that industry was working was sometimes the orders and the dispatching of trucks, because they're happening in two separate areas. A salesperson is selling a huge amount of stock buying that stock space in a warehouse. And the trucking division is just, because the trucks are so difficult to get hold of, the trucking division is just sending trucks. So this logistics company is saying, we don't know what truck is going to arrive outside of our door to pick up a load that's been sold, because they're fast moving. So this particular company holds stuff for sometimes quite short periods of time. They're not really sure, and we were trying to resolve a stacking and a congestion issue, and we literally went outside the gate, and a truck arrived, and by the time we had finished the meeting, there were 7 trucks outside. And that was a simple matter and the engagement we're having with them is, in that particular instance, that no one's talking to each other, no one's really coordinating and bringing that that information to a central point, and it creates real problems down the line. So I think resolving the paperless and the electronic system is critical to our future going forward.
You want to chime in, Jean-Claude?
Yeah, hello. It's very much the point that I was making, which is that the more you observe each of the issues and their downstream costs, you realize that the lack of coordination, the fact that this information is not readily available to folks. Last year there was a period of time where you were talking about 7 trucks outside the port. There was a period of time where outside the port of Lagos, there was 7 weeks worth of truck line outside the port. 7 weeks, right? And that's coordination, right? That's coordination between the infrastructure of the port itself and being able to see what cargo has arrived, what cargo has been cleared, what dues have been paid, and being able to enable access into the port to trucks that actually have business entering the port, right? Rather than having a line of indiscriminate trucks that have arrived. So a lot of this is precisely what Lori and other companies like Lori are working to digitize. We started really with helping supply find demand, because there's definitely a lot of wastage there. You need to keep trucks moving in order for the price of moving cargo to drop, right? Because they have a fixed annual cost due to the depreciation of the asset. So first you have to keep the trucks moving. But once you do that, you realize that there's just so much more that you need to unblock, whether it's crossing borders, making sure you have the right documents, and the entry into ports, that the digitization of every step is really key. And that has to be a partnership between those that own the physical infrastructure, right, which is oftentimes either government or paragovernment entities, and then the private sector, which can create a lot of these applications, working together either on a blockchain or whatever it might be, so that documents can be uploaded and downloaded with full trust that there's no foul play.
Yes. You mentioned that digitization should be key, but I'm wondering, especially as we try to really get into this African Common Free Trade area, shouldn't it be compulsory as we begin to set the rules of engagement? I know that obviously on the issue of how you should run your ports and so forth, there's some sovereignty involved there. But listen, immigration laws, they're all digital now. There's no country that will say he would operate on an analog system and wants to work with other nations. So I do just get the sense that perhaps even from the AFCFTA secretariat level, there should be a push for digitization. I wonder if anyone has any comments on that.
It should, but before you do that, you need to create. I don't know if my mic.
Please, can we turn on the mic, please? Thank you.
These speakers as well.
Can you hear me now?
It's coming now. Go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you. It should, but you need to create an enabling environment for any business to digitize.
Sorry, can you hear her? It seems we're still having a challenge.
I can hear you. Yeah. Yeah, you won't mind.
I wonder if we have lost. Okay,
go ahead.
I think we may have to give you a handheld mic. I think we may have lost that signal. All right, thanks for that.
Thank you so much.
Please go ahead.
I wanted to say it should, but I mean, you need to create an enabling environment for the private sector to digitize, and by and large, that becomes the responsibility of government. You should go back to how COVID-19 pushed us over the edge in terms of going online, but it was not a truly successful story. So for me, it's more than just creating efficiencies. I mean, we're missing the opportunity of data collection. And that data enables us to do two things. It enables us to better understand the needs of the client. It gives you an opportunity to better understand how you grow the business. But most importantly, it gives you the single source of the truth. So to answer your question, we should. But for as long as the cost of digitization is as high as it is, as well as you don't have the right regulations to do that and an enabling platform, then I suppose those who have the financial muscle will be ahead of the others.
Right, got you. You want to say something? Go ahead.
In our, again, I mean, I'll take it back to the rural areas. Talking about Uberization, we've got some entrepreneurs who've actually capitalized on that, where people in the outlying areas can actually, using the cell phone, place an order, and then they will get their stuff delivered to their outlying areas, in the rural areas, deep rural areas. So this one gentleman has, right here in KwaZulu-Natal, has actually built this initiative up in areas where ordinarily people would not drive into, but they've capitalized on utilizing technology and ensuring that the people within his village are empowered to know that he's there to provide that service. So if they want to buy rice, meal, or any of those products, sugar, etc., they can quickly put in an Uber order, and then he's able to actually bring it to them. So without utilizing technology with logistics, then we're truly missing a huge component of ensuring that we have an efficient system.
Got it. Jean-Claude?
Yeah, so there are two comments I'd like to make. The first is about standards, and then the second is addressing your question about the FCFTA. So today, all of us are able to buy plane tickets, right? And we do it from hundreds of different websites, right? These websites are not owned by governments or whomever, but we all buy our tickets, and then we all show up at the airport, and only a few of us, those that have the right boarding pass, et cetera, et cetera. So like, you can think of a system like that where, as long as we have the right standards, you can digitize every step of the logistics ecosystems. Those standards can be agreed to by individual countries or by the FCFTA, allowing then multiple private sector companies to develop technologies to solve these problems, just like all of these travel websites do. And the cost then will be distributed around across all of these players. As far as the AFCFTA Secretariat, we've had conversations in terms of at least bringing in private sector companies to solve these problems, and then getting the right advice to make sure that they create the right frameworks, whether it's border crossings or ports or dues payments or whatever it might be. But that really needs to move faster. So it's exciting to see this agreement signed by 55 countries, but the implementation is really where the rubber meets the road, and it will be really important to see how those RFPs are put out, how transparent those processes are, and what companies then start building solutions to make all of this more efficient.
Got it. All right, I want to open this up to the audience. So if we do have questions or comments in the audience, you can begin to think about this while I ask perhaps one more question, and then I'll look for the hands right after this. Hamish, I want to come back to you, and let's talk about the cost of really upgrading the infrastructure, especially port infrastructure. If it was cheap, I'm sure many countries and governments would have gotten into it. So what's the smart thinking about addressing this huge issue? Because I really believe that will really be the major spanner in the works for many of these countries to really get involved in this intra-Africa trade. the ports are either not there or the capacity is just not there to deal with an uptick in trade. So your perspective on financing that?
Okay. There you go, it's working. Financing it. So here's a perspective on it, and it's quite hard to talk about the ports in South Africa because they're regulated and the prices are regulated, and it's not, I suppose, until and if there would be competition that the pricing would be deregulated, so it's quite hard to go there. But let's look at the primary question. We've got, in order to...
I'm so sorry to butt in there. The point you made about it being regulated, and I get that, but should that necessarily disincentivize investors? I just wanted to hear your thoughts.
It shouldn't. Is just paying way too much for the product that reaches them, because the logistics cost is completely out of sync with the carrying cost of what the value of the product is, and that is hugely to the detriment of the average consumer across the continent of Africa. And we have to fundamentally change that. And our approach, I think, is, well, certainly the way we've tried to approach it at Dubai Tradeport is to say, the private sector will come in at a point where the risk and reward have achieved a certain balance, and the capital cost against the reward against that capital cost and the creation of value falls within a certain realm. But prior to that is where government steps in, and you take a long-term view, either based on a master plan or a longer-term recovery strategy, where you say, we know that, for example, to build up the volumes of cargo through our cargo terminal, we can't go in on day one at the kind of pricing that you're going to achieve somewhere else with a huge return. And if you were financing the deal purely with private money, you would have to get that return, let's say, over a 10 or 15 or 20-year period. Whereas what you're trying to do is play a developmental role and a commercial role. So you're trying to play a role where you say, we need to keep our tariffs on cargo handling at an affordable rate, at an achievable rate, so that we can grow the volumes, stimulate the industry, get it up to the level. We'll take the return later down the line, but it's cost that we'll absorb. But from day one, we start with at least an idea of how we want to get a return on that capital. But essentially what it'll boil down to is you'll push out your return date much further down the line. But you'll achieve the benefit of the broader impact on the economy. And I think if we can get more and more and more of those kind of projects occurring in the key points across the continent and tie those up in terms of the logistics chain, we can hopefully then dramatically reduce that logistics cost. And if we can do that, I think we're really onto something in terms of implementing the agreement.
Got it. All right, Neville, if I can come back to you on because when we talk about logistics, it really goes way beyond the ports, of course. So we're talking everything from warehouses, of course, trucks, and so forth. So let's move into that now. So we're talking about warehousing. What have you learned here in KwaZulu-Natal in terms of how crucial that is, and potentially how you make it work better?
It's a very important component of, we work with a lot of foreign investors that want to invest in our region. And the ones that are specifically in supplying volumes of products into the departmental stores, etc., are always looking for warehousing opportunities. There's two parts to it. One is that if you don't have adequate infrastructure, you're unable to attract the right type of investor to actually locate in your region for them to be able to supply the product. But warehousing alone is not sufficient for you to actually bring in an investor. The entire network from the trucking to the road infrastructure, etc., is very important as well. So we've been fortunate as KwaZulu-Natal that our logistics network is well developed, and for that matter, I would even go as far as saying world-class, in that from the warehousing to the road infrastructure, the efficiencies are all in place. Could be better in certain importers, but from that perspective, it's quite aligned. Where there are obviously gaps are once, of course, the product comes to the port, there's some delays in respect of that, and that's where we need to improve our efficiencies, because I get a lot of calls from some clients who complain, my cargo is stuck, how do I unlock it? Because once it's unlocked, then it moves much quicker from that perspective. So that's where the bottleneck tends to come in, and I'm sure my colleague from Transnet will speak more about that.
All right. Would you like to then speak a little bit about potential bottlenecks at the ports?
They're not even potential bottlenecks.
can you use the microphone? Okay, the real bottlenecks.
Yeah, the real bottlenecks.
Look, I mean, it's a couple of things. The reality is that maritime infrastructure, obviously, there's a little bit of investment that we need to do there. I suppose we can do better even from a tech point of view, even though we've got an online staging for our trucks, it goes beyond that. But I suppose one of the reasons we've decided to look for partners in running some of our ports is precisely for that reason, that we do have a weakened balance sheet that we know for a fact we accept it, and we are of the view that if we bring on board partners, then we can leverage off their capital, of their resources, so that we can better run our ports. We're not by any means walking out of that business, but we're simply acknowledging that we can no longer do it on our own. So I support what he's saying, basically.
Yeah, go ahead.
The one sector that we need to improve on as a region is the rail link. And that's one area that impacts quite negatively in terms of the logistics sector, not only in South Africa, but also across the continent. If you look at the rail network within the continent, how is it that South Africa can be the only country that has the majority of rail links? And once you cross into the rest of the continent, there's very few in between. So that's one area. Once you're able to improve the rail network, from the port to clearing and onward transportation of your goods, you release the stress in terms of road congestion,
of course,
etc., and all those negatives that actually affect the road network. You also improve efficiencies, but the rail links must also come in with adequate security and adequate infrastructure to support the entire network in terms of moving cargo, not only into South Africa, but the neighboring countries as well. So that's one area that really, I think as a continent and as part of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, that's one of the things that we need to improve on.
Absolutely. So let me go back to the audience now. If we do have any questions or comments, this is a good time to ask. Simply raise up your hands. We have a gentleman here, and we have another one here, and we have another one there. So 3 questions this round. Please go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. I'm James Tulu. I have a company also, Transglobal Cargo. So we are also a logistics solutions company. I think Mr. Machi already touched on the first question I had, that the discussions are quite interesting, but I am also very concerned about the rail network from South Africa into the rest of Africa, because it's one of the infrastructure that could potentially solve a lot of our problems. And often enough, we get a lot of project cargo coming into KZN region, which we need to try and move into the neighboring countries. The road has got periods of the year where they will fail us, and this has been a reality. The rail could really do with some improvement. So I was just going to pose that question in particular to the colleagues at Transnet, that is there any plan to improve that? The second question I have is the conversations, I hear a lot about the transport within the country, but also COVID has taught us Africa doesn't have any carriers of our own. I mean, India has a lot of traffic. They own a lot of vessels. Asia, the same. Europe, the same. I'm just worried that as Africa, I'm not hearing any conversation about what are we going to do about sort of solving that problem, because often enough, the other countries, when they need their ships, you struggle to find ships to service this particular continent. And I would really like to see conversations around how we can, as a continent, invest in those facilities so that in the future, we look into our own assets for servicing our own countries within the continent.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that's a very interesting point. We'll talk about that in a moment. But let us take some other questions. We have the gentleman here. Please go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Abi Uberli. I'm a senior advisor for logistics and transport for the AE Trade Group. This is a very interesting and very enlightening discussion. I commend you for that. I have, part comment, part question. The first one is the smart corridors, the first gentleman mentioned, I think from Bowman. And the second one is from Lorry Systems, which he raised a key issue, the standardization issue. In some ways, I'm trying to share also my perspective from my big experience. I'm from US, actually. I've worked for many years in what's called intelligent transportation systems. Some of you may know I'm expert in that system. So in terms of really the African experience, my roots are, of course, from Africa. One of the major issues that comes again and again is really the implementation gap. We have a lot of experts, professionals, policymakers, practitioners, but, we learn so much from the theories and the conference and so on. But in terms of putting it into the ground and implementing it, there's always a gap. And that's a major hurdle, even especially I have a good opportunity being part, my roots from Africa and many years of experience in the US, and I have worked so much on voluntary capacity building, knowledge and technology transfer in East Africa, partly my native country in Ethiopia, and that's always that I face. Now, coming to the question, so what do we do? Now, we have good partners like African Union, we have the A-Trade Group, FCA, FTA. The first thing, like for instance, in what they do in the US is when they implemented new technologies, new systems, they try to create smart corridors, like what the gentleman said. They call it actually model deployment areas or model deployment initiative corridors. And then when they build those, they bring in key stakeholders, like from the public sector, from the private sector, the academics, various experts, and the government plays a key role, of course, at the highest level, but they bring in the key stakeholders, and then they create a testing ground, just like the gentleman said in South Africa, and then they try to scale it up, across the whole country. So is there some kind of implementation plan like that conceived, by African Union? That's my first question, which would be really a great boost, to implement all these grand ideas down the road. Now, the standardization is a key issue. I think the Lorry Systems executive said it very well. If you don't have a standardization, whether it's in the infrastructure side, on the technology implementation, on the tracking systems, all the great technologies, for instance, the first gentleman mentioned, the IoTs, the AI, and all those things, it's extremely important to create a technical group. That's what actually the US DOT does. They bring in the experts from the key stakeholders, and they create a standardization key group, standardization group in all various sectors, whether it's in the institution, in the infrastructure, or at all. And then they build it up from there. That's how it works. I know maybe I took a little longer time, but hopefully, that will help for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are running a little over now, because we still have a couple of presentations we want to make before we round this up, and we need to be done by 4:30. All right, so we'll take this as perhaps the last, and if we do have some time, we'll come back. Please, if you can, make it really brief to help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, thanks. Name is Siviwe Ngwana. I'm the Group Chief Executive of Signet Seal Group. I'm currently doing trade of South African products to supply to East Africa. My question is perhaps to Mr. Erskine with the Durban Trade Port. South Africa has the biggest production and manufacturing capacity in Africa, and the AFCFTA is currently the biggest trade bloc in the world. There are a number of funds through the Equity Group, as well as a Frexim Bank being administered and dispersed through the ECIC that are looking specifically at getting South African products to the rest of Africa. My challenge is right now, sir, I'm busy setting up in Mombasa so that we can have capitalize on the supply chain between Durban Port and Mombasa Port. Now, I have gone to Dubai Trade Port where I have tried to establish support for us to be able to move as much South African products into the EAC. However, they say that they only provide support to manufacturers. Now, I myself do not manufacture all of these products because it would be impossible, but I am in the business of marketing and getting South African manufactured products the rest of Africa.
Right.
Is there product and support for that, please, sir?
Okay. Do you want to take that and we'll come to the others?
Okay, no problem. Certainly, and I think we can also make time just, offline so that we can, because I don't want, there's probably quite a long process. SEZs are governed by the main incentives and support from an incentive perspective for SEZs relates to manufacturing. So our national government incentives, and there's a range of them, the very basis of SEZs is around promoting manufacturing. But as an SEZ itself, we also do have a logistics, quite a very strong logistics focus. But the support for and I need to understand exactly what you meant by, what support and the type of support that you were looking for. So the logistics companies don't get access to national government incentives, and that's set from national government because manufacturing is the main incentive there. Perhaps there's more detail I'd need to understand, so if you don't mind, we can engage straight after this and I can pick up on that.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, there were some other points made about standardization. Any quick comments on some of the other questions?
Sure.
In like a minute, if you can, please, because I have to move on.
I'll keep it short. I think the gentleman was agreeing with the point, which is that digitalization needs to be brought to bear across logistics for those efficiency gains to be seen. But in order for that to happen, standardization is necessary. I think Hamish mentioned a bit earlier that while there's a time for private sector to come in, there's first a need for governments and parastatals to to do their thing. I think if doing their thing can simply be bringing the right stakeholders together, we can actually get the private sector involved much sooner. And they're also known to move a lot faster, typically because of their investors that are backing them. It is a partnership between governments and private sector to ensure that there's sort of a top-down directive for those standards to be put in place.
Got it. Thank you. Obviously, the points made about self-sufficiency in Africa, I think it's spot on, especially with shipping. And, of course, rail, from the little I know about rail, typically governments drive that as opposed to the private sector. So 30-second comment from anyone.
Look,
Yeah.
do you
Go
know?
ahead.
Okay. No, look, to answer the gentleman's question, are we doing anything about our rail network? The answer is yes. But I mean, the reality to the matter is that I'll give you an example. I think about a month ago, in 1 week, we had 55 kilometers of cable theft. That is in 1 week. It's like pouring water in a bucket full of holes. It's a never-ending nightmare. But also, in terms of our aspirations to stay true to regional integration, we have resuscitated our conversations with the various countries along the corridor, including their rail operators, to talk about if at this point in time we're unable to fix the rail network to the standard that we all want at the same time, what else can be done? I think one of the problems that we think we can immediately solve, though, is the availability of rolling stock, balancing what goes up with what comes down.
I'd like just to touch on the African ship question that was asked. I think one of the big problems, as we all here know, is that we just don't export enough. But we can get there, and the way we get there is to make African goods more competitive. And to make African goods more competitive, we have to reduce the cost of transportation so that we reduce the cost of goods so that our goods are competitive with the goods of other markets in the global economy. Once we achieve that, I think we'll have plenty of money to buy ships so that we can export.
Got it. All right, I need to move on now to take some presentations, and we have two presentations that we're going to look at, and I'm sure they'll be very valuable to you in terms of really driving that conversation about how we're making progress. So you could say these are project showcases. The first one is from Ghana, and I would like to now invite Mr. Samuel Kwakie. He's from Corporate Affairs at the GIPC, and he'll be making a presentation to give us a sense of how they are addressing logistic issues in that country. Please, can you put your hands together for him as he steps to the podium? Do we stay? Yes, I think we should all stay, and we'll be able to follow here.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Samuel Kwakie.
Kwakie, got it.
Thank you very much. With the Corporate Affairs Division of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. And today, generally, I'm about to talk to you about what we do at the GIPC. Our mandate is mainly to attract investments into the country. We market investment opportunities. We look to raise funds from both the international market and also from within our domestic marketplace. What we do also is, in our functions, is we do hand-holding services. So we take investors who come through, and we take them through to meet the different MDAs, liaison to facilitate meetings, to gain approvals and permits for their businesses, and to execute their projects. We also do business advisory services, and we also do business advocacy. In business advocacy, we have recently set up an aftercare division, which basically engages already established investors to find out their challenges and their problems, so we can liaise with the relevant agencies to solve these, and also to feed into policy formulation, to create an enabling and attractive business environment for investors. If I could get my presentation, please.
Can we have the presentation, please?
Oh.
Do we have it?
Yes, sent it through, so.
Yep, it's right here.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was supposed to come on the screen.
It should, yes.
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
Finally. So yeah, I spoke about our core functions. We register investment projects. One thing too is we regulate technology transfer. You know, it's key for us that our local capacity is elevated. So technology transfer is important for us. Now going into our railway, in Ghana predominantly, the rail infrastructure was in the south. And it was to, cart off minerals from mine reserves and commodities to the ports. But then the government came up with a railway master plan, which is the blueprint to guide the development of the railway infrastructure in 4 phases that would approximately add up to about 3,844 kilometers. And I'm going to talk to you about 2 projects which are in the phase 2 of this master plan. So the Central Spine rail line, this runs from Kumasi, which is in our central part of the country, to Paga, which is in the north. Now this side, it leads all the way to our interlocked neighbors. That's Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. The importance of this line is because over in that area, there are a lot of opportunities, agribusinesses, there are commodities, and there are mineral reserves. But then, due to the lack of the infrastructure, you have them using the roads. Now, if you're having cargo and passengers coming through from the north all the way to our ports, and they're using the roads, you have heavy trucks that are affecting the road infrastructure, so it's deteriorating. And you also have long travel times, so it affects the economic outturn and, turnover times. So all these, inefficiencies that we spoke about in the panel discussions are really, really prevalent here. That's why this line is so important. And it spans about approximately 672 kilometers, all the way from Kumasi to Paga over there. Now, the government intends to start this project in 2022 with a 4-year construction time frame. The CAPEX is $3.3 billion, and the government is looking at also making a commitment of up to 50% contribution to this CAPEX, just to bridge the funding gap. These are different options that the government is looking to explore. It's mainly to be in a public-private partnership agreement, but then the government is looking to open discussions on other forms of collaborations. We're looking at 70%, 30% debt and equity ratio, and then other things, even if an investor wants to do 100% BOT, these are things that is attractive to us and we look to discuss. So another thing I wanted to point out is that this line looks at engaging people in that region and opening them up to different opportunities. You have rural people who can get access to business opportunities and trade in the southern areas of the country. You have rural women who can then now move into areas where they can explore different opportunities. It's also key because it opens up the West African sub-region for trade and economic development. So this is very important in light of the AFCFTA, which we're talking about and the reason why we're here today. Back to the figures here, the projections that government has gained from the feasibility study is that it would take an average annual cost of $120 million in O&M. I am from the GIPC and not from the Ministry of Railway Development, which is the owner of this particular project. So when it comes to some technical questions you may have, I might have to defer and get your contacts, or you send me an email, we get you in touch with the relevant agencies to talk more about these things. But as you can see on that side, the impact of this project is very key because it addresses the SDGs 3, 9, 11, which are very important: industry, innovation, infrastructure, good health and well-being, and also sustainable transportation, which are very, very important. The gender impact, which I mentioned before, is that it also would open up employment opportunities to women in the construction phase, in the operations and maintenance, and also allow them to move out to engage in different business opportunities to empower themselves. Going to the next project, this is the Kumasi Metro Rail project. It's mainly a light rail transit system for the Kumasi area. Now, this is a city in the Ashanti region. Kumasi is the second largest city in Ghana. It sees a lot of economic activity, and its central business district is actually very, very congested because you have people coming through from the north all the way to the south, and it's like a transit point. Like I mentioned before, when goods are being moved from interlocked countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, they come through that space on the way to Tema ports to go out of the continent or into other African countries. And this area usually sees a lot of activity. This LRT, light rail transit system, is broken into 7 different corridors that amount cumulatively to about 90 kilometers of rail line. And it's linked mainly to the main passenger hubs in the city. That's the airports, the central market space, the universities, and then other sub-metro areas. Now, the government intends to start this project in 2022 on a public-private partnership agreement with a concession of 15 years, which can still be negotiated for more. Now, the CAPEX, $5.8 billion. As I said before, there's also the option where government is looking to commit up to 50% of that CAPEX in a one-off payment so that it will bridge the funding gap. Also estimated is the operation and maintenance of $137 million. One thing that makes this line viable is that the current growth estimate of population in the city is between 1.8% to 2.7%. And this is based on projections from 2010 to 2049. And as you can see, what that means is that over the period of that time, the 2.4 million population will grow to 5.6 million. Now, 3 of the 7 corridors I mentioned currently meet the minimum threshold of 15,000 passengers per hour. That will make this light system a viable mode of transportation. So that is very key. The other 4 are just close to that minimum threshold, and within the space projected, they will definitely get there and even surpass. So that means in the long term, there's going to be high demand for this light rail system. In terms of its impact, we can see over there SDG 3, 7, and 11. And this is important for us because we have to be sustainable, we have to create, and we have to be innovative, and we have to create good avenues for health and well-being, and also for business opportunities for our people. The decongestion in that area, which is predominantly due to vehicular transportation, will be solved, and then it will bring down CO2 emissions drastically. Because when private cars are parked, we have rail lines who will emit less CO2 emissions. So in a nutshell, both of these projects, they've been executed in the feasibility stage right now. Government has done these and have these estimates, and we are looking for investors to come in to discuss so that we can really put them into place and establish these infrastructure systems.
Got it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel.
I should say, Ghana Investment Promotion Center, we invite you. You can come and talk to us if you have interest in looking into Ghana. I'll leave my contacts. You can get in touch anytime, and we'll take you through on how to take advantage of the Ghana story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel. All right. So, news you can use concerning Ghana. If you are in the logistics space, you know what's happening, you know what's coming, and potentially you can also invest. All right, our next presentation will be by the CEO of Cattle Ridge Project, Mr. Warwick Lord, and he will be coming up just now. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me. My name is Warwick Lord, and I'm the CEO of the Cato Ridge Logistics Hub Consortium, the entity undertaking the Cato Ridge Dry Port development in Cato Ridge, KwaZulu-Natal. I'm not sure how my presentation works, but if you could please load it for me.
It's going to come up in a second.
Okay. So a lot of what I'm going to be covering in the original portion of my presentation is the why, the what, and the how. To keep it simple, a lot of what has been discussed so far has definitely covered the why. Intermodals, dry ports, more rail is required in order to start alleviating some of the congestion that is currently experienced, not just in South Africa or KZN, but worldwide. So if I can just sort of take you through I'm going to be very brief with the why because it has been covered, but basically it's the congestion, it's the increased emissions that trucks have the whole time coming into these congested areas. It's also unsustainable growth, making use of ever-increasing vehicular traffic in order to accommodate some of these volumes. We have, in South Africa particularly, we're blessed with both pipeline and rail, and at the moment it doesn't appear that we are using those to the best effect. Just to bring that into perspective, this is a map of eThekwini and shows the heavy vehicles moving in along the N3 and along the other corridors into the Durban port. You can see that 58 million tons have the ability to move from road to rail, and that's immediate, according to the ARIA studies that are currently going on. This, however, would require 45 billion rand of rolling stock, and I think this is some of the issues that got spoke about by the panel discussions earlier, that there is a huge cost to these line items. To move on to the why, we've obviously had the we've had COVID and it's still around, but the effects of those in the beginning of the year at the beginning of 2020 were a lot more significant. And what that has brought to our attention is the need for robustness or resilience in our supply chains. And we sort of got caught up, and I think some of the supply chain issues that we're experiencing worldwide are also showing some of those shortcomings. Then just finally, we also had the July unrest in this province, which obviously caused a lot of damage, but did show up the inefficiencies or the fragility of our supply network, relying on the N3 as our principal mode of transport between Gauteng, the hinterland, and the economic powerhouse of the country, and the port of Durban, which is the port of South Africa. So let's move into the what. The what I'm presenting today is the Cato Ridge Dry Port. In Cato Ridge, which is in eThekwini, on the outer west part of eThekwini. It is situated on the N3. I don't think you're going to be able to see that. The red line on the plan you see on the screen is the N3, and you can start having a look at it. It's a fully holistic freight village design that has started growing already, and already a pilot project is up and running with regards to rail being able to be collected at the CatCon facility that Transnet are running in order to collect your containers from this area instead of the port itself. The project is broken up into 4 aspects, and some of the panelists' discussions were around the need for coordination. And whilst we would love to be in a digital era whereby coordination is baked in or inbuilt, we do believe that you have to take the sort of steps to get into that. One of the ways we're looking to coordinate, specifically at the dry port, is truck stop and staging facilities, whereby every single truck, heavy vehicle calling into any of our clients' customer freight stations, or alternatively into the dry port itself, would have to first stage at the port, at the truck staging area, in order to be coordinated into the box, into the various facilities. So you don't have 17 or 7 weeks worth of trucks piling up outside. And this is the step-by-step process we're looking to bring. The next one is obviously the intermodal, and that's simply a facility where containers are moved from road to rail as well as stored. We've got logistics and industrial parks, roughly 450 hectares of those, to start capturing some of this economic value add that can't be situated at the Durban port due to the current congestion and space limitations. We're looking at the freight village being set up in Cato Ridge in order to be able to handle this. Happy to report also that the process is currently ongoing, and what I'd like to do is just focus for the next minute or so is on the short-term deliverables. At the moment, we are completing the interim truck staging. We're in discussions with SANRAL as they have got big N3 road requirements and upgrades along the SANRAL along the N3, and they'll be looking to stage a lot of their trucks in the truck staging area. Otherwise, we're looking to take over the interim operational that Transnet are currently running, and we're waiting for the outcome of the RFP on the CatCon site that we're looking forward to hopefully be receiving this month. Right, if I can then just talk you through the actual how it looks, and this is our short-term focus. Short-term focus is the next 0 to 5 years. The plan you see under that map is roughly 450 hectares, 4.5 million square meters, to give you an idea of scale. Up near the top, you can see the CatCon site, and that's that little blue strip at the top. Below that is the Cato Zulu, and currently customer freight stations are allocated there, and there is a private siding busy working. And so at the moment, we are piloting the project, but looking forward to take it into a fully fledged freight village and dry port in order to address some of these issues. Right, this is just a blow-up of the actual CatCon site that's currently operational and where you can receive containers, as well as the Cato Zulu site, which is where the customer freight stations are situated. Our plan, as envisaged across here, talks to the interchange that's now been designed and environmentally approved, and it starts showing the linkages into the dry port itself, specifically with Cato Zulu at the top of the drawing that you see on the screen. Right, existing collaboration between Transnet. We've walked a long path with Transnet. For those of you who don't know, Transnet are the parastatal, and I think it's been covered well enough. They've gone through some patches of difficulty that have been very much in the public domain, and that's made it difficult in order for the private sector to really develop at the pace it would like. Hamish mentioned something earlier that was very interesting, in that it is my view that government doesn't necessarily have to lead the way. If government sets the path and makes it concrete and it's known by private sector will flock into that knowledge in order to develop around these main themes or main pillars. And that's what we're looking to do now and really start accelerating. You can read for yourselves on the plan just the steps that we've been taking, and currently we're waiting on the RFP. A big portion, and a lot of names were mentioned currently that are in Dubai Trade Port, as well as other logistics experts. A project of this size is not a band-aid. And unfortunately, my view is that we've been doing band-aid solutions for a very long time with regards to the supply chain emanating from the Durban port. There is a need to do a wholesale change or relook at the way things are working. And if we're not going to do that, then we're going to carry on experiencing the same sort of problems. I'm happy to say that the dry port is in line completely with Transnet's newly unveiled plans. And what you see on the screen at the moment is where Cato Ridge fits into Transnet's plans, as well as how the local area plan below the top drawing is the local area plan that eThekwini has recently released, or released a few years ago, that now captures the full dry port development. So from an enabling environment, Impact assessments are done on the interchanges. Local area plan has been adopted or revised and inputted into in order to accommodate the dry port development, and the project has already started at a small scale. What we're looking forward to do is now accelerate this significantly. Just to have a look at, just once again to re-emphasize the fact that the Cato Ridge dry port is totally inside Transnet's both short and medium-term plans that have been envisaged. You can have a look that between 6 and 12 months is where we're expecting firstly the advertisement and the award to now go ahead. Lastly, I'm not going to discuss this. This is just the details of how the operation would work, and if any of you guys are interested with regards to understanding exactly how containers would be evacuated from the port, handled at Cato Ridge and then onward distributed, please come chat to me afterwards. Lastly, part of the big issue that we have in this country, and I think it was touched on a little bit, is our container imbalance, and it's been brought into stark relief with what's happening in the congestion in both China and America. And so what we are doing is we're in heavy discussions with a company called Maersk, a big shipping line, in order to bring their weight to bear on trying to balance the container imbalance currently being experienced specifically in the eThekwini area as far up to Hammersdale and Cato Ridge. We also did go for the Sasol RFP together, and so we have been collaborating for a while. What I would like to end off with saying is that you can't drive a car, you can't steer a car or put a car in direction unless it's moving. You know, a static car that you move the steering wheel, nothing happens. It is the same when it comes to infrastructure development or any economic growth. You have to be moving in order to steer it. My encouragement today is let's start moving, let's start implementing instead of talking about it. It is now time for the taxi to hit the surface. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Warwick. Thank you so much for that insight and more news that you can use in terms of the opportunities here in South Africa. And really on that note, I have to wrap up this session because it's already past 4:30. And I will only just request now that you please put your hands together for our panel. You have an opportunity to engage them as they walk down the stage. So thank you so much again for your time. I hope this has been useful, and we look forward to having you at the next session. Thank you.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow.
Good afternoon, I'm back. Africa, our time is now, said that song. It is indeed. Okay, it's time for me to, intermittently tell you about some of the deals and some of the movements that are happening at IATF 2021. So if I could have your attention, those gentlemen over there, the guy in the white t-shirt, very nice white trainers. I'm going to keep talking to him until he notices me. Let's see. The gentleman with the red bag, he's pointing now at the guy with the gray jacket. Let's see how long it takes for them to notice that I'm here. Yes, aha, you didn't have to. I wanted to see how long I could grab their attention. Okay, great. Okay, because I need your attention for something very important. You've seen a lot of key deals to further our continent at IATF. You know, our goal is to create tens of billions of dollars of transactions that will lead to transformational change across our great continent. And this one is no different. This is a 59.167 million euro deal in support of Vista. Vista. So before I tell you what it is, I'm going to call up this. Then we're not, in fact, this is slightly different, this one. We're not going to do signatures at a table. That's going to be done elsewhere. We're going to do something even a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to first of all call to represent Vista, the managing director of Vista Guinea, Marshall Goe Akwe. Mr. Marshall Goe Akwe, are you here? The MD, thank you. Now what I'm going to do is ask you to bring me some handheld mics. Please can I have a couple of handheld mics from my technical friends over there. And to represent Frexim Bank, our dear sister, if she's in the room, Mrs. Kanayo Awani, the MD of our Intra-Africa MD at Frexim Bank. Mrs. Kanayo Awani, is she here? Oh, Ibrahim. Ibrahim, you're representing, I'm just told. Ibrahim Sanya is representing, ladies and gentlemen, from Frexim Bank. So we have the two. Are you going to, you're not actually going to sign, are you? I don't think you're going to sign. You're going to do something a little bit more exciting than that. Can I tell them a little bit about the transaction before you do that? Okay? Okay. So what we're seeing here on the 18th of November 2021, here in Durban on the main stage, is a transaction. And the transaction that I mentioned of 59.167 million, why didn't you just round it up to 60 million? You were so close. Anyway, okay. This $59 million transaction supports Vista in filling this gap. While enhancing the capacity of the target banks to deliver expanded services that will drive trade and create investment opportunities in the region. Now, Vista Group's strategic plan to create agency banking outlets, deploy affordable mobile banking solutions, and increase its microfinance offerings will create opportunities for both direct and indirect employment and capture more of Africa's unbanked population, which is, you know, quite massive, the number of people that are unbanked across Africa. Now, ultimately, the increased access to finance by Vista, which will be ushered in by Vista's investments in these banks, will herald opportunities for increased business, which will boost productivity and economic development in Burkina Faso and Guinea. The facility showcases the bank's, Frexim Bank's commitment to catalyzing African direct investment, or ADI, I guess is its acronym. The success of this transaction, well, it's a signaling flag, I suppose, for a wider investing community that Africa is open for business, and particularly showcases Burkina Faso and Guinea as attractive and viable investment destinations. So I'm going to now ask, Ibrahim, if you could, you have something special to give to Vista, is that right?
Correct.
And it is indeed a plaque to signify this partnership and signify this transaction. Ibrahim has a deep and great and velvet tone, but it doesn't travel right to the back of the room, so take a microphone.
Thank you very much. In behalf of Frexim Bank, I would like to thank you for your partnership. It's been a pleasure working with your institution, which, as you've heard, and as we all know, is leaving its mark on the continent and fulfilling the role of improving intra-Africa trade. We thank you for your partnership and look to doing more with you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the chairman of the Vista Group, Mr. Simon, I would like to thank Frexim Bank. I would like to thank Professor Orama for his support. Vista Group now is one of the biggest groups in Africa, and we are growing very fast. And thanks to Frexim, thanks to Professor Orama. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Vista and congratulations to Frexim Bank. That's a very fruitful and important transaction and partnership, should I say, that will lead to many of the unbanked people finding their way. And this is what the AFCFTA is all about. Congratulations. One more round of applause, please, for that transaction. So, gentlemen, we'll be starting the program very shortly as I ask you to take your photographs here and also maybe in front of the branding over there afterwards. You're allowed to smile as well, gentlemen. I know you're very serious men. Congratulations.
The sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the line. the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh, Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We're stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream fall. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. With the FCFTA as a tool, we will build a greater Africa. With the FCFTA as a seed, we will grow. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. We made it to the end. We made it to the end. This is the final closing panel of the day of the Investment Forum. Exciting times. It's been 4 days of great deliberations and deals done right here on this very stage. And we're going to end very strong with some very, very fantastic speakers. And we're going to be talking about a wide range of things. In fact, this is a great panel because we don't really have a very clear kind of mandate for the panel. We just have very clear and concise speakers to talk about the economic crisis caused by the pandemic, intra-Africa trade, the AFCFTA, public and private sector working in harmony towards a greater Africa, a whole gamut of areas we'll cover, and we'll see where we go, but I can promise you it's going to be interesting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call up my experts to come and take a seat
one by one, and then we'll get going. So first of all, it gives me great pleasure to invite to the stage His Excellency Ibrahim Patel, the Minister of Trade and Industry for the Republic of South Africa, our hosts. Next, I'll invite Acha Leke, or Dr. Leke, as I like to call you, a senior partner and chairman of McKinsey & Company Africa. Honourable Minister, you want to sit there? You can sit there, that's fine. That's fine. No, absolutely fine. It's actually good you sit there, yes. And then Ache, please take that seat there. Next, the Honourable Miss Bogolo Joy Kenewendo, or Joy as actually I think you prefer for short to be called. She's a global economist now and has an advisory called Kenewendo Advisory, but she is also the former Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry for Botswana. We already have here Ms. Nomusu Dube Nkube, who's the MEC for Finance, KwaZulu-Natal. We love KwaZulu-Natal. I love Durban. This is my first time here. It won't be my last. It won't be my last.
Definitely.
Wonderful, wonderful place. My brother, longtime brother, who's doing amazing things at African Risk Capacity ARC. The inimitable Mr. Ibrahima Chek Diong is with us, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director General, African Risk Capacity. Give him a warm round of applause. Mr. Akol Ayi is the founder and chairman of a very interesting energy company, Trinity Energy, Nigeria. Akol Ayi, please join us. Akol is from South Sudan, right?
Sudan, yes, sir.
And you're based in Nigeria.
No, I'm based in South Sudan.
You're based in South Sudan. Apologies. You're based in South Sudan. We'd love you to come to Nigeria. Mr. Paulo Gomez is with us, no less. Mr. Paulo Gomez, Chairman, Orango Investment Corporation, but also one of the leading lights in the Afro Champions Initiative, yes. Ladies and gentlemen. Paulo Gomez is with us. We can't have a panel without having a Frexim Bank on the panel, can we? We've got to have a Frexim Bank on the panel. Amra Kamel is the VP Business Development and I think Corporate Banking, as I recall, as well, for a Frexim Bank. Give him a round of applause, please. And then joining us remotely, let's see if we can connect to Lagos, Nigeria, because in Lagos, Nigeria is Dr. Andrew Nevin. He is the partner, West African Financial Services leader, and he's also the chief economist for PwC Nigeria. Andrew, can you, there you are, Andrew. Let's
Good afternoon.
Just
Lovely to be here.
Fantastic. You're looking nice and
But
clear.
I'm not. But I'm in Abuja. I'm not in Lagos. I've been relocated by my firm. So lovely Abuja. You can see the background.
Right. Okay. So glad to see you there. It's a nice background. Lovely. Perfect. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to have two presentations first to kick us off, to warm things up, and then I'm just going to open to a freestyle panel discussion. Look at this panel. It's like we were talking about constellations of superheroes before. We've got another one right here. It's fantastic. This is how you should end 4 fantastic days. Okay. Without any delay now, I'm going to call on Acha, Dr. Leke, to give a presentation. I know you've got some slides, right? Is that right? I've got a clicker here. Do you want to stand up for this? It's probably better that you stand up. And you're going to be talking about a whole host of things, including reforms.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, everybody. I thought we'll start with just painting a bit of picture. We talked about the investments in Africa and what has happened since COVID, and what are the opportunities across the continent. So if you can put up the slides, there we go. I'll try to go quickly. I may skip a few slides given that towards the end of the day. But if we start by saying, where are we today, right? We're in a context where we are now sort of at the tail end of the third wave. It's very clear that we probably will have a fourth wave. Hopefully it won't be as bad as it is, but we're actually at the tail end. You can see what's happened with all the 3 waves we've had. Now, we're excited about that, but the reality, as you know, is that vaccinations are still very low across the continent. Think of vaccinations. These are the numbers from 2 weeks ago. only about 6.4% of the entire continent is vaccinated. Now you have countries like South Africa where I think we're at probably like 40% of the adult population. But the reality is in many, many countries it's incredibly low, right? So that could affect us. It will affect how investors think about the continent, who's comfortable flying in here, and that's something that needs to improve, and we're working on it. Having said that, where did we start? We always, even as McKinsey, we always sort of promoted the Lions on the Move concept. And, the Lions were moving indeed. But the reality, like somebody told me, the Lions have been slowing down for the past years, right? And this shows you, even before COVID, what was happening with growth across the continent, right? We went from sort of 5.4% growth. Oh, Minister, it's now on the screen there. It's, then sort of 2010 to 2015 went down to sort of 3.5 or so. But before COVID, we were down to sort of 2% growth in a continent where population growth, as we know, is more around 3%, right? And then COVID struck. When it started, we all started with our predictions to understand how we could be affected by the crisis. And we thought that, worst case, the continent could actually contract by about 5%, right? That's what we thought was quite, quite possible. The good news is, things were not as bad, right? Things did contract, but we contracted by about 1.92%. And even better news is that we're seeing quite a strong rebound this year, right? So the projection, again, from the IMF is sort of in the 4% range for this year. So we're starting to see the rebound. The question is really how will we make sure the pre-COVID days, this is actually some work we're doing now as McKinsey, coming up with our next report next year around what's it really going to take to sustain this growth going forward. But the good news is we're not as affected from an economic perspective as we had feared. We had also projected what could happen to jobs, right? There are sort of 300 million informal jobs in Africa. There are about 150 million formal jobs. And we thought worst case, a third of all those jobs were at risk. So over 100 million jobs were at risk from the crisis. Now, again, the good news is, we didn't lose 150 million jobs. We did lose jobs. We lost about 30 million jobs, right? But it wasn't as bad. So generally, as we know, and I think we feel when we travel across the continent, we were not as affected as we had feared by the crisis, which makes it even more exciting, on one hand, for investors to come and continue to invest in these markets. Now, the impact was different, as you can imagine, by sector, right? So this just shows you a bit on a 2x2 the different sectors. As you know, the ones that have been the most affected. It's great to be back here and back to this is my first conference like this since pre-COVID, and we used to go to many, as you know. But hospitality, oil and gas, and the aviation sector were the most affected, as you can see, all the way on the right. And there were some that were actually least affected, right? Some of my telecom clients actually did very well through the crisis, as you probably know. Some of the retailers who were able to pivot very quickly and embrace e-commerce actually did quite well. And then somewhere in between, right? So banking sector, and I'll go very quickly through each of these sectors to give you a sense for where the opportunity is and where we see the opportunity across each of these sectors coming out of the crisis. So it's a mixed bag. Having said that, across every sector, there are a set of companies that, we term them resilience. And this is some work we did looking at the financial crisis in 2007, 2008. And what you see is the companies that actually do well during the crisis create a much bigger strategic distance between them and the competitors after the crisis, right? You can see the light line at the top. You can see how close they were relative to the competitors and how big of a difference they've created. And so we always tell our clients the decisions you make at this point in time during a crisis are fundamental, because that is really what's going to determine what happens to you in the future and how much distance you're going to create with your competitors. Now, very quickly, just a couple of points on just some sectors. The banking sector, as you probably know, of course, it was hit like many sectors, right? Revenues dropped by about 25% in 2020. We're starting to see the recovery already. But more importantly, from an investment perspective, we're starting to see consolidation, right? There's a lot of talks of consolidation in many of our markets, and investors are looking at what is the right time to come in. Now, one thing, this resilience, I didn't talk about it, but the resilient companies, the one thing they do very well, of course, they look very quickly about how can they control the costs, right? Because you can imagine they look a lot at what they need to do to change the business model very quickly and react to the new needs in the market. But they're also very quick both at acquiring other distressed companies, right? Because some companies are going down, so they'll be able to acquire them, or disposing of businesses that they're not excited about, right? So that's really how flexible and agile they are. And so you'll see in the banking sector, many of these banks who are actually quite agile and have some capital are looking to figure out how they can consolidate the market. When we go to payments, you know the story, right? This has just taken off, again, because people were much more comfortable and it was just easier to transact electronically. This is the growth in payment revenues across the continent. You can just see it's growing, and we project that it will continue to grow significantly. And as a result, you've seen a lot of I know there were some sessions here about all the money pouring into payment and fintech companies across Africa, and it's going to continue. It's actually going to continue. We're now at 8 unicorns on the continent. That trend will continue. Hopefully it's not a bubble, but clearly that is a space that's heating up. And you can understand the fundamentals are there, the population growth, the fact that we're moving to digital a lot more. Those are some of the fundamentals that, of course, are here to stay. If you look on the consumer front, again, fundamental shifts that are happening, which create opportunities, again, for investors, very much on the digital story, right? Consumers are shifting to value in terms of the way they spend their money. They're also, omni-channel, they're going very, very quickly to buy across all kinds of different channels, not just going into the store, but a lot of buying online and through electronic means. And even the loyalty is changing, right? So this creates opportunities in the consumer space. What we've seen is on the digital space especially, so companies that are looking to leapfrog through digital, whether they're startups or existing consumer companies that are pivoting their business models, that's where we're seeing a lot of the investments these days. On ag, again, ag actually was not as affected by the crisis itself. It had actually been enjoying some tailwinds prior to the crisis, so it wasn't as affected. But the reality is we still import over $40 billion worth of agriculture inputs in Africa every year. $40 billion, right? So huge opportunities to figure out how do we produce them ourselves. We just had a session this morning, some of you may have attended, with the Continental Free Trade Area, looking to say what do we need to do in the ag sector. It was one of the sectors we did a deep dive in. And just in ag alone, we trade about $47 billion of ag products across the continent, of which only 30% is intra-Africa trade. So again, a huge opportunity to produce more domestically, but then export it across the rest of the continent. And we're seeing, again, some interesting innovation on the technology front in the ag sector. The energy sector, many of you know it even better than I do. It was, a huge drop, as you can imagine, through the crisis. And here, there's a bit of a challenge, right? So on one hand, we were talking about it earlier. On one hand, you see a lot of international investors, not being as excited from an ESG perspective to continue to invest in energy and fossil fuels. On the other hand, you see opportunities for domestic banks, other players to say, look, we'll fill that gap. Even here we're signing billion-dollar deals to invest in the oil and gas sector. Now, I'm sure we'll talk about it on the panel, but the reality is, we still need it for now. It's going to take some time to go to the transition, and we believe you'll still see quite a bit of financing going to that space. But the sources of financing is going to change. That's what's going to change. Just a few more on infrastructure. You can imagine because of what happened globally, the infrastructure commitments reduced across the continent. We think we're going to start to see a rebound. It may still end up being 10, 20% lower. But the fundamentals, the long-term investing in Africa, the investment case for infrastructure in Africa is still strong. It's very, very clear. And it offered one of the best returns of any asset class globally, by the way, investing in infrastructure in Africa and some of the infrastructure asset classes. So we see that the long-term story is still there. It's just there was a dip because of the crisis. And then finally on healthcare, I just put a few slides here. We talk about huge opportunity on the health front, and I'll come back to it when we think about reimagining the continent. But if you look at just pharmaceutical manufacturing, right? As Africa, we only produce 30 to 40% of the pharmaceutical products that we consume. Right? Look at the difference in India. They import only to 5 to 15%. China imports 15 to 25%. So huge opportunity. And with the crisis, we realized what happened when we were depending on exports, and people banned exports from the countries, right? So that's a huge opportunity. And then next is vaccine manufacturing, right? And some of you may know this, but 25% of all the vaccines administered in the world are administered in Africa, but Africa produces less than 1% of vaccines. Again, massive opportunity, and that's a risk, right? I remember in Rwanda, the president told us how, he had actually bought some vaccines from India, paid for them, and then they blocked India banned exports. So what do you do? So again, we're doing a lot of work here. The aspiration for the continent, as you may have heard, is to go from 1% to 60% by 2040. There's a lot that needs to be put in place for that to happen, and we're actively working on it. So that's just to give you a bit of a sense for sort of the opportunities by sector, and I'll just end with this final slide, which is as you step back and think about what are the opportunities coming out of the crisis for the continent, we think there are a number of interesting ones. One is the digital transformation. It's massive. There was a session earlier today, and the panelists spoke about it. We think that is, for me, that's the biggest positive trend coming out of the crisis, the acceleration of Africa's digital transformation. And you see it both in the public sector and in the private sector, no questions about it. Second is the vulnerable urban population. A lot of the focus in the past when we talked about vulnerable populations has been on the rural areas. And the crisis really highlighted the needs of the urban vulnerable, right? So we're going to see, and we're starting to see a lot more focus on that. Third is the transformation of healthcare systems, very, very critical for equity and for them to be more resilient, and that's happening. Fourth is how the sectors are changing. We spoke a lot about that, what's happening in different sectors, competitiveness, and how the folks who have actually money, this is the time to invest, and we're seeing a lot of deals happening now because people are saying this is actually the time to come in. Companies need the money now, and the valuations are probably, in many cases, better than they were a few years ago. 5 is manufacturing. We're going to see, I just told you about, a pharmaceutical vaccine, but we're going to see a lot more manufacturing for self-sufficiency, right? We have to do that. And what's it going to take, right? And it's not easy, right? Manufacturing in Africa has grown 2.5% for the last 15 years. There's a lot more we need to do there, but that's a big focus, and there's a lot of private sector investments flowing into that space. 6 is formalization of the economies. We saw that a lot of countries put in programs to support companies during the crisis. But the reality is those programs were really offered to companies that were registered. And so in many of these countries, we think there's a huge opportunity to encourage the informal sector to formalize, because they know that once they formalize, there will be another crisis, but the country will be there to support them, right? So you can use this as a lever to encourage them to register. 7th, I can't read it from here. Oh, government, more active role of the government in the economy. There's no question about it, and we're seeing it. The social contract between the government and the people. Now, it's very clear. We know that, people in government is very important for us to make sure the people in government now can determine whether our kids go to school. They can determine if we can go clubbing at night, right? There's a lot that they can do. And so people are really thinking through, let's make sure we have the right people in government, because these are fundamental decisions they make, and they affect us. And last, which I think for me is probably the most important, is we realized through the crisis, we always talk about a united Africa. When we came together as one continent, it made a big difference. When we came together, we started the crisis, countries were trying to buy ventilators here and there when we thought ventilators was the answer, and they were being squeezed out of the market. We came together, we decided, we worked with the African Union to decide how many ventilators we need for the continent, how many test kits. Let's aggregate it under the leadership of President Ramaphosa, and that's when we started seeing things moving. Same thing on vaccines, right? When we started aggregating it and going and negotiating, and the African Bank played a critical role here with AVAT, negotiating for the continent, that's when things move. And so we've seen when we come together as a continent, we can make a difference, and I believe that is here to stay. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a sense for what's happening, the investment opportunities, and happy to engage in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acha. Following COVID protocols there. Thanks for that very concise and interesting presentation. I'm now going to move on to Andrew Nevin, who's standing by there. Andrew is, of course, the chief economist of PwC. We're going to zone in on what is called Africa's biggest economy, Nigeria. Andrew, can you hear me? Andrew, hi.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We know each other quite well, and I know that you've been in Nigeria. I remember when you first came to Nigeria, I think within the first few weeks we met each other. You've been in Nigeria for a while now. So could you give us sort of a very short take on your perspective, maybe a fresh perspective, I could say, on Africa's largest economy?
Well, thank you, Mark. And as we say in Nigeria, please allow me to stand on all existing protocols, but it's an honor to share this panel with so many superstars, superheroes on there. I do have a slide, very quick slide presentation to take a romp through the Nigerian economy, but let me just start by saying in the 13 years I've been in Nigeria, I have never been more optimistic than I am today. And of course, I think everyone today is aware of all of the challenges that we face, security challenges, exchange rate challenges, power challenges. But despite that, when I look deeply at what's going on, I am immensely encouraged by it. And I hope I can share some of that enthusiasm with you today. What I'm not going to share with you is anything a typical economist does. I'm not going to make any predictions about the future. I don't make any predictions, especially about the future. I'm not going to talk much about exchange rates or interest rates, anything like that. But what I'm going to talk about, I think, are the big themes of the economy. And I hope, as I said, kind of share, I hope you can share a bit of my enthusiasm for why I'm so bullish on Nigeria right now. So let's go to the next slide and just start by kind of reminding ourselves, I mean, the immense scale of Africa. Everyone in this room has seen this slide, but I like using this slide just because it reminds us of the scale, the problems with the Mercator projection. It also reminds us how small Great Britain is when it tries to stand on a world stage. So when it fits into Madagascar. Next slide, please. But the other thing I just wanted to mention was demographics. We're all aware of this, but when we talk about demographics, too often we're talking about Africa growing. But I think one thing that many people are not really aware of is the number of working age adults outside of Africa is declining already. The number of children outside of Africa is declining already. I think people have an image that perhaps it's declining in Japan and Russia, Ukraine, Spain, Italy, but it's compensated by India, Brazil, Indonesia. That's actually not true. And the implication for this is the demographic rotation to Africa is just happening at an incredible rate right now. This particular slide shows the number of births over a 5-year period, Africa versus the rest of the world. You can see by a couple of decades will be about 40%, over 40% of all the births. So one of the implications of this is Africa can only be prosperous if Africans trade with Africa. But the center of the commercial and economic world is rotating very quickly. Of course, when I'm in Lagos, I say it's rotating quickly to Africa, which means it's rotating to Nigeria, which means it's rotating to Lagos. I can't say that anymore because now I'm in Abuja. Next slide, please. Okay, so the way I want to look at this is just 10 quick themes about the Nigerian economy, one slide per theme. We'll just take a quick romp through all of this, as I said. But I want to start by saying I go to too many conferences where I hear about, let's look at, from a Nigerian perspective, let's look at Rwanda, let's look at South Korea, let's look at Singapore. One of the messages that we give everyone in Nigeria is Nigeria needs to find her own development path based on the unique circumstances of where we are in history, based on where we are with technology, based on the comparative advantages of Nigeria. However, we do say that if we're going to look to one place to learn some lessons, we think probably the most lessons can be learned from India. You know, why India? Well, because it shares so many of these characteristics: big, messy, complex proto-democracy under formation, large land mass, very different topography, religious differences, tribal differences, large socioeconomic differences between regions. So many of the issues that India has dealt with over the past few decades and made a lot of progress are relevant for Nigeria. So that's the one place maybe we can look for the most lessons as we look at where the Nigerian economy is headed. Next slide. But let me start with, in themes, next slide, please. Where we start is just Nigeria is a rich country. So we put out the paper that said, look, we have a rich country, but we have dead assets. We need to unlock these dead assets. These dead assets are largely, the bulk of them are in real estate. And that's the most important sector to get going. And some of them are in the government controls. So you think of Adjunct Steel, you think of the refineries, the National Stadium, the National Theater. These are assets that are producing no return in Nigeria. And if Nigeria did nothing else, but I start to unlock these dead assets, then it would find it was increasingly wealthier and wealthier. And we're finding this. I mean, you can, despite all the challenges in the real estate sector and the Land Use Act, we're starting to see real estate really boom here. It's one of those sectors people from the outside should be looking at, and we're starting to unlock these public assets. So that's the number one strategy we need to accelerate what's happening in Nigeria. Next slide, please. The other thing that PwC put on the agenda, which was we didn't create any new intellectual capital. We just pointed out numbers that were out there. Was people seem to think that that the oil is Nigeria's largest export. The largest export that actually impacts people's lives in Nigeria is Nigerian brains through the diaspora remittances. So the official number a few years ago was 25 billion. The World Bank said it dropped. I don't believe it. I just think it's going through informal channels. But we then coined the term the barbell economy, which is that Nigeria exports two things. It exports crude oil, which is the lowest value-added commodity on the planet, and it exports Nigerian brains, which is the highest value-added, the barbell economy. And if you think about it for a minute, the barbell economy kind of gives a unique direction for where Nigeria should be going. Next slide, please. Because one of the things that we've learned through COVID is you can export brains without leaving the country on that. And I'm going to highlight one amazing Nigerian company, Outsource Global, founded by a national heroine here, Amal Hassan, northern Nigerian woman. She has 1,200 seats in northern Nigeria, university-educated Nigerians serving international clients, earning FX for Nigeria, supporting their families. And that's just an incredible example of what Nigeria could do in exporting brains, but without people necessarily leaving Nigeria. And it's happening. It's not just BPO services. We're seeing it in financial services with the march of people like Access Bank, UBA, GT Bank, InterSwitch across the continent. We're seeing it in music. We're seeing it in the other cultural industries. Nigeria's won 2 Grammy Award winners. I'll give you one surprising fact. The cultural industries are now a larger part of the economy in Nigeria than the oil industry, which just really shows you where the future is. So for us, the future for Nigeria is export high value added services, export brains without leaving Nigeria. Next slide, please. The other thing we've talked about for a long time is the need for Nigeria to develop everywhere. It's a large country. It has many poles of potential prosperity, and it needs to happen across the nation. But one thing I can say is one reason I'm very optimistic is every day you see the level of activity in places that may surprise you. States in the last 5 or 6 years have really stepped up and taken responsibility for the development. They're doing the right things. Lagos has always been the forefront, but we're seeing Ekiti, we're seeing Ogun State, we're seeing Edo State, we're seeing Kaduna State, which is just doing fantastically well. Nasarawa, more and more states and more governors are really creating great environments for investment and great environments focused on education, healthcare, infrastructure for the people. And it's really encouraging. Next slide, please. And part of that too is just we need this rotation from outside of Lagos. So Lagos is typically quoted as 30 to 35% of the economy. We need it to go down. Leslie talked a little bit about the urban poor in terms of development here. I mean, obviously Lagos is a very difficult place infrastructure-wise. If we can get this development across the country, which I said is on the way, we'll be in very good shape in Nigeria. But investors should be looking outside of the Lagos and Abuja bubble. Next slide, please. And of course, ties together with the AFCFTA. I mean, as I said a little earlier, I mean, we think that Nigeria's comparative advantage is in the services, the high value added services, exporting brains from Nigeria, fitting into higher value added things traded a lot around the continent on that. I mean, AFCFTA is all around finding what you have a comparative advantage on at, and Nigeria has the comparative advantage in high value added services. Next slide, please. But part of the issue for us is just getting the investment. This particular slide uses the economic speak, the gross fixed capital formation. 3 countries, China, India, and Nigeria. We like to think of India as probably at about the right level. If you want 6 to 8% headline GDP growth, then you need to invest about 26 to 29% of your GDP. And you can see the red line, Nigeria is just not investing enough. So we need to find ways to get that level of investment up. And this is not just outsiders, but it's starting with Nigerians, then the diaspora. And then once those 2 groups invest, then outsiders of those 2 groups will also come in. Next slide, please. Of course, Leslie talked a little bit about the informal economy. It highlights, I think, one big theme that we talk about. I mean, over say 60% of the economy in Nigeria is informal. It's not a bad thing. An informal economy is better than no economy. But it also highlights that the statistics that we use are not capturing the level of activity that we see. So today, Nigeria released its GDP numbers. It gave 4% year over year for the same quarter last year. I quite frankly don't believe these numbers. I think the economy is much bigger. South Africa just rebased by 11%. We're going to be doing our own rebasing very shortly at the end of 2022. I think the economy is at least 20 to 25% bigger than we say. Of course, I mentioned before, we're not getting enough investment. What's holding us back? We're still struggling with the ease of doing business. We haven't made as much progress as we want. But I chose this slide just because it's encouraging as we look around Africa, particularly Kenya really encourages us here to say it can be done. There's been a lot of focus on it. We just haven't quite made that final breakthrough to really start to move up the ease of doing business rankings, and we continue to have a lot of challenges there. Next slide, please. Of course, we have the big three distortions. I think anyone familiar with Nigeria would be aware of these. We have the exchange rate, the foil subsidy, and the power distortions. I have to say, though, I think this is coming to an end. The best way I've heard this put is from Bismarck, who's one of our most famous economists here, which is that the country is in, the people that benefit from these distortions are in a sense in the last stages of denial. But the exchange rate system has to reform. The foil subsidy has to reform. The power subsidy and power market reflective tariffs is close to being reformed. And of course, this is a major impediment to investors, but I really feel in the next 6 to 24 months, we're going to have a unified exchange rate and we're not going to have a foil subsidy anymore. Next slide, please.
Interesting.
Let me also add, again, another thing that's very encouraging to me is I think that the world is waking up to the fact how poor a measure GDP is for human well-being. But Nigeria has really already moved beyond that. The way we think in Nigeria is really in the SDG language, the 17 goals that you can see here, everyone in the room and listening in is familiar with. Very intuitive things that reflect things that matter to people: no hunger, decent work, life underwater. They all have targets on it. And I think we've done a fantastic job in Nigeria of moving beyond a GDP lens to this broader way of thinking. Next slide, please. But let me just finish up by just commenting on something that we can't talk about enough, and we need to do more in action. And obviously, we've just all come through COP26. Canada has seen amazing weather events, including the last 2 days, where you've seen the destruction in Western Canada. Earlier, we had a town incinerated, a 50-degree latitude town incinerated 50 degrees Celsius on that. And this, unfortunately, is coming. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This particular slide highlights the number of people in countries underwater if there's a 2% 2-degree rise in temperatures. If you look closely, you can see that Nigeria is colored light blue, which is 10 to 25% people underwater. I mean, I just moved from Lagos to Abuja. Much of Lagos would be underwater if this scenario came true. So simultaneously, we're talking about Lagos becoming the largest city in the world at the same time as it's being threatened to go underwater. And this issue is not yet discussed enough or worked on enough in Nigeria on that. But certainly with COP26, with the issue of reparations coming up, with the issue of the just energy transition, and I think Dr. Rama just came out during this conference and said, look, it's not really possible for Africa, who has not contributed at all to greenhouse gas emissions, to do an energy transition so rapidly to non-carbon sources. These are issues that Nigeria, of course, indeed all of Africa, but Nigeria, really, we need to take a lot more effort, both internally in what we do and the resilience that we need to build, but also how we deal with the rest of the world and make sure, as I said, that we get the reparations that should be required in this scenario. So let me stop there. I hope I've given this quick prompt, a little bit of room for optimism for Nigeria. As I said at the outside of this, 13 years I've been in the country, I have never been more optimistic with the direction of Nigeria than I am today, despite all the challenges that we all understand. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Andrew. Nevin there. Excellent, very concise a concise presentation. So we saw sort of the broader Africa presentation, Pan-African sort of outlook from Acha, and then we zoned in on Nigeria, one of the major economies in Nigeria. So it would obviously be natural for me to go to the Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry, Republic of South Africa. I saw you scribbling down quite a bit of stuff there as you're writing. The other thing too is that actually when your President, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, was at the podium, I was standing right next to you, and you were sitting with a laptop down there typing away, and I was very interested to know what you were actually writing as well. But you know, instead of me asking you a question, I've got lots of questions for you. I want you to sort of respond to that, because that must be really interesting from your perspective, because of course South Africa is the other big economy, if you look at the big two. What's your reaction to that? And maybe you can comment on what Achaleke was showing us as well.
Well, first, thank you very much. I found both presentations refreshing. We didn't have the trotting out of orthodoxies. We reflected that the world is changing, that we're all grappling with issues. So Achaleke, for example, pointed to the need to reimagine manufacturing. He called it a focus on self-reliance. I may use a slightly different language and say that the value of resilience is important now. And 3-4 years ago, this would have been beyond the pale to reimagine a future in which countries and regions actively pursue industrial policies to build up manufacturing capability. That's now become mainstream. When I talk to the European Union, they talk about strategic autonomy. When I meet with the United States, the office of one of my counterparts is called the Made in America office. And so the world has changed quite dramatically. And Africa needs to position itself for the opportunities. When I listen to Andrew Nevin, Andrew points to, I think quite interestingly, the opportunities through export of services and remittances, but he also points to the African Continental Free Trade Area. And that truly, you know, if I can use an overworked metaphor, it is potentially a game changer. Think about this. Africa, I'm going to round the figures. Africa imports about 500 billion, call it $500 billion worth of goods. If we can, over a period of time, have an increasing share, not all of that, but just 20% of that produced on the African continent, we'll be adding enormous value here. We'll be bringing in $100 billion worth of goods and value addition and jobs, expanding African markets and so on. And that's not beyond our capability, but it requires the golden triangle of infrastructure investment, because goods need to move efficiently between countries. It needs energy. It needs all the support of sophisticated communication systems. And the second element of this golden triangle is trade reform, that we reduce these barriers between African countries, and that's what the AFCFTA fundamentally is about. And thirdly, it requires industrial policy, active measures, sector by sector, to identify, do we have comparative advantage, can we link in and coordinate better. I come now from a meeting with Afrexim Bank, where we were looking at the auto value chain, the cocoa value chain, the sugar value chain, and we see enormous opportunities. So I think what the two presentations have asked us to do is reimagine Africa's future. And in the opening session, we pointed to the fact that Africa has 17% of the world's population, yet only 3% of global GDP, and really just less than 1% of global steel and auto output. So I think I certainly take that on board. The second thing that struck me very strongly from this is both Acha and Andrew spoke about the need to formalize the informal sector.
Yes.
And for me, there's an opportunity there to build businesses on scale. There's an enormous entrepreneurial talent on the continent. Much of that talent plays only in the informal sector, in the shallow waters, and we can take it to deeper waters by higher levels of formalization, and that requires a range of measures that we can talk about shortly. And the third thing that strikes me is Africa's demographic opportunity and challenge. So the opportunity is clear. This is the continent with the largest rise in population, and it's going to be equaling and then overtaking India and China as the leading places of labor supply. But it does so at an unusual and important moment in history with the Fourth Industrial Revolution, where increasingly the role of labor in production becomes much more complex to anticipate and to project. And so Africa has enormous opportunities, and it has the moment now, but it needs to move quickly. So those are some immediate observations that I draw from what I think are two really helpful presentations to kickstart our discussion.
Thank you, Minister, for those reactions, those responses. I'm going to come back to you specifically about South Africa. There are a number of questions I want to know from your exalted position, what South Africa can do, both for the AFCFTA and cross-border investments and a number of other things. But I'll move on now to your left, the Honourable Miss Bogolo Joy Kenewendo. You're now a global economist, and you're running Kenewendo Advisory. But you've been on both sides of the table, I suppose. You've been a policymaker, now you're in the private sector. A very simple question for you, really. It's about doing business reforms. I mean, what does government need to do better in all this, and what does business need to do better?
All right. First, I'd also like to echo that those were great presentations, and I like this thing of reimagining Africa and reimagining, the way we do business. And for that to happen, it really hinges on us running governments differently. That's the first part. COVID has certainly challenged us. Many governments were challenged to deliver services to people, and they were forced to start talking about digitization. And I like that Acha brought up this point. And we have to see governments becoming more efficient, more effective in the way that they deliver services, and in particular, be very responsive to to the needs of the private sector. Now, if we want to look at strategic autonomy and industrialization, the way government starts off is by creating a base of ease, access, ease doing business, that's in such a way that even the informal sector will have the need to join mainstream economy. Because we also run a threat of saying we want to formalize the informal sector without really asking ourselves, what is it that is keeping the informal sector in the informal sector, right? And you find that a lot of it is around all of these systems that are just exhausting to small businesses, taxes that are very high, that the informal businesses cannot afford. So first, we have to make sure that the threshold, the base of doing business is quite easy, and then we move on from there. And then the second thing is when we're talking about how governments facilitate doing business, or how they facilitate private sector, and in turn how the private sector facilitates diversification, is really on that as we think about industrialization, we reimagine this strategic autonomy that the minister mentioned, and really call it more a strategic collective autonomy. So really going back to the principles of the AFCFTA, going back to the principles of the AU. It's funny we talk about reimagining Africa now, and we're going back to the ideals of 1965, right? Of 1950 and so forth. And it just goes back to saying how best can we work on, when we select a sector, give an example, we select an auto sector, and we say we want to be really good and efficient in this sector and promote industrialization here. As a region, What are the strategies that we're going to put in place to ensure that every country that is involved in the development of that industry is actually going to benefit? So everyone has skin in the game and they're not just playing observer. Now, I don't want to go too much into this because, we've had these discussions with Minister Ibrahim while I was still a minister, so I don't want to cause any troubles in this particular stage. But if you allow me to go a little further into how we can further incentivize the private sector to do more in the continent, I think there's another opportunity for governments when they come to the phase 2 negotiations of the AFCFTA to really show the determination of facilitating movement of capital and investments in the continent. And by putting in place ways of protecting private capital and ensuring that this capital flight that we're seeing, African capital that goes and creates infrastructure development outside the continent actually starts to benefit us here. What are the questions we should be asking towards the protection of investors, African investors and foreign investors in the continent? And that phase 2 negotiation should really answer those and should be based on what has already been done in the likes of SADC, in ECOWAS, and in the EAC, because the plans already exist. There's the regional integration development program strategy under SADC that looks at how best we can promote investments in SADC countries. And those are things that should be built on, we should implement, and just not have them as shiny policies on the table. Now, you can ask me, why are you talking about it when you're a minister? These things, they need that collective agreement across countries and in the continent for them to work. Not only one country can do them and be successful.
Okay, I want to now move on. I want to bring this home to KwaZulu-Natal, right? It's been, of course, KwaZulu-Natal is the home of the gateway to the world, I guess, for Southern Africa, with the port of Durban is here, of course. And so the AFCFTA is crucial. This is one of Africa's powerhouse ports. From your perspective as the MEC for Finance for KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. Nomusa Dube Nkube, I've got 2 questions for you, and I'm going to bring them together, so just one by one. Yesterday, I think, was it yesterday that we heard that the provincial government spent 10 billion rand every year? I think that's about $1 billion, or at least in the last few days. How do you work to encourage local manufacturing so that you're purchasing products made in Africa and made in KZN? So it goes back to this question about encouraging the small to be bigger from your perspective. The second part of it is, I said you're the gateway to the port of Durban. You're therefore already engaged with the private sector. You can't avoid that, very much so. Do you have any examples of working efficiently with the private sector? And how do you maintain, I guess for both of you, to maintain this leadership position that Durban has as a port and as a province?
Well, yeah, thank you very much for that. I guess one of the unique advantages that we have, first of all, is that we share the borders with 3 of our African neighbors, which is Mozambique, Lesotho, and Swaziland. And already those, are some of our African trade, partners that already, they travel even by road, or even some of the people walk to and between South Africa and those countries. And the minister spoke about the entrepreneurship and how we need to enhance our informal trading and sort of look at how we formalize the informal trading, because it does form a huge economic sector that has not been supported or sort of formalized in a way that is enhanced so that it can be play its role in the bigger scheme of things in the market, in the global market, as it were. But if you talk about the port as well, we have a lot of partnerships with other port cities, as well as the port, provinces, as well as the port countries, where we learn a lot. We have partnership with Angola, for instance, that we've been working with to see how we can share some of the expertise amongst ourselves, but also share between ourselves, between the traffic that we have. Namibia, same thing that we've been looking at on the traffic between ourselves and those African countries, so that we do not lose from the economies that we can gain from within the African continent. And ironically, when we are in Europe, we always market ourselves as the African continent with the numbers, the sheer numbers that we have in Africa. But when we come back to Africa, we sort of get back to our little corners and we forget that we have this massive power that we should be using in the globe. And I think it's one of those things that we really still need to work on. With the private sector, we have very good relations with the private sector, but I think what we haven't mastered is to also expose the private sector to the African continent economy. I think we saw during the COVID-19 and the lockdown how a lot of imports and the export that usually would have gone in and out were easily replaced by some of the goods from the African continent. And I think there's a lot that we've learned from there to say, actually, Africa, probably it's about time that we really look within ourselves and say, shouldn't we seriously be looking at how we become self-sustainable and work amongst ourselves to really increase our economy and benefit from our sheer numbers, but also look within ourselves to increase our economy as African continent.
Thank you. I'm going to break this sort of rhythm here because I'm supposed to go down the line, aren't I? But I'm not going to do that because I'm a disruptor. You know that well enough, Ibrahim. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bounce around, try and create a thread because I want to go to Paulo Gomez next. Now, this is the first time, Paulo, I've ever been on a panel where I haven't introduced you as sort of with your Afro Champions hat on first. Instead, I'm introducing you with Orango which is this new investment vehicle launched with the Afro Champions, I understand, and it's meant to address structural challenges across African investment markets. Can you tell us a little bit about it, and maybe how is this different from other investment vehicles?
Yeah, thank you. I hope the sound is good.
Yes, it's good. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the process we had with Afro Champion, if you remember, was essentially to play an advocacy role with the African Union and other multilateral institutions.
Which you did very well.
But we thought that the private sector needed to lead from behind, but to support, because, we have all been in the public sector and complaining about the fact that there is no input from the private sector, that we are leading, but they are not moving. So we say, let's make sure that we engage the public sector. So in the whole process of the CFTA, Afro Champion has tried to engage with the AU and the government in pushing for the CFTA. But we went beyond, because at the end of the day, we know that our borders that has been enumerated from the colonial period are not viable, And I mention all the time a country like mine. I'm from Guinea-Bissau. We are 2 million people. To make this country economically viable is very difficult. But a mistake has been made in Berlin, and we have the configuration that we have now. So how do you erase those borders? And we believe that in a parallel track with what our government and regional organizations are doing in terms of free trade, you need to create a critical mass of African multinationals. Those African multinationals will do their job in going country to country And again, I will do a little bit of publicity for my former bank. I used to be in the board of EcoBank. EcoBank has managed with 35 countries with a footprint to be everywhere.
It's remarkable, yes.
With Ghanaians, Nigerians, Kenyans. You know, this is how you move. And John Doe, which is one of the founders, had that vision. I was also associated with him in the process of setting up Askai Airline. You know, as you know, it's the only profitable airline in West Africa. It's the partnership within Africans, in which Ethiopian Airline owns 30-something% of the capital, and we are moving. You know, this is not a sophisticated airline where you have foie gras, caviar, and all these things, but it will get you in a very safe position from Lomé to Accra to Abidjan, and it's working, and they're making a small net income, positive net income. So after this 3-4 years of advocacy for the CFTA, we were also challenged and say, okay, what's the next phase? So we decided to set up the Orango Investment Corporation as a purely private entities that will help the CFTA and help the implementation of the CFTA. But because you know where is the challenge? The challenge is in the Greenfield project. All African companies, PE firms are running after the same transactions. If we want to have growth, we need to put the building block of projects and transactions. And that happened with Greenfields. And this is where the risk. And that's why the multilateral institution and other institutions that are supporting Africa don't want to put the money. They will say, oh, go first and then we'll come later. I think what forum like this one is bringing is that you have many people who have greenfield projects that are getting together and moving. And we have to find now mechanism to finance greenfields project. Yeah. And if there's a risk of failure, be it.
Yes.
It's part of the process. So Orango is coming as one of the players. We have selected a group of friends. I was myself very much involved in the setting up of the Africa Finance Corporation in Nigeria. By the way, when I left the World Bank in 2006 and engaged in the process, when Nigeria asked me to be involved, people were laughing. People are laughing that, you know, how can you have an institution like Africa Finance Corporation? What is it? What is this creature you're talking about? Fast forward is now a $10 billion company, AAA rating. So I believe that this 10 years window we have in implementing the CFTA, let's load that 10 years window with new financial institutions, with new African multinationals, even if it's greenfield, you know, and move forward. Because the sense of urgency we need to put in this CFTA is the sense of urgency that Aisha has studied. We have, I think, 50 million jobs to create every year.
Yes.
You know, we should be completely obsessed by the process of creating jobs. But this will happen, and I will stop here, by also changing our mindset. You know, 2 days ago, I was listening the song of Marvin Gaye, What's Going On. I think we need to bring that song back, What's Going On. And one of the things that is not going well is that I think, as an economist, we have put too much financial, I would say, element into the equation. We need now to revisit the economy, load it with much more ethics and value, and think out of the box. As the minister said, a few years ago, you couldn't talk about industrialization. It was kind of a taboo word into the World Bank ecosystem and the IMF. Now everybody agreed that we need an industrialization policy. So what I'm saying here is that we have to engage with the rest of the world to let us make our mistake, but we need to think out of the box, bring the culture, and I'm very happy that this forum this year has brought a lot of elements of the creative economy, because our problem as African now is partly capital, and that's true. We need saving because we don't have enough saving to do things or to invest. But a lot of it is linked to our mindset. And culture and the creative economy is one way to help solve that gap in thinking in the thing we do in the future. So That's what we want to put in this package of an institution. You want economists, financial people, but who are open to bring culture into their modus operandi.
Paulo, Ibrahima, your brother, is smiling and nodding through your entire presentation. Ibrahima, you just came back from COP, didn't you? COP 26 or so, ARC. Yes. Let's just explain a little bit about what ARC is for people that don't know it. I think it was established 2012. It's a specialized agency of the AU, your UN Assistant Secretary General in that role, and it's there to sort of, I guess, to predict and mitigate risk, and of course, climate change, of course, that's risk all over climate change. I also read that you have just signed an agreement with Afrexim Bank. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is about thinking more strategically about project finance and thinking holistically about the impact on communities and also climate and other disaster risk events. So I might be wrong I haven't read it, I'm just hearing about it. I want you to connect your thinking from this position, because you're relatively new in this position, but you've done a lot in a very short space of time, and also connect it if you can. We're here at the investment forum of the IATF. So how does that connect to trade? How does it connect to what we heard from Acha and what we heard from Andrew and what we heard from the Minister and Paulo? Trade, investment, jobs. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, Mark, when my good friend Paulo said what's going on, I thought he's going to ask all of us to start singing. So thank God we're not singing.
No, we haven't bought the copyright for that song.
We haven't got the copyright for that. So what's going on? And so thank Paulo for not asking us to sing at this time of the night. Now, for some of you who know what I do, we're in the business of disaster risk management. And one will ask, what's the connection with managing disaster to actually trade and investment?
Yes.
And thank God, since I've been here, I didn't have any disaster to manage, despite the fact we're in the middle of COVID-19. It shows the healthy and the resilience of the continent to come together to have this conversation about trade and investment. Let me begin by just highlighting the problem that we face as a continent, just to show the connection between what we are guided to do here to actually the reality on the ground. If you look at, as Andrew mentioned earlier, the extreme weather situation on the continent, created conditions whereby, whether it's drought or tropical cyclone or flood in many African countries, we are dealing with a situation whereby we have to make our people more resilient. We have to address the food insecurity that came from extreme weather. In some cases, to address the fact that many communities are actually selling their assets to survive so they can be resilient. So therefore, we can do three things at the same time, and that is to attract investment, to boost trade, but at the same time also make Africa more resilient to the work that we do at the African Race Capacity Building. Now, for that to be happen, it requires a couple of things. Number one, leadership. The fact that our institution exists to start with demonstrated that Africa is not waiting for the rest of the world to be able to actually lead in addressing the impact of climate change in the African continent. What we do, in order to describe it very precisely, is three words. It's plan, prepare, and respond to the effect of climate change across the continent. Now, the reason why the planning is extremely important, in many countries in Africa, they don't have visibility to the exposure to the effect of climate change, so they can make informed decisions about what to do with the risk, whether to return it or transfer to the insurance market so you can mobilize resources and deal with the effect of climate change and be able to actually protect the vulnerable communities. Now let me connect this to what happened at COP26 and what does that mean for Africa and how you connect that to basically trade and investment and the continent, just to understand that we as Africans have also to be connected to the global conversations taking place in climate change, and to an extent it'll affect the African continent. It's a couple of things that are extremely positive, in my view, when it comes to what happened in COP26. Number one, there is a consensus that Africa is not the leading polluters when it comes to climate change compared to the rest of the developed world. But nevertheless, we are the country that's also victimized by the negative impact of climate change. So therefore, we are actually suffering for something we have not created as a continent. And one of the biggest concern of Africans at COP26 to make sure at the end of the negotiation, the rest of the world will recognize there's a loss and damage caused by climate change that affect Africa. So therefore, the rest of the world has to contribute in making sure we cover the loss of damage so we can protect Africans. And I think it's been recognized at COP26. Part of the solution is recognize loss of damage for Africa and do something about it in terms of financing. I think number two that happened at COP, which is extremely encouraging for Africa. I'm delighted to see in the room some technology companies like IBM in the room. And that is to say, in order for us to actually model the risk related to climate, we as Africans need to have access to technology that allows us to predict what will happen 2 or 3 years from now when it comes to drought, flood, and tropical cyclone, so that our policymakers can make the decision what to do with the risk associated with climate. So the fact that there is an opportunity there for the public sector and the private sector to come together and beef up the capacities of Africans to be able to actually model the risk and be able to help government to make the right decision, it's something extremely important when it comes to the African continent. And I'm delighted to see that the West is willing to avail that technology to Africa so we can model the risk and make the right decision as policymakers. I think number three, extremely important, and this is something I think many of us recognize, that when we have the Paris Accord on climate change, the West made the commitment to provide $100 billion annually for the next 4 or 5 years by 2020, so that we can provide the resources necessary for Africa to finance the adaptation plan, the adaptation project, so we can protect our water, our agriculture, and other resources. It is clear that commitment was not met. 2020 has passed, and new commitments have been made by 2025 to make sure we can bring in additional resources. So let's hope this time we can meet those commitments so Africa can get the additional resources to be able to actually finance and invest in adaptation so we can protect the Africa as well. And last but not least, and this is extremely important why I'm delighted that today we signed an agreement with Afro-Exim Bank. The African institution, whether Afro-Exim Bank, African Development Bank, our institutions, so the Development Bank in Africa are also joining forces to be part of the solutions. And the way they're being part of the solution by saying, how do we join forces so we can model the risk and our exposure to climate change so we can come up either with micro-insurance or sovereign insurance so we can provide the solutions to make Africa more resilient. African institutions are joining forces to be able to actually provide international financing, additional resources, grant, so that we can provide the investment required for Africa to invest in climate change. African institutions are coming together to make sure we can build the culture of disaster risk management in Africa so we can anticipate before disaster happens so we can protect our people and make Africa more resilient. So the message I want to convey here is to say we can do 3 things at the same time. We can make Africa more resilient while we can actually attract investment for trade and investment. And I think that's the way we should be approaching this and not looking at one aspect at a time, but looking at all these things together so we can arrive at a situation that the Africa of tomorrow is the Africa can actually project itself to attract the right investments. But in the meantime, we need to make Africa more resilient so we can protect the vulnerable communities across Africa while we attract investment and trade as well. So that's probably the connection between COP26 and what we're trying to do here in Durban. And I think these two together are connected in the way we need to be able to look at this all the time so we can make Africa more resilient as we proceed. So over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ibrahim. I want to stay with this, the idea of COP26 a little bit and Africa's energy transition. I'm fascinated by this discussion around Africa's energy transition. I'm going to go to an energy company next, Trinity Energy. Akol, you are the founder and chairman of Trinity Energy. Interesting times for you because you developed a business from scratch. in South Sudan with a government that's been finding its feet in developing policies from scratch. So, I mean, that's a really interesting environment for you to work in. But I must say that you operate cross-regionally because your headquarters is in Nairobi. I'm sorry I said Nigeria before. It was on my paper. It's Nairobi. Your headquarters are in Nairobi. So I've got two questions, actually. One relates to what Ibrahima was saying, and the other one is what your experiences have been, especially with government supporting or perhaps hindering private sector companies like yours. Maybe what would you like to see more of or less of? And then also I want you to weigh in on Africa's energy transition conversation, because I've stood on this at this podium for the last 4 days, and we've signed billions of dollars in energy deals right to my right here. You know, that's the reality, what we were seeing there, pen to paper. There's rhetoric and then there's reality. So I want you to weigh in because you are Trinity Energy. Go ahead.
Thank you again for the question, and for Afrexim Bank to giving us this kind of platform actually to air out some of the things that we actually should do ourselves as African. My fellow panelists on the left actually mentioned what inspires me most every single day I wake up is to build first South Sudanese Pan-African multinational. And now we are doing that. And with the help of Afrexim Bank, and maybe the AFTF that is creating integration in the region, and the people that will make it a reality, like my colleague on the left did mention, is private sector. Because what government could employ and what private sector could do are not comparable. But what we need is policies that will enable us to flourish in the private sector. I will just take you back a little bit about what you mentioned about government. What actually drives us and maybe our connection with the government and so forth in terms of how we trade and their billing policies and so forth, is the fact that we see government as a partner, and also we see them as customers as well, because they need energy services as well, be it power or refined product. They are a partner. But what really actually drives us and what has been keeping us going is the fact right after the independence, we felt it's really paramount to really get local indigenous to participate in natural resources. That's when it can make meaning to us. And we saw a very big gap in terms of the downstream. I think Andrew from Nigeria earlier, in one of his slides, there's a subsidy. And personally, I felt you have drained a hole. Even if you sit on trillion, there will come a time you run out of reserve. And I've seen that happen because right from the independence, we used to have fuel shortages. And this happened in two ways. One, we had a captive market, a market that was not liberalized. So when it came to our mind, we saw an opportunity as an energy company to create wealth. I don't want to say make money, but create wealth, because we want to carry everybody along the value chain. So what we did was to try and find a solution of how we should do things different. And that's how we got ourselves even here. We approached people like Afrexim Bank to create for us a facility that we should be able to have a sustainability in the market in how we support government, as you mentioned, of their policies in terms of a social economic impact in the society. Bringing energy give us stability, and stability means we now flourish and grow. So for me as a company in South Sudan, in a places where every headline you could call it as scholars and someone who has been around suggests otherwise. But for me, on this platform is to try and give another flip side of what could become South Sudan. And we've done it as a company. Here we are on this stage saying that Trinity Energy is moving to places. You mentioned Nigeria. I have interest. I can see clearly how I can flourish in greenfield projects like my fellow colleague here mentioned earlier. We shouldn't fear with those greenfield projects, like in the back of my mind, and you talk of energy transition. It's a chicken and egg story. For us, in my country, a couple of years back, 98% of our economy was packed on oil. As now that non-oil revenue is beginning to develop. And still, again, I look at it as a catalyst still for us to continue unlocking the true potential of the country using the same oil that we have. but transitioning it to the other sectors, like the person on my right just spoke of. This is a balancing act that we have to do for us to be able to start cutting, which is, anyhow, I think one of the speakers on this stage did mention earlier, we are almost zero emission also in Africa, it's still here, because we don't have that. But yeah, basically, we see what we have been doing and what we intend to do as an answer to some of these policies that have been laid in place by AU and the bodies like other continental bodies in Africa. Like in terms of job creation, if I may take you back again in terms of the energy, in a few years back when a country introduced subsidy or a captive supply market, almost 250 gas stations across the country were locked down because you couldn't sell in a subsidized price. But when we worked with the financial institution like Afreximbank, and I used to actually tell the management, and one of the senior person is here on the panel, that it's a high time for Afreximbank to build maybe their own billion-dollar companies. Dangote and the likes are there. And if had it not been the effect of COVID, that I think I still see clearly that there are still opportunities in Africa, we would have become a first billion-dollar company, South Sudanese company. I recall in 2018, 2019, we became half a billion-dollar company. We are heading to the stage of becoming a billion-dollar company in 2020. But we got caught in between, and we are still counting those losses, which I think everybody will continue to count them. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel. So just to answer your last specific question, yes, we are transitioning even ourselves as a company. If you come to the part of the region, of which very soon we are coming to SADC, because that's part of our market segmentation, because we truly believe in what did he say earlier. The only way all this will make meaning, we must build our own true local Pan-African multinational companies that will roll their sleeves without fear, because we know all these markets and all so forth. For us to focus on those greenfield, whether they succeed or fail, I believe most of them are bankable. Like, for example, in my country, I believe we have to build a refinery. I know the panelists on my right will think otherwise.
Maybe not, I don't know.
And why it's important for me is that today we pay $24 a barrel for us to send it to the international market. If I add value and sell it to the market around me, which are 5 countries which need, because we are the third producer in the sub-Saharan Africa with a proven reserve, there is more value addition and also a social economic impact in those markets, because we have seen where we have availability of oil, we are able to make sure that the economic flourish. 1 liter have impact in the ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to move on because with 8 speakers or 9 speakers in this short space of time, it's hard to get you all in. But Afreximbank, everybody said Afreximbank, Amra Kamel. Your name, of course, Afreximbank has an incredible impact to get us here. And as I said, I think I've counted just myself, I've counted like $5 or $6 billion that I've announced from this podium. So you're certainly walking the walk. Let me read some of the articles that are coming out. Investment galore at the Intra-African Trade Expo, says CAG News Africa. Investment opportunities in Africa on full display. There's another one that's just come out. So obviously the word is out that something is happening here. Afreximbank's been so impressive and impactful. What's Afreximbank's ambition going forward?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. I mean, obviously, our ambition is to continue to have an impact in places that matter most, right? And I think the key of what matters most now for the continent is the AFCFTA. So we want to continue to innovate, to think of ideas, products, facilities that would best suit the improvement and facilitation of the AFCFTA. We're already working on a couple of things. I think there were a number of, obviously, initiatives that we've already started. Some of them have already come to fruition. There are others that are on their way. Things like the Pan-African Payment and Settlement Platform, I think that's going to go a very long way in facilitating the MANSA platform, as also some of the, on the financing side, you know, the pandemic trade impact mitigation facilities, those kinds of things. I think the critical thing really is, I mean, if you look at the trade fair, okay, what was how did the idea of the trade fair come about? When we, even before the AFCFTA came into being, basically, one of our key strategic pillars was promotion of intra-African trade. So we did a study to try and find out why intra-African trade was at such a low level. And to our surprise, you know, everybody talks about infrastructure deficits and things like that, which are all valid issues. But to our surprise, the lack of information was a key impediment to intra-African trade. And that's where the idea of the trade fair came from, to make sure that we bring parties together, to get to, you know, people to get to know each other better and to trade and to do, to link each other, the buyers and the sellers. So it's always this kind of innovation that we always look forward to make sure that we always develop products, whether it's on the financing side, on the facilitation side, or on the advocacy side, that really give an impetus to the AFCFTA.
Okay, so I don't know, I'm told I don't think I've got much time. We've got 10 minutes, great. So we've got a little time for some questions. If I can see past the lights, raise your hands, and I think my assistants have some microphones. We'll take a few questions. I know the minister has to go very soon. Can you stay with us for 10 more minutes, just to ask some, for people to ask some questions? Okay, there's a lady over here. Are you allowed, Yusuf, to ask a question? I don't know, maybe. Let's see. The lady over here, where are my microphones, please? My willing assistants, because I don't want to have to come down off the stage if I don't have to. No? Can you get us some microphones? That's right. Okay. What I want you to do is tell me your name, your affiliation, and keep your question brief, please. Maybe we can take like 3 questions at once, and then we can try and remember them. Okay? Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. Minister Patel, I addressed the investment forum earlier today. My name is Mems Ramaila. I am a bee farmer, and my vision, my ambition is to create a new economy in Africa, and that is nothing else but the honey economy. We know at this stage that South Africa is the net importer of honey. South Africans consume 2,000 tons of honey, and yet the demand is 4,000 tons of honey per annum. Therefore, we've got that deficit of 2,000 tons of honey, and yet we've got abundant forest resource. So the plan is to integrate 10,000 rural women and youth into the Be African initiative. At this stage, we are manufacturing sustainable bee boxes or beehives, and we want to trade that across the continent. So therefore, I'm going to request your support in taking a chance with our Greenfield project. And by the way, before I hand over the mic to the moderator here, I got a call, an email actually from the private office of the president, asking me to complete some forms as part of the state visit that will be led by your good self and the president to Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana on the 4th of December, and I hope I will make the list of the delegation to those countries.
Wonderful. That's your people on the ground. Who else? Okay, Yusuf. Okay, Yusuf. You have to identify yourself. This is going to be a great question.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I couldn't think of a better panel to end our day and our event. My question is
you have to introduce yourself to everyone. I know who you are, but
my name is Yusuf Daya. I'm a director at the African Export-Import Bank. My question is actually towards the Honorable Minister. We talked a lot about self-reliance. We've seen the impact of COVID. We're talking about reimagining Africa. And we talked a lot about COP26. My question, Minister, is in 2 weeks' time, you'll be going to Geneva for MC12. What are we trying to get out of MC12 for Africa, particularly in the context of pushing self-reliance? I know there's issues around public stockholding of food, but I'd like to get the Minister's views on what we want out of MC12. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, is there another one? There must be another one. Gentleman over there, great, fantastic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Name is Siviwe Ngwana, the Group Chief Executive of Signet Seal Group. Minister Patel and Afrexim Bank. Firstly, I must commend the Afrexim Bank for having such a fantastic financial institution. I'm getting much joy from the assistance that they've been providing thus far. My company focuses on helping to get South African SMEs, African SMEs to tap into the AfCFTA to take full advantage of it. But we're primarily focusing on the South African SMEs because South Africa currently has the biggest manufacturing and production capacity on the continent. Now, where I stand, Minister Patel, is that most of the funding support within our government focuses primarily on manufacturing. It becomes difficult when a company such as myself, who doesn't do the actual manufacturing, but tries to get the South African products out into the rest of Africa to expand markets for them. The funding institutions that are in South Africa are not prepared to fund the offtakes by foreign countries to give purchase orders here. Is there a way that through some arrangement with the Afrexim Bank and the DTI, there could be some assistance so that we can then help enhance that intra-African trade between SMEs so that the AfCFTA is indeed achievable and attainable to SMEs and they can take full advantage of it? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All three questions were for the Minister, and I have 8 panelists here. Is there maybe one question that isn't for the Minister? No? Okay, then it's it. Oh, wait, sorry, no. Yes, sorry, yeah, go ahead. Please don't say this is for you, Honourable Minister.
Well, I won't. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Polisa Philip from the Africa Report. My question is for the gentleman who was recently at COP26.
Yes, Ibrahima Cheggyong.
All right, thank you for that. So my question to you is, in terms of energy access, in Africa we're talking about an energy deficit and access to energy, whereas the overall conversation in Europe is about an energy transition. Is the conversation at cross purposes given the deficits that we face in Africa? And are we well aligned to be in line with the net zero targets that were set at COP26, given the fact that we still have all of these other hurdles that we have to clear as a continent? And then I also have a question for the Honourable Minister.
No, sorry, no more questions for the Honourable Minister. He'll be here if he has to leave. So as I said, no questions for the Honourable Minister. 3 is more than enough for you. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reverse it. Ibrahima, can you answer that question first? And then, Minister, can you end by answering the 3 questions that were given? Go ahead, Ibrahima.
Well, I think one of the biggest, obviously, setback for many Africans who came to the COP is, despite all the positive things I said earlier, the question about the fast and fear in terms of the Africans who have access to those natural resources, I wanted to use that to fix the energy problem. They felt like what has helped the West to develop itself is now being used against the Africans, so therefore it's not fair. But my take is the Africans have realized a long time ago that you cannot actually develop a country without making sure that the access to energy is affordable and reliable. And I think South Africa, to diversify our energy sources and make sure, in addition to fossil fuel for those who have it, but also others who can use renewable and other sources of energies, that development is done in a way that we can at least diversify our pool of energy sources. And that's the reason why institutions like the African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, availing resources to develop this kind of project is part of the solution, as opposed to waiting for the rest of the international community through COP26 to tell us what to do in the energy sector. I think second, we also have to recognize within Africa there's an imbalance between rural and actually urban. The majority of the African live in the rural areas and may not have access to the grid. So therefore, we need to think about other ways, such as renewable, solar, and so on, and make sure we can actually develop a lot of energy sources off grid so we can actually feed the demand, particularly in the rural areas in Africa. And that conversation can take place with or without COP26, and it is taking place with some of the development bank on the continent. And last but not least, what hasn't really been talked about quite often in energy discussion, it's not just about producing it, it's about distributing it and transporting it to where it's needed. There's no point of actually producing electricity and not be able to get it to actually where it's needed in Africa. So I believe in addition to producing the electricity, we also need to think about investment in the transport and the distribution so we can get actually energy to where it's needed in Africa. And there, I believe we need also to put that into the conversation to become an integrated approach to fixing our energy sector as opposed to just looking about productions and not looking about distributions. And last but not least, it's also important to recognize most of our energy companies, I'm not going to say South Africa alone, but other companies in Africa, they actually, a lot of issues need to be fixed. Some of them actually could have been actually considered bankrupt if they were not actually a private sector. So therefore, we need to make sure, as we're fixing the generation and transport, we make sure our energy companies are also properly run in terms of governance, in terms of efficiency, so that the three combined, generation, transport, and management, will be part of the solution about our energy transitions.
Okay, Honourable Minister, you have the last word and you've got the last questions. This is what I got down. Mems, she's a beekeeper. She wants to create a honey economy in Africa. How do we swivel? How does South Africa swivel from being a net importer, she gave the figures, to a big trader and a big exporter? Yusuf from Afrexim Bank, from a beekeeper to a banker, he says in 2 weeks' time, the 12th ministerial conference, I guess, of the World Trade Organization, that's what he was talking about, is happening, and what do we want to get out of that? And then a young man whose name I didn't catch was talking about how difficult it was for SMEs to fund their intra-Africa odyssey. And so could they find some assistance for intra-Africa trade for SMEs? Can you help?
Well, let me start with the two more project-related ones. I absolutely love the honey story, and I'm going to ask John, who is one of my officials here, just to reach out, exchange business cards or phone numbers, and see if we can facilitate your entry into it. Years back, we had the same problem with soya beans. South Africa was a net exporter of soya beans, very little processing, and we were importing soya oils and animal feed and so on. And it really required one intervention, and that was to build soya crushing plants. The minute we did that, we created a demand pull, a magnet for farming. We're now today a net exporter of value-added soya products, and we've got a thriving soya farming thing, and we basically have a trade surplus in the soya value chain. So it can be done, and it's a great story. I don't know the economics of honey making, but I'd love to get to know more about it. So John is going to reach out to you. On the SMMEs, we are in fact now promoting, although our focus is on export, large companies quite strongly represented in the export profile of South African companies. And small comes with both advantages, flexibility, the ability to respond very quickly, but also the challenges that the cost of establishing yourself in exports is high, and their turnovers often can't carry that. So there's now a customized export marketing scheme that we've introduced that helps small businesses in the export market. On MC12, really 4 areas that are the key issues. If you take away all the other matters, the first is agriculture, where our agenda would be to try to prevail on the developed countries to lower their subsidies. And there's a historic injustice that developing countries have enormous disciplines on industrial products, but Europe and to some extent the United States, Japan, and others have huge subsidies that makes it difficult for African agricultural products to enter those markets. The second one is fisheries, and there we're trying to protect the right of subsistence fisheries and to limit the disciplines that will lock in advantage. If we introduce a subsidy limit at this point based on existing fishing patterns, the challenge is because most African countries don't subsidize fishing. We're locked out of the opportunity to use that tool in future, and because some larger players, the large fisher nations, in fact, are also deep subsidizers, they lock in the advantage of being able to keep that subsidies but not increase it. So it's to navigate that terrain. The third one is fundamental to us. And if you had to ask me of the 4 issues I'm going to raise, the most immediate one is trade and health. And in trade and health, it's the matter of the agreement to have a waiver of TRIPS articles to enable African countries to manufacture the vaccines, the therapeutics, and the diagnostics that are required in the fight against COVID-19. And we're looking just for a temporary, a time-bound waiver that enables the intellectual property rights not to act as a constraint to the expansion of supply globally. Of course, there's been a ramping up of supply in recent months, but Africa remains chronically underserviced with vaccines. In fact, I think it may have been Acha or Andrew that pointed to the low rate of vaccination on the continent and the high price we pay. And so I should just indicate that one South African company is now doing contract manufacturing for J&J, Johnson & Johnson, and we've just crossed the 120 million doses mark, but it's done without any of the distribution rights that one would expect that company to obtain. So trade in health is really going to be fundamentally about a waiver, and then there are some subsidiary issues that come into that. And the final one is WTO reform. And in WTO reform, there are a number of issues. I'm not going to unpack them all because of time, but really they go to a few key matters. Africa needs a global rules-based system, but the current rules-based system has enormous challenges and deficiencies. So let me start on the one end. We don't want a fragmentation of global negotiations with parties meeting on a voluntary basis and essentially rewriting the rules of trade. The WTO as the inclusive forum is the appropriate place for those negotiations to take place. The second one is the dispute settlement system needs to be made functional again so that there are consequences to breaches of trade rules. And then the third one, and this is one that we're going to be swimming upstream for a period, is to make the point that African countries need more policy space to back the industrialization agenda that the continent is embracing, and to give an opportunity for the continental free trade area to kick in and provide the kind of scale, together with some of the suggestions, Kenewendo made the points about building a regime that eases the doing of business on the continent, which is an important element of it. Someone else made the point about ensuring greater levels of investment by making it very project-specific, concrete, and attracting basically deal-making opportunity on both sides, on the demand side and the supply side. So it's really to build that policy space, because when the Uruguay round was concluded, Africa wasn't ready to make its mark. South Africa, as one of the African countries, was going through the transition to democracy. Most of what we are bound to in the WTO was actually offers made by the old apartheid government. And in my discussions at the time outside of government with the European Commission, as it was then, and the United States, they wanted South Africa to maintain the offer that was made by the previous regime. So there's quite a bit of tidying up and work that has to be done on behalf of all of Africa to build that policy space. I know that these are complex negotiations, but we need to make sure that we protect the rights of Africa in the global trading system. I hope, though summarized, that does help to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Today was the investment forum with the theme Unlocking Investment and Accelerating Deal Flow in Africa. It's day 4 of what's been a fantastic 4 days, but it's not over. The IATF continues, the program continues tomorrow and Saturday, where you can join top African and diasporic creatives, policymakers and thought leaders for 2 days of just amazing conversations across the creative and cultural industry space. And there's also live performances from some of Africa's top talents. But for now, I'm going to close today by basically asking you all to stand, my wonderful panelists, and for all of you to please applaud to the level of how satisfied you were with the panel. They were satisfied. Yes, we can. Yes, for our audience. Yes, brilliant. Wonderful. Thank you and good evening.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, Intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flags and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. Break down the chains, clear the lines that separate, and shine the light on the things that make us great. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. One for all for one. Let's celebrate. Oh Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with